Вітаємо гостей.
Welcome to the guests of the studio and the audience of the second day of the forum, Reopen Zakarpattia. We are striving to dispel the myth about our region that have been accumulated here over the recent years and to reopen it for the other parts of Ukraine and the world in general, to show its capacities, opportunities, and prospects. This project is being implemented by their NGO, the Institute of Central Eastern Strategies, and is supported by USAID. And this helps us implement everything at the top level and following impartiality, objectiveness principles. Our first panel today is entitled How to Repeat the Investment Miracle in the Zakarpattia region of the beginning of the 2000s and or to create something new. And of course, coronavirus has changed a lot in our life, but we should be looking for new options, how to keep business going and not to disturb any global processes. And I'm deeply convinced that the guests in the studio will manage to find a solution to this problem, or at least find the ideas that could be implemented in our region. That's why I'm inviting the facilitator of the panel discussion, director of the Special Economic Zone Zakarpattia in 2002-2009, Volodymyr Prichodько. So I will keep the marathon going, and I would like to say that it's a great pleasure for me to start with our panel discussion, the second day of a very nice forum, which is a very good intellectual platform, Reopen Zakarpattia. I'm still under the impression of the first day. And I think that the participants I'm going to introduce right now will keep on going within the same mainstream, top-level mainstream that was launched yesterday. That's why it's a great pleasure for me to introduce the panelists. And I'm inviting the panelists here. So these are Volodymyr Panov,
Володимир Панов, член наглядової ради
who is the member of the Supervisory Board of Private Joint Stock Company Eurokar, Vice President of the Association of Innovative Enterprises of Ukraine, and the driving engine, the consultancy platform for managers of large-scale business in Zakarpattia region, Z20. The 20, not G20, but the 20, like Zakarpattia 20. Welcome, Volodymyr. I'm glad that online we're going to have Olga Mahaletska, who is the head of the office of the National Investment Council affiliated with the President of Ukraine. Olga, welcome. Olga has a personal involvement in the topic because she has been working with Aval and Citibank banks, which in their start period of the investment miracle were funding and were the banks for transnational corporations doing business in the territory of the region. And these projects, which were rather a success, constitute the basis for the economic miracle. So it's my pleasure to invite Olga. Also, I'm inviting Dr. Gennady Polonsky, professor of the Buckingham School of Business, an outstanding consultant in economic and investment management. His experience Roskilde in some higher educational institutions in Denmark, the US, Czechia, and other European countries. So the number of corporations he provided consultations to is very high, very large, and therefore I think that he will tell us about this. And we're going to be joined by Yuri Filuk in the nearest future. So Yuri Filuk, well, you know, all the audience which has to deal with the issues of investment quite often watches his videos from Proprilad Innovation, which is a project of which he is the CEO. And in fact, he has a great experience in crowdfunding, which is a Warm City, which are also innovative development projects for different cities and other creative industries. He will, I guess, represent the so-called people's investment here. So we have the topic, do we have to repeat for the audience the investment miracle of the 2000s, which was a success and which really yielded good results because the enterprises keep functioning, there are jobs available, and we have social consequences which are further growing, investment is growing, or do we have to start it anew because some new elements, new things have appeared both in politics and in the actions of the state and in some external circumstances and challenges we are faced with? And what investment model should we use? What should be the way for going forward in order to secure competitive advantages, or rather accumulation of competitive advantages in the region as such, as an administrative and territorial unit of the Ukrainian state and as a component of a larger transborder area on the borders of Ukraine with on four members of the EU, including from the point of view of prospects of our European integration. And you know, in particular, yesterday's idea voiced by the by the MP of the European Parliament, Mr. Kubilius, about the Carpathian Coalition has long been discussed among us, and it should be a platform for economic, social, cultural, humanitarian development of this cross-border region. So I'm inviting Volodymyr Panov. Please, the floor is yours. You know, the organizers have phrased the topic in the way that we cannot do without a miracle. Either you repeat the old one or you create a new one, no matter what you do, but the miracle is something we really need. And I really agree with that because the Ukrainian economy can leave the period of the crisis only as a result of a leap, a breakthrough, and an economic miracle. So let's get clear about this. Did we really have the miracle at the beginning of the 2000s in the Zakarpattia region? Did we really have it? Just some facts, just some figures. Starting with 2001 up to 2004, 19,000 jobs were created. Almost 200 million of direct foreign investment were involved. There were constructed 8 modern greenfield plants. As far as reconstruction is concerned, more than 30 enterprises were reconstructed and they reached the brownfield well standard. As far as foreign turnover is concerned, it increased from 200 million to 1,300,000,000 of US dollars. In the Zakarpattia region, we got world-famous brands and manufacturing facilities of Skoda, Audi, Volkswagen, Jabil, Fischer, Yajaki. I can continue this list. Was it a miracle? Was it an investment miracle? I would define it as kind of a running before leaping. But when we were going to leap, the state created the barrier for us, and we didn't manage to get into the environment of this miracle. We were before, in front of this investment miracle. And I'm going to show you some achievements since 2004, which I haven't shown to anyone because normally we don't speak about investment placement until the investor has passed the final decision and has not placed his investment. But nevertheless, today you're going to see very interesting things as to what could have happened were it not for this barrier created by the state. So 1.2 billion of investment, 30,000 jobs. Let's have a look at their players of companies which we could have today in Zakarpattia. Autoprom, well, you can see world-famous companies, they would be present here. Household appliances, electronic goods, a ready-made cluster, then wooden timber industry. 3 IKEA plants could actually be present in the Carpattia region. And here is a perfect example how one company can change everything. And it's about food industry. One plant processing 110 kilograms of meat could absolutely change their landscape of Zakarpattia region. And if we really manage to do this, not Singapore would go as an example, but the Zakarpattia region would go as a world-famous example. And of course, we need to learn some lessons from this. The first lesson should be that the Ukrainian authorities will never ever deceive the investors because they're actually then deceiving themselves. And let's think it over. Could we repeat all this? Could we have it for the other time? Well, we have got two laws, and as a result of that, cheap labor is migrating. We were not going to have any cheap labor. A cheap energy resource has almost been leveled up with Eastern Europe. Then the team of experts that used to work in the authorities, well, they are no longer there. And the main thing that has changed is their global trends because the first world countries created technologies and they wanted countries of the second of the third world to be producing goods using these technologies, but now actually they want to get all those technologies in production to the first world countries. So it's impractical. We cannot repeat this miracle and have it again, but we need a miracle anyway. So what do we do? I think that we need to develop the principle, the all Ukrainian principle, which could be worded like the following. In Ukraine, it's cheaper by 25% to produce goods than in the investor's country. And this 25% will become a magnet for the investor, and at the same time, this will be the payment for the risks the investor is running. If he places his plants and manufacturing facilities in Ukraine, or to be more specific, in Zakarpattia region, then we suppose we have this principle. What are the tools for making it work? There are two options. The first option is that we restore free economic zones in a special investment regime. We make industrial parks function, and here of interest is the idea of the president, which is about investment nurses. But in one condition, when preferences are given in the region and all common issues are going to be solved following the English rule. If we do this, we have a chance to have this investment miracle once again. Here is another, the second brave option, but we should be cautious about it. Zakarpattia region, a free economic area. In Zakarpattia region, we do have enough intellectual resources to prepare the law using which we could make a breakthrough. That could be a pilot platform, a pilot project, and if yes, it could be replicated throughout Ukraine, and then Zakarpattia region would be the driving agent of the investment policy of Ukraine in general, as it actually used to be. And to conclude, I would like to say that I like the form you have arranged for the first time in Zakarpattia region. I like its flow, its discussions, and if we are trying to answer the question, can we create the miracle or have it once again, I I would have another slogan: open Zakarpattia for yourself. Do it. Nobody knows that the Zakarpattia region is the leader of economic transformations in Ukraine. In spite of this barrier which I spoke about, we are the only region which has the best economic indices because we are now at the level of 1990 thanks to the companies which we involved in 2001 or 2002. It would really be good if the answer was provided and if the speech was delivered by Olga Mahaletska, because there have been some addresses made to state institutions, and I would ask Olga Igorevna to start her speech because we have understood that the law 3670 about improvement of powerful investment projects and some remarks concerning this law and your vision probably of this law at the forum would be of interest in the dialogue with Volodymyr Panov. You're welcome, Olga. Thanks a lot. Welcome to all the participants of the forum. Thanks to the organizers for inviting us. And of course, sorry for my not being present in person, but that is due to the pandemic, so we need to be careful. Right, in Zakarpattia region, we really had the miracle at the beginning of the 2000s, and creation of the Zakarpattia investment miracle is a very good experience, which we need to replicate and to create a new. As far as the remarks made by Mr. Panov concerning draft law 3670 about involvement of substantial investment into Ukraine, I'd like to comment a little bit and to tell that without good work in the regions, even adoption of such good draft laws would be impossible, is impossible. And here we need to work on site. That is the role of local authorities because they need to work after the law is adopted and when you need to work with investors and to coordinate all the issues. Because we all know it clearly well that investor involvement is one thing, but when we go over to direct work with the investor on site, when the agreement is signed, and when the investor is already choosing the site, and there are some issues concerning different his connections with different institutions. So here we may be faced with a lot of barriers, and then the project would not be implemented. So I guess that these are substantial challenges in all investment projects I've ever heard about. And we cannot do here without regional authorities and without the regional vector of working with investors. We cannot do this in the region, be it in Zakarpattia region, in Cherkasy region, or in any other region. So, what does this law presuppose? This law has been under the first reading in the Verkhovna Rada, and now we, with the deputies of the Economic Committee, have prepared it for the second version, for the second reading. So I hope that next week it's going to be included into the ones for voting. It is about supporting investment for state projects, and also there are some related draft laws which are related to amendments in the tax code. And we, as the Office of the National Investment Council, have been developing these draft laws together with the Ministry of Economic Development. And this draft law aims to improve competitive ability of our state in the global market through provision of state incentives to Ukrainian and foreign investors with considerable investment. It is probably for the first time that we offer having investment packages and incentives not only for involvement of FDI, but for involvement of our own national investors, home investors, for them to also invest their money into new investment projects and for them to establish new enterprises. So, the draft law has been developed on the basis of the best practices of the EU countries and our neighboring states. Ukraine is competing for investors. And we will have a number of stimulating tools on behalf of the state for investment projects. And it was supposed to be 30 million euros, but now we have reached consensus with the MPs that the threshold of investment should be reduced to 20 million euros. What is going to be included into those stimuli, into those incentives? That is exemption from some taxes for 5 years, to be more specific, profit tax, and also VAT and customs duty when you bring into Ukraine new advanced technologies, the ones which were not operated and which is no more than 3 years old since the moment of its production. Also, there will be some facilitation in the procedure of land plot allocation, construction of infrastructural facilities, and the investor will conclude a direct agreement with the government and with local self-government bodies for 15 years. The scope of state support cannot exceed 30% of the amount of investment into the project. State support will be provided to Ukrainian and to foreign investors who intend to invest 20 million euros and to create at least 80 new jobs. In the initial concept, in the draft law, submitted earlier, the concept included 150 jobs, but now, after some communication and negotiations with businesses, uh, we have come to realize that business and production in general are more technological, and it will be very complicated to establish an enterprise after you invest 20 million euros and to involve 100 new jobs. This is not the proportion which we should ask for within this draft law. So the number of jobs has been reduced to 80. So, and the average salary should exceed the average salary for the region by 15%, and the period of implementation of the project should not exceed 5 years. By this period of implementation, I mean that since the moment the contract is signed with the government and local self-government bodies, and up till the moment when production is launched and their production site starts functioning, starts being in operation. I mean, when the model is launched, for the sake of which the project was actually designed. So, but the very term is 15 years. But after the business model starts functioning, the project or construction was put into operation, the constructed facility was put into operation, you start production, then you carry out your economic activity, and when there is the date when you start gaining profits, you will have 5 years to submit an application for being exempt from profit tax payment.
The draft law is aimed to encourage potential investors to invest in Ukraine. And after the law of Ukraine on state support of foreign investments, when we talk about significant investments, so when the law is adopted, we plan to stimulate the projects with less amount of investments, and I mean the projects which are implemented in priority areas of economy, and it will be done by amending the law of Ukraine on investing into projects in priority areas of industry. Also, we have submitted to the Parliament of Ukraine the draft law on stimulating and amending the legislation on industrial parks. I hope that these legislative initiatives and ideas regarding improving the legal regulations and tax regulations will enable us to produce miracle not only in Transcarpathian region but in other regions of Ukraine as well. It was really nice to hear in your brief presentation certain ideas from the project 3760, that we have three parties included into these projects: the local governance, the state of Ukraine, and the foreign investors. We have good experience of Slovak Republic, where territorial communities participate in signing such three-party agreements. There is also a very positive experience of Austrian environmental energy lands when we talk about alternative energy projects, and the communities are co-owners or beneficiary of such projects. And actually, it already smoothes some problematic issues at the very beginning of the project. And I consider these signs as positive ones. Probably Volodymyr would like to mention something here. You have already mentioned industrial parks and legislation about them and improvement of legislation. It also will be an incentive for readjustment of the regions. And probably you would provide your comments on this. We have discussed these issues with the President of Ukraine, and we have come to conclusion that the law on the so-called investment babysitters is just one of the tools for Ukraine to make a breakthrough. We definitely need a set of tools, including special regimes of free economic zones. When we talk about industrial parks, the law is really awful. It should be amended. Whenever we talk about the investments and investors, we try to include lots of precautions and precautionary rules. And these precautionary rules actually discourage the investor of coming to Ukraine. So we have to change the law on industrial parks. And when we have the four tools of attracting investments, I think Ukraine has huge potential to to ensure this investment miracle, which later will be turned into economic miracle. I would like also to provide the comment on free economic zones. Here we have some precautions coming not from the investors, coming not from the government, but from the International Monetary Fund. They are not very positive about creating new free economic zones in Ukraine. And definitely they have to understand how the budget will be filled in. And establishing free economic zone is something that actually does not mean a lot when we talk about budget accumulation. So here we have this collision. But definitely the president and the government has great willingness to establish or set up new special economic zones. I think we can explain to our creditors that zero is zero, and when we still attract investors, we shall have some money, and this money will be much better than zero. I think it will be easy to explain the point. I think it was a good ground to invite Mr. Grigory Polonsky. When we just discussed his participation, he has chosen his motto: what should be done and how it should be done in order to change the image of the country, and how international investments into the region will help Ukraine and the world in general. And I think that Olga already has established this platform together with Volodymyr, and we have introduced a number of tools. And I think that Gennady, as a macroeconomic expert and a specialist in management in the field of global economy, will have something to contribute to the conversation. And we have a provocative question to Gennady. What did Steve Wozniak say about it? And you had organized a meeting of Steve Wozniak with the president of Ukraine. A good example about Steve Wozniak, I really contributed to his coming to Ukraine, to a forum in Kyiv. But there was a special story about Steve. Steve is of Ukrainian origin. He is of Ukrainian origin, therefore he was willing to come to Ukraine. And really, he had his presentation. I was a moderator of his presentation. There were 8,000 people present. Everything was great. And I'm not a Ukrainian. I do not have a Ukrainian passport, and I do not want to interfere in Ukrainian policy. And I was told there is Volodymyr Groisman who would like to have a meeting with him the next day. Steve said, "Okay, great. I'm going to have this meeting." He really did it. He went to his office and he came back being very disappointed. And he stated, "Gennady, we are leaving." And he said the prime minister didn't meet me. He was very tired, and I was met actually by some assistant of his, who asked me, "What actually you want to tell us?" And Steve Wozniak has lots of schools. We visited a number of schools here in Ukraine, and he said, "Okay, these people are young, they are talented," and he gave a call to the chief executive officer of Apple, sharing his positive impressions of Ukraine, and he actually left Ukraine being very disappointed. I have been living in England for 30 years, and when I come to Ukraine, I'm under the impression that I come back into the past. You have great legislative initiatives. Whether they are going to be functioning, I'm not sure. You talk a lot about some tax privileges, establishing new financial tools. Again, this is great. But in case you do not have good management scheme on the part of the state, all these privileges will be good for nothing. There are lots of countries that create good privileges, tax privileges, and all this stuff, but nobody's going to go there. So the government, the management of Ukraine should understand that it's really difficult right now to attract investments. There are lots of FDI all over the world. But the flow of FDI is unstable. Moreover, we are talking about COVID-19 crisis. We have the fourth industrial revolution, which is speeded up due to the COVID situation. And cheap labor force is actually not very topical now because lots of things are automated. And if everything is automated, why should I go to Ukraine when I can set my plant in America? The country should be ready for innovations. The system of education should be up to the level. And Ukraine is famous for its design skills. For example, Netflix, Mark Rendos, who owns Netflix, is producing a film in Kyiv. They want to come here because they need creativity. But when we are talking about investments, this is another question, and you really have to compete for investments. Ukraine has one more competitive advantage in comparison with the EU. The EU has very tough screening conditions when you evaluate the investment. So the part of the government cannot be higher than a certain percentage in order to create equal competitive advantages. Ukraine does not have these commitments. So Ukraine has to be more creative. You have to give more, to offer more. When I was in America in 1980s, we discussed the issue whether there should be a military order, whether it should be given to China. And there were arguments, okay, if we give it to China, probably they will spoil this military order. Trump has come, the flow of ADI has been reduced because American companies were given a chance to repatriate their profit. The slogan was, let's make America stronger again. So Ukraine now has this chance when you can use Ukrainian competitive advantages, but at the same time, they should be very clear. For example, I was involved in investment attraction in Serbia. Definitely, I was not alone, but I was chairing the project on industrial zones. The first thing the Serbians made was one-shop window where all the issues related to state relationship were resolved in this one-shop window. And when we talk about these administrative barriers, they really should be removed. Ukraine is really known a lot regarding its corruption. But still, there are some other countries who have corruption level as well, and still investment goes there. So when the state provides fully support to the investors, definitely you have to be choosy about the investments. For example, Serbia put the emphasis on the industry, on manufacturing, and 80% of Serbian FDI is about manufacturing, industrial production. The same is about Ukraine. What I read about Ukraine and what Vladimir states right now really supports this idea. Right now you have decentralization. It means that you should give some powers to the regions to conclude some agreements. There are lots of examples all over the world of transborder cooperation. So all these things should be promoted and favored. It's good not only for separate regions, but for the country in general. And then it may be transformed into a case study, and this case study may be replicated for the whole country. I'm really excited now because I see that there are lots of opportunities. You have good people, competent people, skilled and highly qualified people. But every day it's becoming more and more difficult to sell all these things. The competition is really high, and I'm really worried for Ukraine not to be left as a country with great nature, great people. So it means that the government should really work hard to create good conditions for industrial parks, for free economic zones, for many other things. And particularly, you should emphasize the things related to the fourth industrial revolution. I'm talking about artificial technologies, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, biology, digitalization of medicine, etc. And if you allow me, one more point. I was a counsel in one of the projects. I'm not advertising it, but it's a real fact. Paper from the tree leaves. I have a friend, Jeff Hoffman, who is the owner of Booking.com, and I told him about this social project. And you can save 175,000 trees by setting up just one plant. And he was very enthusiastic about it. And he asked me who is the author of the project, a young boy, 19 years old. And he asked me where the project is based, in Ukraine. And he said, okay, I will have to ask advice of my investment committee. And then in a week, he asked me, could we have this project in Slovakia? And I told him, well, this is the Ukrainian project, so it's logical that it should be based in Ukraine. And he became actually less enthusiastic about it. It means Ukraine has a certain image, and we have to break this image. I know that there is statistics that people invest into a certain country because they like its cuisine or people or something. Why people invest in Italy? Because people want to go to Italy, live there, or eat Italian cuisine. I think Ukraine should also work on this factor to make itself attractive. It's a great country. I have been living here for 8 years. And actually, the biggest part of my life, I left in some other countries. I like Ukraine. Ukraine has great potential, but we can use the word potential every year. And our primary task is to realize, to implement this potential. Thank you. Thank you, Hannadi. And with your speech, you have provided good ground for Yuri Filyuk. And I think that representatives of the public organizations, fans of crowdfunding, and all those people who know him and remember him for his strategy of Uzhhorod development until 2030 are really enthusiastic about his presentation, and they actually wanted to listen to him. So, Yuri, you have the floor. I will probably give two key approaches. The first one is to compete for foreign investments, and the second one is to create the investment legal field, which will be attractive for investments. The second approach is a bit longer at first sight, but in our opinion is more efficient and effective. A couple of words about us. In 2013, several entrepreneurs and just active citizens or residents of Ivano-Frankivsk started thinking what can be done to transform the city to make it more modern, to attract investments into the city. And we started analyzing some principles, how the society is developing, how the cities are developing. And we came to the conclusion that sustainable development means movement from the bottom to the top. And for us, it meant not political campaigns and developing ourselves through the society, through some joint projects, etc. The second conclusion is a huge lack of trust in society at different levels. be it personal level or institutional level. And when we have a look at any developed country, we shall see the high basic level of trust, while with us, mistrust prevails. We talk about consolidation, we talk about search for solutions that will enable us to interact with each other. And at that time, we noticed that there was a sort of a gap in the area of civil society, and we established the public platform Teplemisto Warm City, and we started implementing projects in the field of sport, environment, energy efficiency, new media, social entrepreneurship, and a number of others. We have managed to implement more than 400 projects, and they really had direct effect, but probably even there was even a bigger effect in terms of society harmonization. We were trying to involve different stakeholders. I mean, business circles, local self-governance bodies, and civil society. So it ensured certain dynamics, and now our ambitions are really high. And the most ambitious project we try to implement is Prom-Prilad renovation. This is the innovative center that is being constructed on the basis of the old post-Soviet plant. And we try to build a sort of an environment at the crossroads of education, art, urbanism, and environment. Why is it important? We cannot talk about any breakthrough in case our education is weak. We should provide conditions for talent self-realization. If we do not have talents in the regions, the investors won't be interested in us because they won't have enough human capital to implement their projects. So I'm talking about a complex and comprehensive approach. Now we already see some effects and results from the project. There is a Forbes rating, which was done in 2012, the best attractive cities for doing business. And in 2012, Ivano-Frankivsk was on the 12th place among Ukrainian cities. And in September 2020, the rating was done again. And now Ivano-Frankivsk is the top city in Ukraine. Well, it's good that it is the first place, but what is more important is dynamics. Why Ivano-Frankivsk became the leading city in this respect? Apart from good environment and good security level, we also have the high level of BRDO transparency. So I'm talking about how easy it is to get some license, to get some permit, etc. When you want to open your company. Also, we increased our immigration attractiveness, level of trust, perception of the city by the residents and by the guests of the city, etc. So now we really have lots of work to do. Ivano-Frankivsk doesn't have such powerful and large-scale project as Zakarpattia has, but what we have are good factories to launch such serious projects.
Thank you, Yuri.
До ваших тез сказати, що
Getting back to the statements you have made, I would like to say that as far as our Zakarpattian partners and friends are concerned, we always have the mutual observation companies and face-to-face companies as far campaigns as far as experience is concerned. And you know, Promprilat's ideas are get a very good feedback in Mukachevo, in Khust. this is very good because this means synchronized activities together with their administrative reform, looking for the resources for the development of amalgamated territorial communities and increase and growth in the investment component. That's why we're going to show you a very interesting example of imitating the activity of Prom-Prilot. I know it about the regional center and generally the issue of brownfields. And Olha probably is going to be interested in that. We used to have the law on the territories of priority development. We had some points, some territories there, which allowed us to put into operation Soviet-type companies and the companies which were not actually involved in the activities. And even now, in 20 years, within cities and urbans, we have a huge number of brown fields that actually freeze their lands until lease and are waiting for the buyer. But as Hennady has told us, don't be waiting for the buyer. He will not come if there is no work to do. And there is an integrity of circumstances when he will not automatically come. Therefore, crowdfunding, public trust, public communities, creative industries, that is the example of Prom-Prilot when it coordinates people around such ideas, around scientific parks, startup business incubators. That is also an element of the new strategy of investment reloading of the Zakarpattia region. And I can see by your smart eyes that you agree with this. That's why I'm glad that you have delivered your presentation. And please trust me that the ideas we have in communication will be implemented at some point of time. We still have some time, so I'm going to get back to large-scale projects. At some prosperous period of free or special economic zone, whatever we call it, in the Zakarpattia region, we used to have unity of team, we had public support, and the state authorities did not create any barriers for some period of time, for some 2 or 3 years, I guess. They were not interfering because there was a law about the special zone and they really did not intervene. There were a lot of procedural elements which were not functioning, which were not prescribed well in the law. We think that in the investment office, by the way, we have a very good team of experts. And still, there was a point of time when these manipulative practices led to the situation when we lost the opportunity to bring Volkswagen directly here to build here in Eastern Europe a large car plant, and it went to Bratislava. And it keeps working for the Slovak market and for the European budget. And there was a point of time when the so-called Pisches reader law appeared when the plane had to land here at the airport with the head of the AG Volkswagen Group, Bernd Pisches reader. But as a result of all those palace manipulation games and tricks and interference of the officers, because they didn't want him to launch a new model, this couldn't be done. This should be done by the president of Ukraine. So that was actually a land that they needed to have some repair works, and under that excuse, he actually didn't manage to come. And back then, in the team of enthusiasm, the so-called Pisches reader law appeared. Unfortunately, this law keeps working now. And it's being replicated in new amalgamated territorial communities. And you understand what I'm talking about.
Так от я хотів би завершуючи, і є ще час.
So if we still have some time, I would like you to make some concluding remarks. How do we do to avoid functioning of this law? How do we install civilized norms of English law, of investment law? How do we make it function automatically? How do we make investment projects implemented here? Because people really want to reopen this region, which we love. How do we make it all work and bring in new parameters of the quality of life? Just your concluding remarks. Well, we used to have 2 laws about the special regime and about the special economic zone, Zakarpattia region. We cancelled them. We cancelled all the norms and we cancelled the guarantee for 30 years. which was absolutely wild. Why are we avoided? Why do investors not come here? Because we canceled the guarantees working already in Ukraine. So who will ever trust us? We don't have to invent any things. We just need to adopt the laws and to enforce them. The laws that would attract people but not make a barrier for investors. And the other thing is that I wouldn't like you to think that only large-scale business is being attracted here. We are now in a perfect building at a perfect resort which has been built within us, within our project. That is a special economic zone project in the Zakarpattia region. We have Thermal Star, which is also our project. All Continent in Uzhhorod is also our project. The Star in Mukachev is also our project, which means that the law on the areas of priority development really work, and not only for large-scale businesses, but in tourism as well. That's why we can really harmoniously work throughout Ukraine if we're not afraid of preferences and if we're not afraid of investors. We shouldn't create any barriers. We should trust investors. We should love investors, to put it not in the economic jargon. I'm just going to give you an example with a company. You know, the word alignment, when everybody knows what to do in the company, starting with the cleaning lady up to the CEO. And each level of hierarchy, everybody knows why he's doing this and what he's actually doing. So we need to write a strategy which would be very simple, well, clear for everyone, for ordinary people, as to why we need those foreigners, those investors. We should arrange some awareness-raising campaigns in schools. We should broaden this outlook in Ukraine because we now live in the global world. This should be done at the level of officials. They should claim that there must be alignment. We need investment, we need foreign investors, and Western investors can really help us a lot. But we need trust, as Yuri has mentioned. We need trust in the authorities, in local authorities, regional authorities. And that is a part which is an intangible, an integral part, which is very important. Thank you, Olha. We still have 5 minutes for those concluding remarks. Maybe we have provided you with some food for thought. Yes, you have. I'd like to comment a little bit on what I've heard about the strategy. Thanks a lot for mentioning strategy, because strategy is the key thing we should have in place in our state, because in the state we don't have any single economic strategy. And for many years, this strategy should exist for many years for all the generations to be using the strategy and for the priorities not to change. Because sometimes when the government changes or the president changes, we actually change our strategy. That is one of the key things. And now, by the way, we have the economic strategy of Ukraine until 2030. And the elaboration of this document involved both the government and the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and also the presidential office, as well as businesses, the business community. There have been a lot of meetings with the business, and it seems to me that we have more than 250 meetings of working groups, and we already need to start elaborating this document. And on Friday at 9 in the morning, the President, the Prime Minister, and the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine were delivering a presentation on the audit of the economic situation in Ukraine and on the priority vectors for further development of Ukraine. Which means that our plan is that in the first quarter of the next year, this economic strategy will already be in place. It will have been elaborated and will be presented for its implementation throughout the country. And as a parallel, we also have the project dealing with involving FDI, which is also financed by USAID. And the customer is the presidential office and the office of our National Investment Council, me in particular. And this is going to be a specific document setting the priority branches of the economy where we need to involve FDI. Thank you. A good piece of news, Yuri. I'm going to tell also that we speak a lot about foreign investment, but we need to realize that we have large resources of domestic investment which are not yet in play. And what I lack is a set of tools. The stock exchange in Ukraine, because it's not functioning. And also there is a very interesting direction, like different tools for the investment retail, when even micro business, small, medium-sized business could be established via joint shared finance tools. Unfortunately, we don't have these tools due to the lack of the legislative framework, but there is a demand for that. And I can tell you from my experience that, it's difficult to make the investor convinced that he should come here with his investment if you cannot persuade our people. And that all gets back to trust and to a set of tools. Any transformation, I've forgotten the word actually, so let it be transformation. It happens at all the levels. Yeah, reform. I meant reform. So all the reforms are taking place at the informal and formal levels. And that is something we all need to do in parallel. Thanks a lot. In your last remark, you have also introduced some very interesting tools, and we still have some seconds left. So it seems to me that you have answered the main issue within our panel. There is no either or, either create or start anew. There is both and. We need to transform what has been done. It's positive. We need to keep on. And we need to supplement it with new tools, with new people, and we need to have a new vision. And then we will have a success in renovation of Zakarpattia, its investment reloading. Thanks a lot to the professional facilitator and great speakers. So we have an online event, and our broadcast can be watched in Facebook, on YouTube, on their pages of our main media partner, Vanish Edition, and also by our local partners. We have заголовок, Ужгородський прес-клуб, Твоє місто, Закарпатська фільмкомісія, Турінформ, PNG, Голос Карпат, 03312, and local channel Studio and Суспільне. Agency of Regional Development of Zakarpattia Region, Europe Without Barriers, PEN Club, Democratic Initiatives Fund, and Agency of Regional Development of Zakarpattia Region. You can see the broadcast both in English and in Ukrainian, in Facebook and on YouTube. So far, our studio is almost ready for the second panel discussion entitled Tourism as Regional Development Driver. And it's my pleasure to invite the facilitator of the discussion, the journalist Vitaly Glagola. You're welcome.
В першу чергу, так, дякую за мікрофон. В першу чергу хотів би
So first of all, I would like to invite our speakers who will join our discussion within this panel. And the first person I would like to invite is Fedor Shandor, an expert in tourism. This is a professor who definitely knows most of all, more than all the others do in the Zakarpattia region, about development of tourism, and who has been watching the situation in tourism for at least 20 years. Good morning, Fedor. Also, online, we will have Mariana Olaski, Director of the State Agency for Tourism Development. Good morning. Yeah, we have connection, we have sound, good. Then I'm inviting Bogdan Logovanenko, who is the founder of the Edition Ukrainer. Good morning, Bogdan.
Наступним нашим спікером буде Андрій Худ.
Our next speaker is Andriy Khudo, the co-founder of the Holding of Emotions Fest, our guest from Lviv. Good morning. I'm Sergey Vacharov, who is a specialist in the development of mountain skiing resorts. I would ask the speakers to take the seats closer to me. So we will start with Fedor Shandor. Fedor, you are definitely the most knowledgeable person in the field of tourism. How is tourism developing now in the pandemic, and what could be done in the conditions we are now staying, as you think?
Прошу мікрофон.
Доброго дня всім. Я думаю,
Good morning to everyone. I think that during the pandemic, we already now imagine tourism and muse tourism. Now we're having a conference, and a lot of people present here are the people who have somehow got here, maybe via Mukacho, because Uzhhorod is in the red zone, or by their own transport. So for the future, and this future will last for at least 2 months, I guess, as the government has announced it by the 1st of January. So definitely we will have to use our own transport, and I think we will have a chance to communicate only with such people in the region, and the situation will get worse, as we can see by the global situation, and definitely we will have remote tourism. That will be prosperity of rural tourism. Yeah, you are talking about social distance, of course. Yes, and small Zakarpattia villages, they will prosper in tourism. We've been talking with my colleagues about 13 places in Zakarpattia region nobody visits, and actually people got interested in visiting these places. Now we're doing such plans for 64 top tents for such places, places which are not known. Okay, does it really work, or do people just Google all those notions, all those points? How does the end tourism determine where he should go? Do these lists have their effect? Because when I'm going somewhere, I either know where I want to go from my friends, from my relatives, and these lists generally are not the basis for me to make a decision, particularly when the list contains 64 items. Well, but you are not in the focus of our attention, because 65% are not an establishment or elite, but everyone wants to travel. That's why elite can actually choose on their own, because they have Booking, they have Google browsers, but there are people who don't trust these sources, and they use primitive sources like Vino Primitivo, and they are using some simple sources, social media or different groups. We're just putting these lists of top 10 ATCs or top 10 Ryans in different groups, which are established in kindergartens and schools. So we're not trying to have conferences, we just put this information online. And you can actually see that it really works, because I put on weight this year, because people who have got a direct profit, they are sending invitations to us because they want to express their gratitude to us. And as a result of those online trips, I have visited all the castles. We, experts in tourism, have more time, and we actually deal with the things which were not dealt with in the period before the pandemic. But who is the tourist who is in the focus of your attention? Normally, these are ordinary citizens from Zakarpattia. But how do you invite people from Kamenets-Podilsky or from Kremenchuk to the Zakarpattia region? So far, we don't have any ways to do this, and since we're not going to have railroad, we don't have the airport, and a lot of other circumstances will come as a barrier. Nobody wants to risk going by bad roads, so we focus on local residents. All the more that we have 1 million of residents, so we will get, well, 1 million hryvnias per day. That is already good, to put it roughly. And we are happy about bad events from Egypt, from Austria, because it means that tourists are going to visit local places, the places about which we provide information to them. But it seems that, low costs are not there, so this must be the start time for the Zakarpattia region. Yes, for the residents of the Zakarpattia region, and that is going to be like this in all the regions, because I'm sure that every region will get into the red zone, and the government will not manage to fight with this situation. We will have to have a lockdown, and Lviv will be seen by residents of Lviv region, Chernivtsi by residents of Chernivtsi region. That is due to happen because 90% of people just work there. They don't have time to travel, but they will try to travel throughout their region. That's what our practical research over the latest 6 months shows us. So this is the forecast for the next half a year. Yes, it's already a fact, not a forecast. And for how long is it going to last? Well, I think that to September, October. You mean to get back to the previous level or to move forward? Just to understand where we are. So it means that this suspense will be in place till October next year. Yes, and I think that this is a unique chance for us to work at the mistakes we have made and to arrange some particular things and sites within your regions. Thank you. Here we have online Mariana Leskiev. Mariana, do you agree with this statement and with what Fedor Shander has told you? Maybe you have your vision of the development of tourism in the Zakarpattia region at the level of the state.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the Transcarpathian region in Ukraine probably is one of the most unique places. This is my personal opinion. I love traveling in Transcarpathian region, and nowadays for Ukrainians it is probably not very much famous. First of all, probably due to logistic issues. Not all the locations in the region are easy to get, and very often Ukrainians choose railway transportation, but it takes time. And nowadays, such cities as Uzhhorod, which, for example, can become an alternative for my native Lviv as potential city breaks, are still not developed enough. But we do have a chance in case we manage to launch the airport. Such cities as Uzhhorod can be opened to the population of Ukraine. When I was in Uzhhorod the last time, I saw many Slovak tourists, and there were more of them than Ukrainian tourists. The proximity to the border really played its role in this respect. The tourist product in Transcarpathian region really is up to different tastes. And this winter, really, there is a big chance that we shall continue the project Travel Around Ukraine, that we are going to provide information on the places that are worth visiting in winter, and we really shall try to reopen Transcarpathian region. We understand that the top ski resorts will be probably occupied in the holidays, but there are some other places in Ukraine who will be opened for the Ukrainian and foreign tourists. And I hope that by reopening the Transcarpathian region, by providing more opportunities where to live, how to get there, what to see there, will be able to increase the tourist flow to the region several times. The region is extremely rich in natural, architectural, and historical monuments. Probably we shall go in the discussion format, or I shall give you more information about our agency. The state focuses more on informing people about already existing tourist locations. But apart from creating tourist routes, are you involved in promoting these routes? I mean, the routes, tourist routes or tourist attractions in Transcarpathian region, in other regions of Ukraine? What does the state do to popularize these Transcarpathian objects or attractions among the population of southern region of Ukraine or northern region of Ukraine? I would like to share my screen and to show you the plan of our agency for you to understand what are we working on. Now I'll try to share my screen for you to see the presentation. So far, we do not see the screen. So here you have it. Talking about our mission, it should be an effective institution implementing the policy in the field of tourism. And in 10 years, we would like to see Ukraine an attractive tourist area, the center for professional conferences and cultural events. This is our goals for the period of 2020-2024. I hope you can see my screen and you see that the goals can be divided into several parts. One part is about marketing, another part is about development of tourist infrastructure, innovation, service area, and education. And there is one more part that is about increasing efficiency of management in the field of tourism and improvement of regulations. Talking about this year, 2021, we first of all try to establish some regulations to change some outdated laws that we have now. Also, we try to work on strategic planning, monitoring, and evaluation of the initiatives we have had and we are going to have. We also try to plan the tourist routes and their marketing. This slide shows the more narrow tasks we are faced with. Development of inbound tourism is one of our priorities. We are also a regulating body. We try to update our registers. We try to improve our legal regulations, improve cooperation with the central authorities, and establishment of tourist register. When we talk about tourist information network and infrastructure around tourist objects, for us, when we come back to the history of our tourist agency, so we started working as a body, as an agency in June, and it took us some time to hire the members of our team to bring in order all the documents. So since June, our primary project has been the promo campaign Travel Around Ukraine. At the same time, we are established the project of the so-called tourist magnets of Ukraine, and the combination of marketing and promoting already existing opportunities, which was an important part of the state, were aimed at improving this situation in the field of tourism. You are talking about promotion. What are the platforms of promotion you are talking about? How do you promote these tourist magnets you are talking about, in particular in the Transcarpathian tourist region? As a potential tourist, how can I find the information about it without special search? What should I do in order to be willing to go to the Transcarpathian region? When we talk about the project Travel Around Ukraine, this was the project with zero budget. We didn't have any state funding, but there were lots of partners. And this is a unique case because the campaign with zero budget from the very beginning turned out to be successful and was actually noticed by the stakeholders here in Ukraine. The idea was suggested by Andrei Fedorev, and there were several variants, what we can do and how we can do, taking into account that tourism is in bad condition. So we produced a hashtag, Travel All Around Ukraine, and we talked to 100 opinion leaders. They were stars, just famous people with lots of subscribers in social media who produced the so-called manifesto, and they stated, dear friends, this year we can participate in a challenge, Travel Around Ukraine. Let's get inspired with our country. Let's open our country for ourselves and for each other. And let's share the places that inspire us. So the hashtag actually had 14,000 posts in Instagram. Now the figure is about 100,000, and for several months the figures are growing in geometric progression. We also have millions of posts in TikTok, YouTube, I mean, on the basis of the hashtag. So Ukrainians themselves produced this user-generated content. And for us, it was an important tool. We would like, yeah, we do discuss Ukraine in general, but we would like to focus on Transcarpathian region. What is the part Transcarpathia has in this promotion? Does the agency have any special emphasis or put any special emphasis on the Transcarpathian region? Is it a special direction, or it is just a part of the old Ukrainian project? This year, we have had the All Ukrainian project. As a state agency, we cannot emphasize or just highlight any special region for any specific promotion. The state has to promote the whole country for different audiences. The issue is about creating tourist products and tourist magnets that will be promoted further on. And if we talk about the campaign Travel Around Ukraine, it produced lots of opportunities for both regional tourist offices and the municipal ones. They could do promotion of their own places, of their own cities within the framework of this All Ukrainian campaign. And for example, Kherson region was one of the most active participants of the campaign. I think that really they opened their region. And what was important, how the regional authorities worked with the content created by the Ukrainians. There were photos with hashtag put by the Ukrainians who went to Kherson region, but the request was to provide lots of content from your region, from your city, from your locality. And that was the issue for the regional authority. For us, it was one of the priorities because we cannot work instead of regional authorities or municipal authorities. That's wrong. So our task was to establish or provide the regional authorities or municipal authorities with some opportunities. For example, I have some people who traveled to Kherson region, to the so-called Pink Lakes and some other locations. And the key issue was the logistics, the roads, all the stuff, the infrastructure. So when you establish or set up these tourist magnets that require promotion in Zakarpattia, whether the agency communicates with local authorities in order to somehow popularize these magnets. For example, the state agency makes them famous and well-known and recognizable, while the local authorities participates in terms of infrastructure. For example, a person goes to Berehova after seeing a promo video about it, to the thermal spas, but when a person goes there, the car road is awful, and after coming back, a person states, well, I'm not going to go there, I do not recommend the place because of the roads. Yeah, this will be the continuation of the campaign. We do have lots of places promoted by Ukrainians themselves. These were just places where people took photo, placed this photo in the net, and left the place. We understood that it's important to organize the comprehensive projects on this tourist product. And within the frameworks of our budgeting for 2021, and the budget actually allocated us about 200 million hryvnias for the tourist potential, and we do hope that probably the figure will be even higher. We try to talk to the deputies about it. We just try to state that the higher the sum, the higher the budget, the more we'll be going to do. And we are going to spend this money on the so-called tourist magnets. When on the basis of the well-known routes, we are going to organize the competition for the projects submitted by regional authorities and communities in order to fund the infrastructure from our budget. I'm talking about basic infrastructure to make these tourist magnets more accessible. Also, we have been working with the railroads and with the car roads officers regarding the regional roads. And also, we cooperate with the Ukrainian Cultural Fund to set some priorities and to ensure support to those routes for which we take a comprehensive approach from the viewpoint of promotion and infrastructure. As Ukraine is a big country, but on the other hand, we are limited in terms of resources, our task is to localize it in those places which can be transformed in great and super products. We have communicated with the Lviv Business School, and for our plan is to organize a training program for the teams involved in some projects. We want people to be educated how they can prepare the project and how they can implement the project. And by organizing such a comprehensive approach, we shall get some effective results. If we do some small-scale actions, probably we are not going to achieve a lot. Thank you, Mariana. I would like to give the floor to Bogdan Logvinenko, who is the founder of a great project called Ukraine. I think that you have done a lot to promote inbound tourism or internal tourism, particularly when we talk about the Transcarpathian region and Transcarpathian tourist attractions. What is your opinion? How effective is the state promotion, and what can be said about the so-called private initiative, the social media, YouTube, so the format you are involved? How the situation can be improved in the Transcarpathian region in the nearest future? I cannot evaluate or assess the state policy because the very state agency was established not long time ago, and I think that probably the result that will be seen could be discussed in several years. The project implemented this year, Travel Around Ukraine, in my opinion, is successful. But what I would like to talk about is something that has already been mentioned by Fedor Shandor. He if to paraphrase him, he stated Transcarpathian region for people living in Transcarpathian under conditions of this internal lockdown. I think that it's a unique chance for us to think about the country, about the region we live in, about our community, our village, and to understand and highlight the stories of the places which are important for us. We actually take a number of stories in every region and we try to make them public. We translate them into several languages. We try to make them meaningful, interesting, and visible, also among the local population. And in my opinion, the best way to develop tourism is transforming the local stories into local brands. And I think the two ways we can do it is number one, investments, number two, making them public, making them known. We want the local people to understand what the story is about, what this region is about, what kind of environment they live in, where they live in every day, what is their everyday story. And we have lots of interesting stories from the Transcarpathian region for which it is important to be known, to be made public. And very often it is not the case, particularly when we are talking about the local level. So on our part, practically after every publication, we see the response on the part of the local population. And in the majority of cases, we open something new for the people who live here. And we understand that we do not have to directly come to the place and to be present in the very place. I will probably interfere here. When I'm talking about myself, I have heard about tea house Surya in Himba mountain, but well, I have heard about it, but so far I didn't go there. But I really was willing to go there after I watched a video in YouTube in your channel. The video really was so much inspiring that I remember that desire to go there and feel this atmosphere. So really, this emotional element will be important for the local tourists. I think that it makes your trip or your journey meaningful. The project Travel Around Ukraine is really about emotions, about instant stories, about such projects as Ukraine are about. There are lots of projects devoted to Ukraine, but we are emphasizing the point of making it meaningful. It's not just about making photos of something, but about your understanding what this place is about. And the chance we have now, due to lockdown, means that we can become ambassadors of our own regions and of our Ukraine. Now we have a chance to see our country, to understand what our country is about, what are interesting stories, and we can spread these stories both inside the country and on the international level.
Які б акценти ви робили, наприклад?
What would be in the focus of your attention if you spoke about tourists? So would it be a foreign tourist or the Carpattia region tourist or Ukrainian tourist? And we are speaking about the times after the COVID. So what should be the direction for development? Because you can see some responses to your Ukrainian language version, to translated versions. So, what is the response of people, not just from Ukraine, but from abroad, to the Zakarpattia region and to the materials which you publish about this region? Well, we can see a great interest in our foreign language stories about national communities. And of course, it's clear that the national community of Austrians will read versions in German. We don't have the Slovak version, but we have the Czech version. We have a story about Slovaks in the Czech version. Well, the fact that here in the territory of the Carpattia region we do have such a high concentration of different national communities enables us to build bridges between countries. And I do realize that what we have now is tourists to the Carpattia region. These are tourists for Hungarian groups, which mainly go to Hungarian sites. But I'm really sure that it's important for us to add some value, to add some Ukrainian sites to these tours, just to lighten up the places, the sites, which could be of interest for foreigners from different parts of the world, but to build them via such cultural bridges. Do you think that we need to make the end user and tourist interested who is going on a Hungarian site tour? The sites of Hungarian fame and glory? Is it specifically for Hungarian tourists, or should these sites be of interest for every individual and for the companies that are organizing such trips and tours? For both, for both. So should it be the tourist that would demand from the company, please take me there, or should the company make such an offer and would be interested in expanding its offer? Well, if we transform local histories and local stories into brands, so both tourists and companies are going to be interested in this. Just, quite often both tourists and companies don't know about such added value, about such additional opportunities available in the region. Okay, clear. And now I would like to go over, we will get back to this issue, but I would like to give the floor for some comments and remarks to Andrei Hudo, since he's the co-founder of the Holding of Emotions Fest. And also, at his example, at my example, I can tell you that my first tourist trips to Lviv, not business, but tourist trips to Lviv, were somehow linked to their network of institutions which are included into Emotion Fest. So for this trip, not to be just a tour of architectural sites, but kind of a combination of the fast for your stomach with emotions. So why is Lviv a success in this respect, and why do we not have this in the Carpattia region? Is it just in Uzhhorod we didn't have Andrei Hudo, or was it any other reason for this? And how do we mirror this in the Zakarpattia region? How do we replicate it here for people to go not just to have some food, some cuisine, but to have some emotions in such sort of institutions to combine these things?
Як ви в масках говорите, вітання всім.
Actually, I cannot talk in the mask, so I will remove it. Well, you know, to have a shot, you probably need some factors which would be triggers and some unity. And at some point of time in Lviv, when me and my partners got united around the idea to create some unique conceptual authors restaurants, we started adding both the team, human resource, and investment resource, and we started looking for innovations. Innovations in the restaurant business, which we found at the crossroads of the industries. So beside the classical restaurants, which we had many in the museum, in the market, we also added up the museum component, the theater component, as a different industry. And this idea became interactive, live, and it was a real shot. And the response came from our guests because they came to Kryivka, to our first project, and they started voting with their money for our doing the right thing. And then our task was to accelerate the pace of our development. Again, to take some local legends, myth, to add some vision, our own vision to it, and to launch quick projects. Then the evolution moved to their food products. We started arranging mono food products. It's like a liquor, special liquor restaurant. And I think that in the Zakarpattia region, you have many myths and legends and good products, cool products, which we actually tasted yesterday, wine and cheese. So that is on offer. I would agree with my colleague who said that we need to lighten it up, to show it to people, because the shot in our case was triggered by the fact that all TV channels in Ukraine and even in Russia, Poland, when I speak about Kryivka, this first project, and then there was even some global information on global TV channels, and we got actually free of charge media coverage, and that was the media coverage for millions of people. So that is how you can actually reach this media coverage. Well, Tesla and Apple can do this because they have cool products, and you, a local entrepreneur, actually, well, it's difficult for you to do this. But this must be either some political topic, like we had a series of beers in our theater Pravda about Trump, Obama, so something of interest for media. Or we made some experiments with chocolate, and then, you know, media channels were interested in this, and they provided you media coverage on a free of charge basis, and people came coming to us. And when you produce some beer, you cannot even do such an amount, prepare such an amount of beer because you didn't expect such a demand. And this demand came as a result of media coverage. I mean that in the Zakarpattia region you have a lot of things which really should be lit up with a provocative component or not. The way it happened in Masaho Kryivka, well, from our experience, it works. Of course, you should feel where the threshold is, but it should be on the verge because then people are interested. Just open our media and there is total provocation there. Like journalists say SSS, scandal, sensation. So I also think that it's of importance not only for Lviv region or for Zakarpattia region to have some synergy with other regions, because I will probably opposed to one of our colleagues. So we take Lviv, which is larger than Uzhhorod. We have 2.5 million tourists in Lviv, and the market is increasing several times. That is the gastronomical services, hotel services, market. And if we just worked for Lviv and Lviv region, definitely there would be too many restaurants for local residents. It becomes not interesting from the point of view of investment attractiveness and your self-fulfillment. I mean that we need synergy, and our task is to invite a guest to the west of Ukraine, uh, to have it in the form of West Coast between Lviv and Zakarpattia. But could local tourists spend so much? Well, of course, foreign investors provide more money. People from Kyiv, from Odessa, from Dnipro, they spend more money when they stay on their tourist visit to Western Ukraine. But I'm going to finish with my idea. For this West Coast, we need to invite tourists from the east of Ukraine, from other areas of Ukraine, and we should give some special offers for him to stay 1 day longer, 2 days longer. Go to Bukoval, go to Zakarpattia, to Kosovo, to thermal waters, and each day gives added value and some money that is going to be the revenue of our region. This sort of comprehensive offer, this sort of synergy would be more attractive, would give more profit for us. As far as I remember, if Mariana is still here with us, it was the state agency that um, made an offer, or actually suggested that we should combine itineraries from Lviv region and the Zakarpattia region, maybe part of Ivano-Frankivsk region. It's kind of Western Ukrainian circle. So what do you think? Will such a project be a success? Well, I travel a lot. Let's take the Alps. The Alps have their soul in them, but there is the Italian part, and they are very hospitable people. But actually, the Carpathians are no worse in terms of beauty and activities. But there they have good access for transport. There is a very good offer, and we actually do need the roads. We need the airport in Uzhhorod, because our airport in Lviv attracted very many people, and both people were coming to Lviv, and we started moving abroad more. So this is cultural exchange. We can bring in some new ideas if we travel. And there is one more trend in place if we speak about tourism. I think that since we have a lockdown, we need to think about some innovations, and we may invite people to work with us on a remote basis. I mean, work with us and to live on a cheaper basis than in the US or UK, in Germany, and work remotely. Just provide good internet, stay in Ukraine, and leave your money in Ukraine. Well, the way IT guys work for Thailand, Cambodia, for Asian countries, also to be staying there and to work on the remote basis. Yeah, but hospitality is our strength, the strength of Ukraine, and we are not using it to the full. We also need to show it and make people touch it. When foreigners come to Lviv, they see all this atmosphere, they're really impressed, and they of course share this information to their colleagues, because they say that, okay, these are good conceptual restaurants there, people are welcoming. It's like in Georgia, hospitality is a separate brand. Yeah, I think it has been not worked with enough in terms of media. First of all, this is all about your offer and development of creative offers. Media promotion, media coverage, inviting people to touch it, and they will make their conclusion on their own, whether it's cool or not. And well, the colleague made a book in Ukrainian, Ukrainer. My partner opened the book and went along the itineraries where Bogdan had been traveling. And that is good. It's a real example that it works. Well, that could be an emotional tour. I mean, you don't need to do the planning of the itinerary when the itinerary is already there for you. You're just going along the places other person visited because you trust this person. So if we speak about having some rest and leisure time and family time in Zakarpattia region, I would now give the floor to Serhiy Ovcharov, who is a specialist in mountain skiing resorts, and he will tell you about such resorts in the region, and how we could further develop this direction. Serhiy, so we have Bukovel, this is Ivano-Frankivsk region, and as far as the Zakarpattia region is concerned, of course, we don't have that many resorts because a small part of Ukraine of Zakarpattia residents go to Zakarpattia resorts before the lockdown and after the lockdown. This is going to be mostly Bukovel or Jasna in Slovakia or Zakopane in Poland. So what do we do? How do we attract local tourists and Ukrainian tourists in general to Zakarpattia region ski resorts? How do we develop this direction? Well, thank you for the question. I would ask my colleagues to put this presentation on the screen for my presentation to be exhaustive and to be based on figures. Thank you. You can understand that now in Ukraine we have about 56 ski resorts, functioning ski resorts, and over the last decade in the Zakarpattia region there have been in operation about 46 locations like this. To compare, you may have a look at this data in the Slovak Republic, which is smaller in size. The number of resorts was 91, while in Austria it was 254.
В нашій області, яка
Why is it that in our region, which is the most distant from the center of our country and with the population of 300 of Slovakia, we had such a number of ski resorts? So the information from the inside. In Slovakia, we have 547 places which have to do with ski resorts, while in Ukraine it is much smaller. Why in Ukraine the percentage of people who go to ski resorts is 2.5%, while in Slovakia and Austria they are much higher? Why Senyak, Plishka, Vizhnyatyno, Yasenya, Uzhok are known only to the senior generation? Why in Drahobrat, which is the highest ski resort of Ukraine, which is the heaven for free ride, you cannot go buy your car? Let's try to give answers to those questions and let's try to generalize the information. Ski resort is high in the mountains with natural snow. It's only about ski for physically developed people. Ski resort is a traumatic leisure type and it's very expensive. I'd like to tell you about the vision of the perception of the owners of ski resorts of their guests. The first category is experienced skiers who come with their inventory, who don't use the services of the higher point. They don't use the service of instructors. They have their subscription fees at high discounts in advance, and they use its subscription fee to the full, and they even sell it at the end. So that is not a pleasant situation because they even come with their sandwiches. They don't attend any gastronomic institution. So this is one-day tourists. Right, they just come and they have their sandwiches and leave in the evening, yeah, and resell their subscription card, and that's all. And they come in the season of discounts. And there is another category, it's families and new people who take the inventory at the location, who use the services of instructors, who use the subscription cards in the high season at the full cost on site. They are not demanding as far as the quality of ski routes is concerned and the chairlift speed is concerned. They just need good, safe routes. Safety is extremely important.
селфі, і вони
and they keep promoting us further on among their friends and relatives. So there is a success story in the second category, which is located at 300 meters from here. And Joseph Jubashi, our business partner, who didn't get a visa for working in the US, and he was forced to stay in his village, Belkotachanska, and he was forced to do some business. He didn't actually want to do sheep breeding as everybody was doing, and therefore he leveled up their ski mountain for 300 meters, bought the first
Його сім'я керує
gun, powder gun, and now his family has a ski resort with 9 chairlifts and 19 kilometers of routes. So in Bukoval, it has not been achieved. There are 9 kilometers of routes, and all the routes are profiled for parallel mountains for family leisure time. And this is the resort, which has a good thermal aqua park, a good hotel facility, and the guarantee is 100 days of snow. If the guest comes, and there is no snow, the guest will be staying there on a free of charge basis. But the point is that the snow is provided for 3 nights in the row, and at a specific temperature, which we normally have at the end of autumn.
It has a multiplicity effect within the radius of 15 kilometers. Now there are about 30 ski resorts close to this village. As my colleagues have stated, there is a good synergy between these resorts. There is the unified Tatra ski pass, and they assist each other in terms of developing. We have another example when we have several chairlifts. They are separate businesses, and for example, they do not have any synergy between them. You can see it in our Pilipet ski resort. It is the mountain resort, very good climate conditions, and when all the other resorts start closing, we open. Every lift requires separate pass, and if it is broken or doesn't function, you have to buy another one. We have 2 chair lifts, and all the other are drag lifts. And for you to understand, drag lifts are either very high in the mountains or they are not popular anymore. The cost is approximately similar to Zakarpattia. No accent at all for family holiday. So village Polyana, famous for its mineral water, Polyana Kvasova. The beginning of the season was on the 5th of December. People were offered a tour, and the colleague has already mentioned this story, where the guests were given an offer, all-inclusive offer, accommodation, food, tubbing, sledge park, ski park very close to the hotel, and you can visit the thermal spas in Berehova in the form of baths, and also there is another package. It means that everything is included into one package, and the person is not interested in any organizational issues. You buy a tour for 3 or 5 days, and just you have everything you want. Yes, emotions is the key point. People buy it or book it online. What makes people buy it, particularly those who go there for the first time? Be it recommendations of the opinion leaders or friends, or people just see it. So how do you manage to sell this 3 or 5 day tour? Everything works. Sometimes you can hear ideas that, well, we have chosen this particular tour because there is the list. There are lots of similar services, but we have friends who go there for the 5th year running. And for example, the parents go on a gastro tour, and there is a special person who is just trying to entertain their children. And moreover, they are almost all the time sure that there will be some snow. Well, we give guarantee for the snow 100 days, and it doesn't depend on the weather at all. So once again, we have mentioned it, that the snow should be the basis for the mountain ski resort and not the whim of the weather. Do we need big resorts? Yes, we need them, but in order to build them, we need some time and huge amount of money. Now we have a chance to restore the list of available ski bases that were present in our region. There should be unified ski paths for different ski resorts for the guests to go to different levels of complexity. Today they have flat routes, tomorrow they go to some more difficult ones. The guests should have chances to travel around the locality and not to think how and where to book transportation. We encourage the partners to think about the target audience, such as kids and families. Moreover, we have to provide guarantees of safety. It means we should have unified standards for building these ski resorts. We have to guarantee 100 days of snow, and we encourage you to join the social program that has been operating for many years. This is the social program Active Winter, when kids can go to the tubing park free of charge. And I would like to state that the presence of the tubing park or the ski school has great multiplicity effect. Our experience has shown that when we launched it with good snow guarantee, all the hotels were occupied. The increase in occupancy rate was about 20–30%. It allows us to give good salaries to the staff working there and to pay them throughout the year. When we talk about ski pass, unified ski pass, or unified ticket for all the resorts, how much real is it? We know that every entrepreneur has his or her own ambitions, and the common idea is, okay, I'm not going to allow people to use my ski pass for the other ski resorts because they will go to somebody else and not to me. How real it is to achieve the level of synergy between the entrepreneurs? Well, we have our personal example. We have launched it, and it has been working for 2 years. We have our own ski pass and free of charge ski bus. It requires time. We have had the dialogue with the business representatives in Pilipets. I gave them the same question, why don't you have a unified ski pass? And I was given the answer, well, I'm the biggest one, people go to me. Do you have queues? Yes, I have queues. Are people dissatisfied? Yes, they are dissatisfied. Well, probably you should do this unified ski pass, and then there will be no queues and everybody will be satisfied, and even more people will go to your ski resort. I would like to come back to Andrei Hodor. We have a good example of Budapest or any other city. You go there, you buy a tourist card for 2 days, for 5 days, for 10 days, and you are given a system of discounts in a number of localities, restaurants, cafes, museums, different commercial facilities. Do we have something similar in Lviv? If you have it, how do you manage to achieve this synergy? And if the system does not exist, are you thinking about it? We have our own tourist card. It is called Just Lviv, and we even give the maps with special recommendations where to go. It allows you to accumulate buffoons in our network and spend them in our network. For example, in Lviv, we planned to launch this city card, and it was launched, but it is actually more about museums. When we talk about specific examples, so for example, there was an event, Craft and Vinyl. We invited all the craft beer makers of Ukraine, and we sold it as a festival, as an event. So you can live in Fest Hotel, you can go to our restaurants and have some dinner, you can go on excursions, and also you can visit the program in Fest Republic, Craft and Vinyl. It was a package proposal. So you state that you have your own card, while there is a separate city card for the museums. But I, as a tourist, would like to have just one card and to know that I have discount both for the museums and for the other facilities. So is it possible to have this synergy with the broad circles of entrepreneurs? In Europe, this is like that. Um, do you hear me? Lviv city card is similar to the cards that are present in different European cities. Now, Lviv is the only city that has it, and it includes entrance to the museums, some museums, the majority of the most popular ones. The only network that is not part of it is the Lviv Art Gallery, but I hope it's just a matter of time. It's the matter of negotiations. Uh, Also, it includes fare for the transport, tram, and trolley buses. So when the electronic ticket will be introduced, it will be part of it. And also the card includes lots of restaurants, but as Fest was the first to launch their own card, so it covers their restaurants, while Lviv City Card includes some other restaurants. Why are you talking to the Fest Republic, Fest Holding, about having a unified card? Well, in Transcarpathian region, we do not have these cards at all. So probably we should still follow the ideal example when there is just one card in the city. Yes, I think it's possible. We have Yulia Stefanyuk, who is our partner in tourist business. Probably she was the one who did negotiations with you. So, have you ever discussed this idea of unifying the card? Well, probably it was discussed, but I do not have the information right now. I have to study the question a bit deeper, but I think it's possible. Thank you very much, Mariana. We have just a couple of minutes, probably very brief summary of our panel. Andrei, probably we shall start with you. Please summarize what can be done in the Transcarpathian region to repeat, to replicate Lviv example. Do we need special conditions for this energy? Probably, first of all, we have to communicate, we have to share experience, we have to come up with some joint projects. And this creative process will probably produce some package offers. I am for communication. If we go one level up, and it has been discussed in previous panels, it means you should have good logistics, for example, the airport, the roads. There should be more complexes and resorts like this. This one we are in now is one of the best. Yes, I do agree with my colleague. Lots of things have already been made, but we have to join lots of things. Transcarpathian region has good thermal resorts. They go in line. They make good combination with ski resorts. And you should think about target audience. Should we promote already existing objects, or should we concentrate on establishing and creating new facilities? It should be done in parallel, but there should be new products created on the basis of the already existing infrastructure. Bogdan, what is your opinion? I would probably say that we have to add values to already existing objects or facilities, to give them emotions, to make people think what they already have in the region. And if we talk about the authorities, One of the ideas was that the amalgamated territorial community or the local authorities have to make some tours. It doesn't have to do it. They have to ensure interaction between the already existing tourist objects for the players of the tourist industry to establish these connections. It seems to me that if we have some good things, be they natural or be they artificial, man-made, the task of the local authorities is to create infrastructure, and everything will be created around them itself. The object, the facilities will develop independently. Let's take an example of Lumshor. The moment good road was made, you want to go there even from Uzhhorod, because you already do not think how to get there and whether everything will be related, everything will be fine with your car. Yes, infrastructure is important, but media support is also important. What do you mean by media support? Do you mean promotion? And who should be involved in this promotion? Should the business do it itself, or probably there should be a specific support on the part of the state, be it social advertisement or be it commercials on TV and in social media, or it should be done by such organizations as yours. It should be done jointly. I mean, on the part of the state authorities, on media, business circles, these local organizations. Business should understand that business itself is also interested in these public campaigns, making something public, because it will give more benefits to the business itself. Please, could you sum up in 2 or 3 sentences what could be done now? A couple of ideas at the end. From the Soviet Union, we have lots of libraries and clubs, and the people working there are working from 9 till 6, and the primary idea is that we have good archives in our libraries, and they can become automatically information and tourist centers. We have visited 4 amalgamated territorial communities and 4 libraries, and they have perfect conditions for becoming tourist and information center. We have a chance to equip these libraries with Wi-Fi. We can add here book crossing as one of the subtypes of tourism. And in case we have the roads, we have to think where the roads lead. As lockdown is not very far, every amalgamated territorial communities should think about the parks where the residents can spend their free time. And now we are trying to finalize the program Craft Baskets of our communities. And in a year, we shall have it ready. Mariana, just 20 or 30 seconds to sum up our panel. Please, your conclusions. I think that the participants have already summarized. It's very difficult to add something. But here I would probably agree with Bogdan that we should do it in parallel. I mean, promotion and logistics, promotion and infrastructure. It should be a comprehensive approach to the development of tourism industry. Thank you. Our panel was about Transcarpathian tourism in the forum Reopen Zakarpattia. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, dear moderator, for such a great discussion, which is very important for Transcarpathian region. And right now we are going to talk about culture and multiculturalism, how to make your weakness an advantage. We have star participants of our panel, and we do hope that we shall be able to find new solutions and new ideas. It is my great pleasure to invite here the moderator of the panel, the writer Andriy Lubka.
So today we're starting our street third panel, culture and multiculturalism. How do we transform diversity from a weak point to the advantage?
Доброго дня. Сьогодні ми розпочинаємо нашу третю панель.
So today we start our third panel within the Reopen Zakarpattia Forum of Idea and Solutions. So the title is Culture and Multiculturalism. How do we make diversity from a weak point into the advantage? And it's already a great breakthrough that in such times we have gathered so many people, so many experts for this discussion about Zakarpattia. And it's my pleasure to invite here Andriy Burkov, who is a writer, president of Ukrainian Pen Club. Olesa Drashkaba, an artist, curator, creative strategist from Zakarpattia, from Uzhhorod, Vahtan Kipiani, journalist, editor-in-chief of Historical Pravda, Truth, and a writer whose latest book is a real sensation.
Промотору цієї книжки основному. Запрошую Богдана Логвиненка.
The promoter of this direction. Bogdan Logvinenko, who is on our panel all the time, the founder of Ukrainer, and Petro Medyanka, who is in a way an embodiment of multiculturalism in Zakarpattia region, the most well-known poet, laureate of Shevchenko Prize. You're welcome. And while Petro is coming, I'd like to say that our panel, as it seems to me, is one of the most complicated panels for discussion during the forum because of its topic. Because, you know, multiculturalism, when someone sees multiculturalism as a topic, he starts yawning. It's a very boring topic, trivial one. Only some trivial things can be said about it. You can only praise and say that Zakarpattia region is the multicultural heaven. And my task as one of the organizers and the facilitator of this panel, you know, I've been writing texts for half a year in Varosh edition, where I tried not that much to dispel the myths about the Zakarpattia region, but to have a look at them at a different angle and to ask some uncomfortable questions. And if you look even at the title of the panel, Culture and Multiculturalism, how do we transform diversity from a weak point into an advantage? Why weak point? Who thinks it is a weakness? And also, within this topic, we decided to differentiate between culture and multiculturalism, speak about this as about two different things. And my first question is very simple. Each of you has in some way something to do with Zakarpattia. And could you please tell, what is Zakarpattia multiculturalism for you? What is the embodiment of it? How did you get acquainted with it? These could be some basic stereotypical even things for us to have the starting point. And I would like to start with Andriy Kurkov.
Добрий день. Ну, я
Good afternoon. You know, I'm a frequent guest in the Zakarpattia region, and I've been conducting several projects here. And Andriy Lubka participated in one of these projects, by the way. And this project was aimed at, on the one hand, promoting open society discussion, and on the other hand, showing how diverse this society is and how segmented it is by ethnical characteristics. Probably I know a little bit more about the life of Zakarpattia Hungarians than about the life of Zakarpattia Romanians and Slovaks, but that is really a great opportunity. Availability of those minorities is a great opportunity to make in Zakarpattia region a kind of an America. Everybody in Ukraine would be willing to discover for themselves. For me, there are two interesting regions. This is Zakarpattia and Bessarabia. In Zakarpattia, we have more manifestation of ethnic minorities, though they are more closed than in Bessarabia. But at the same time, it would be good if here we had more striving for organization of this fest, for it to become the all-Ukrainian fest. For me, Zakarpattia multiculturalism is not a problem, it's not a challenge, but this stands for unused opportunities. Thank you. The same question to Bogdan Lohavanenko, who deals with promotion of multiculturalism in Ukraine. And, you know, Zakarpattia region is one of the, on the one hand, success stories in this respect, and on the other hand, what is your vision of this multiculturalism? Is it a weak point or is it an advantage? Where is the border?
Для мене вона
For me, definitely that is an advantage, but I do agree with Andrei Kurkov, because we can speak about multiculturalism as about unused or not yet used opportunities. I would rephrase it that way. Because it seems to me that all national communities living in the Zakarpattia region and generally in Ukraine now have absolutely new opportunities which they themselves hadn't explored as yet and haven't realized, because it was only recently that they got the chance to have an official duty, an official opportunity to learn in the language, to support their cultural traditions, to publish their books in their languages. In the Soviet Union, we all, including Ukrainians, were the national minority.
фактично всі національні спільноти.
And in fact, all national communities preserved their traditional culture in the inside, in some closed circle, but now they have an opportunity to make it wider, to put it to the outside and to create their platform for dialogue between national minorities. And what we are doing is, again, getting back to our first previous panel, we have to lighten up specific stories of specific national minorities that are trying to create this platform for dialogue. Thank you. And the question to Olesa Drashkaba, who is an artist, curator, and she has been dealing and still keeps dealing with large-scale projects and promotion of Ukrainian art, culture, ethnic culture abroad and in Ukraine. But she was born in Rakhiv and she lives in Uzhhorod, and during the quarantine she has got back to her native land from Kyiv. So what do you think? This multiculturalism in routine life, is it present here or not? Well, definitely it is present. I would just like to add something to the topic which you have phrased. It seems to be like verses to transform something into, but you know, versus multiculturalism, there will be monoculturalism. So we can speak about monoculturalism and multiculturalism. So monoculturalism could be a disadvantage. But we tend to forget that culture is a very combined modification. And the people that has got the so-called floating self-identification would have multiculturalism as a threat posed to it. But the people who has a very strong self-identification, self-identity, for such people, monoculturalism would be an advantage. And since I have a very clear self-identification, for me, it's an advantage. In particular, as for the artist, because I can use the different legends, myths, ornaments, colors, archetypes in my creativity. For me, as a citizen, it's also an advantage. So we need to have a look at this from the point of view of the Zakarpattia region. What people has their weakest self-identification here? It may happen that this people is not a minority here, and that will be a threat for these people. The other point is culture and lack of culture. Because if a person doesn't know anything about his or her culture, is not immersed into his or her culture, does not analyze his or her culture, then we don't say that it is a multicultural person, but this is a person with lack of culture. And then there appears a point we can trace in Zakarpattia and throughout Ukraine. This is the so-called intellectual arrogance, what Ivan Samasuk calls non-causality people. when there appear some radical thoughts which are not based on any single fact, like we are like this and you are not like this. This is wrong, this is right. And normally, when we have a very poor level of culture, these ideas normally become more categorical. That's why it seems to me that if we need to speak today through the prism of this culture and multiculturalism, we need to speak about the development of culture and about this multiculturalism as the result of power, sound, self-identification, understanding of your culture, and then there will be a very good mix of it, and this is going to be really an advantage. Thank you. My question to Vertang. Yesterday during the discussion, I got interested, or rather intrigued by your words, that a person comes to the Zakarpattia region and sees that here is their monument reconstructed by Hungarians. Here we have some examples of Romanian traditional culture. In Uzhhorod, we have the church of Russian emigres. And you as a media man, as a person following the mood in the society, in the process, taking part in different parts of Ukraine, in particular historical, political events, which is a part of the culture and self-identity. What do you think? These talks about multiculturalism and generally multiculturalism in the Zakarpattia region, isn't it a threat
Чи вони не випирають українську культуру із Закарпаття?
for the Ukrainian culture in the Zakarpattia region? Maybe multiculturalism stands for the promotion of other cultures. Thank you. And three, I will object that I'm a writer because we have a real writer, Medyanka Kurkom, Lyubka, so I'm not a writer. I'm really a media man, but not a writer. I'm a book publisher. Concerning the answer to your question, well, first of all, multiculturalism is state policy. It's not just that people live, they have their own culture, and let's get interested in this culture. In the countries where this policy was in place, that was the policy from the top. Let's take Canada, which is a sample of such policy. Not so recently, in 1971, at the meeting of the Congress of Ukrainians in Canada, the then Prime Minister claimed that we would start implementing this sort of policy to preserve variety, diversity, for not for all Canadians to be the same. So in Ukraine, this would mean that Ukraine is an independent country that will keep developing, but we don't want all Ukrainians in 100 years to be the same and unique. And we see the way Canada sees it as our strength, that we are not just having this melting pot. Yes, you are Canadians, which means you are Ukrainians, but at the same time, you're Hungarians, Slovaks, Romanians, Roma, Russians, and so on and so forth, to the extent to which the community wants it to be that way. And then state policy tries to lighten up these sites and to create opportunities for the communities that can promote their culture. And we mean here this, not the second passport, not the exceptional right to use their language in all the fields of their life, not about this. The state policy still aims to make citizens of one country. We're not the educational center for the people from Hungary, like we teach them at school someday and they go to work there. It's not like that. It shouldn't be like that. And we're not the basis for these people becoming tomorrow labor migrants to other distant lands. No, we're creating the community of people who will keep working for this land in the future. And the most important thing is to keep all those fragments of diversity. We often claim that Ukraine is a polycultural, multinational country, but according to the European norms, we're not. But some regions of Ukraine are like this, like Odessa region, as Andrei has mentioned, Bujak, Bessarabia, definitely because each village belongs to a different culture. Albanian, Bulgarian, Moldovan, Romanian. Sometimes these are different villages, though they are at the distance of several kilometers. Russian village, Libovano, which is not clear whether they are Russians or not, and Ukrainian villages. And to sum up this short remark, I would like to say that definitely it is important that we don't pour out Ukrainian culture because it's rooted here. It was not an imposed culture, though frequently I hear this phrase from people in Zakarpattia, even from Ukrainian-speaking people, that carriers of Ukrainian culture are the people who have come here from Lviv or from other parts. No, we do have a layer of Ukrainian or used to be Russian culture. So lightening up coverage of this culture, its development in terms of cuisine, politics, history, literature is important. For example, a book has been published in Hutzul dialect, in Hutzul vernacular. I think that such examples could be also published in Zakarpattia to show what the Russian language was like. So it seems to me that here we have a room for work for everyone, but we should not forget that the substrate on which it's all based is Ukraine. That needs to be kept and followed. So when we speak about the development of Hungarian or Slovak policy, I think that the Ukrainian state is not doing enough, and that's why Hungary started doing this with us, and this is becoming the element of political pressure. So we should do it for ourselves, and that would be an advantage. But if somebody wants to live abroad, can go abroad, but the people staying here will be Ukrainians of such and such origin, and they will keep working for the Ukrainian community.
Петра Мідянки.
My question to Petro Medyanka is as follows. He's not just a poet from Zakarpattia region, the most famous poet. This is the person who is one of the pillars, the builders of the Zakarpattia regional myth about diversity, in whose poetical speech this multicultural diversity exists. These poems are rich in different language, lexims, toponyms, and when we read Medyanka, we actually feel the spirit of the Zakarpattia region. And Petro played a very important role in the 90s and the beginning of the 2000s, when in his texts, in his essays, and his interview, he spoke not just about multiculturalism in the Zakarpattia region, but he also mentioned that Zakarpattia in this multiculturalism is a part of the Central Eastern context. And in this sense, the Zakarpattia region is a pillar in the center of Europe. But he has a very interesting fate because he lives in a mountainous, remote village. And I would like to ask you, what about routine life, daily life at some remote areas far from cultural institutions? How is this multiculturalism manifested, and how in Shirokий Lug in Tyachev region can you trace some Central European trends?
It is known that Transcarpathian is a region where we have lots of ethnic groups, and at the same time it is the region where for many centuries we have had lots of cultural, ethnic formations and regimes. There was Austro-Hungarian Empire. After it, there was Democratic Czech and Slovak Republic. Then there was the Hungarian regime that deported the Jewish people, which was made about a serious percentage of population at the beginning of the 20th century. And definitely all these things influenced the life of local population. We talk about trends to private ownership. It was impossible to touch something else. Everybody wanted to have something of their own. Also, the homemade things were very popular. So different parts of the region had its own elements of clothes, etc. And we really have the Ukrainian population in the Transcarpathian region. But at the same time, this population is to some extent isolated. First of all, we talk about geographic locations. We talk about lack of logistic infrastructure. There was railroads built from Yesenia to Uzhhorod, and one Czech and Slovak population was interested in Transcarpathian region. They were really trying to concentrate on some remote areas, while Hutzul people who lived in Yesenia were just posing for Czech and Slovak photographers, etc. But we still feel the stamp and the impression of those different regimes. The young people are more globalized. I see it on the basis of school, because I have been teaching in school for many years. We now see that young people speak better literary language, and they do not already use some 20 or 30% of purely Transcarpathian dialects or dialectal words. They use more are the English language borrowings, so they are more modernized. Definitely, we have lots of migration, labor migrants. Shiroký Luh is the village where we have lots of labor migrants. There are lots of people who actually work in the Czech Republic or Slovak Republic. They bring their families there, and they probably will not be integrated into the Czech culture or Czech culture, but their children who were already born in the Czech Republic or in Slovak Republic will be probably almost 90% integrated into that culture. And when these people come back to their native village, it's already felt that they live in a different country. Ukrainian Transcarpathian, I'm not talking about the Hungarians, the Romanians, the Roma population, the Germans. We do not have lots of Germans, actually. They left the region during the third wave of immigration. But still, Transcarpathian region has its own identity. And this is part of the national renaissance, when lots of Transcarpathian regional projects were concentrated on renewal of purely in regional language. Well, the Ukrainian population of Zakarpattia, I mean Rusini, is treated in a different way in Moscow and in Hungary. Thank you. My question is to Andrei Kurkov. Your books are published in different countries, Iran, Belgium, Switzerland, Korea. You travel a lot yourself, and you see how multiculturalism is present in different countries and different continents. Probably you have noticed that at the beginning of our panel, for some first minutes of our panel, we have mentioned for several times the national minorities. And now our discussion is more about multi-ethnicity. So does multi-ethnicity can multi-ethnicity be treated in the same way as multiculturalism? And can we state that the multiple ethnic groups of Transcarpathian region create multiculturalism? I wouldn't say that they do it, because all ethnic groups are not integrated. They can be integrated somewhere in the marketplace. It doesn't matter who buys potato from you and who has grown this potato.
Я хочу сказати, що
Culturally, that they are not present in cultural space. For example, let's take Hungarian minority. It has not been integrated. Nobody was interested in their culture, and they have established their own closed, isolated cultural space. They have their own literary festival, literary caravan, and they go with this festival to the Hungarian villages. And they think that nobody is interested in their culture, and probably it is owing to this idea they are so willing to accept Hungarian aid. They are representative of Hungarian culture there, but not representatives of Hungarian state. Should be the approach we should take towards them. So if I want to know more about Hungarian culture, I would probably go to Budapest. But I would like to study and to understand how Ukraine influenced their culture, their language, their literature. So in this respect, we do have multi-ethnicity, but probably we do not have real multiculturalism. Why I remember this story? For example, in Canada, the governor of one of the northern areas populated by Inuits is the Ukrainian person was a person of Ukrainian origin. And it means they have really this multi-ethnic state and multicultural state. But in Ukraine, we do have problems with integrating other cultures into Ukrainian culture. A question to Bogdan Lovanenko. I like your project Ukrainian for its realism, for its realistic nature. When I watch your videos, I see that they show the real life of the region, of a village, of the locality you are in. It seems to me one of our problems is that we try to praise something too much. This is the oldest street, this is the best wine, etc. We all the time state that Transcarpathian is the region where we have more than 100 nationalities. But I think that we have lots of nationalities living in different regions of Ukraine. So you try to promote diversity of Ukraine. You travel, you research, you study the provincial areas in other regions. So how do you view Transcarpathian region in this respect? Are we really unique? Does our multiculturalism has some angles that are absent in other regions, and how we can benefit from it? It's a great question. Well, striving to be unique is not a unique feature of Transcarpathian region. If we take the key myths of Kharkiv region, with with the largest square, with the first capital, being in Kharkiv, there will be some similarities of Kharkiv region with Transcarpathian region. But if we compare the national communities, because we tried to research the national communities for 2 years, and now we have about 20 stories from different regions, from Bessarabia, from Slobozhanщина, from Tavria region. And actually, we have the greatest number of stories from Transcarpathian region.
Якщо порівнювати
If we compare the national minorities all over Ukraine, it seems to me they have one common feature: insufficient understanding of values such as democracy and freedom, which is given to them by Ukraine. Andrei Kurkov was talking about the fact that these are isolated communities and they are not integrated into Ukrainian culture. We have to study why it's like that, why they don't do it. And it seems to me that it's historical memory, it's the totalitarian regimes, management of culture by the Soviet Union, by Hungary, by Romania, that Transcarpathian region was part of. So this is the way Ukrainian culture is treated, and we see the respective response to the law on language, and it was reinforced by the Russian mass media, and later it was reinforced by the national minorities. And the Soviet Union left its heritage, the joint media environment, the joint language of communication for all national minorities. And the common language of communication was the Russian language of them, not the Ukrainian one. And by staying in this media environment, by staying in this cultural field, by inheriting this Soviet legacy, we really feel this danger because we do not communicate strong enough the value of Ukrainian culture and importance of democracy and freedom provided with Ukrainian culture and provided by Ukrainian community in general. Thank you. Now my question is to Olesya. When we talk about multiculturalism, the one that we differentiate from multi-ethnicity, I like your statement, and it is included into the topic, culture and multiculturalism. Multiculturalism can be built only when we have the basic level of culture. For example, when we go to the central street of any city, be it Uzhhorod or any other city, and we ask a passerby, please tell us what is the most popular music band in Hungary, it may be called Okan Elze, or when we ask who is the best writer of Romania, or what are the most famous artists of Slovakia, any question related to the modern culture, then people in Transcarpathian region who call themselves multicultural ones do not answer these questions. The was a statement that even the stuffed fish can be silent in 7 languages. So it's probably about us. So the question to you is about the difference, culture and multiculturalism, and culture as the basic step to revealing multiculturalism, perception of multiculturalism, and interest in the other cultures. Here, I would probably refer to your previous question. We can call oneself multicultural once, but not from a single. It was not a single tourist from not from a single person in Transcarpathian region. I have heard a statement like I'm fond of Romanian music or Roma music. Everybody is listening in the taxi the Russian pop music. Whatever ethnic groups and villages you pass by in this taxi. And this is probably the biggest problems, which is unfortunately not verbalized enough. If I were in the ministry, I would probably organize a special training school for Transcarpathian taxi drivers regarding what music they should put in they should have in their taxis. We're not talking about Transcarpathian region as the only region who has this problem. I remember Fahtan Kibuladze, who stated that Ukrainians should have their mission to tell Ukrainians about Ukraine. In fact, we know very little about our country. In Transcarpathian region, in my opinion, we should start with it, and we should start from establishing certain benchmarks. Not to talk about Stefano, famous chocolatier. That's great that Uzhhorod is proud of it, but we also should talk about Ardel and Bakshay. In Khust, we can promote Khust gymnasium, Khust Lyceum, and what it meant for Ukraine. One of my relatives was the participant of this tragedy in Kosovo. So we should talk about the minority diaspora. They spend less on preservation of culture. For example, we do not probably know the modern Ukrainian artists from Canada. So more is spent on preservation of culture than on popularizing the modern one. Ukrainians can have more time and more funds for development of the modern culture. But so far, we do not even know what is happening in Transcarpathian region, how Transcarpathian region is integrated in Ukraine, how different cultures are integrated in Ukrainian culture. And probably, if you give this question, you probably would hear the answer, Chandra Peterfield lived in this or that building, because this is something that is verbalized. And it is, in my opinion, that development of culture presupposes 3 stages: preservation, emergence, and interpretation or popularization. And we, so far, even not on the first stage, and that's really disappointing. And it's a pity that we lose lots of cultural things. For example, one of our projects was about folk clothes, and very few people will be able to differentiate between Berehova clothes and Hust clothes, or will be able to state the primary difference. Though my great-grandmother had photos only in Hutul clothes. So when the photograph was taken, she just put on these Hutul clothes. Now we probably won't be able to differentiate folk music from one of the region from another region. The myths, the legends, these archetypes, the mountains. Every mountain has its own history, has its own legends, the form of the mountain. I remember traveling in the Transcarpathian region in my childhood, and I remember the stories told by my grandfather. And when we had our discussion yesterday, we just stated that people may come to Hust, but what they are going to see there, what kind of cultural issues they are going to see there. Well, Bairahava probably is known much better because everybody knows about their thermal resorts. Okay, uh, it's known about its thermal resorts, but what kind of multiculturalism is here? Vakhtang Kipiani, you're the editor-in-chief of Historical Truth, so I'll be brave enough and I will ask you about the future. I was born in Transcarpathian region. It is my super strength or super force. There is an anecdote. One Transcarpathian person is the smuggler. Two people from Transcarpathian make a construction team, and there cannot be three people together because one of them will be at least a Romanian person or a Hungarian person. Probably you won't find here lots of Slovak people. But when we talk about multi-ethnicity, with flow of time, multi-ethnicity probably is the matter of the past, is the myth related to the past. If we look at dynamics, you will see that we probably lose our national minorities. We already do not have lots of Jewish people. We practically lost the German national minority, and we, step by step, lose the Hungarian minority. Probably we already have less than the previous census has shown. And now we have representatives of national minorities who know the culture, who know the language, who probably have this double citizenship. So we have less and less people. So as an observer, as a person who does not live in this region, probably you better can interpret the situation. How would you evaluate this situation? How do you see our future? I'm not talking about multiculturalism right now. Can we still remain a multi-ethnic region? Thank you for your question. I'm not sure about the answer because the question is about the future. But we can talk about general global trend. Assimilation is a global trend. And if in the past there were hundreds of ethnic groups and even more sub-ethnic groups, probably 100 years later there will be even less groups. So probably in 100 years, Transcarpathian region will have less ethnic groups. But the question is whether multiculturalism will be reduced as well. We have this Polish phenomenon. In Krakow, we have very great Jewish culture, but there are not so many Jewish people there. There are music festivals, there is Jewish cuisine, there are Jewish magazines published in Polish. We do not have very big national minority there. It is done for the sake of tourists and well-educated Pole who want to feel the atmosphere of this city, where the Jewish population made up about 50%. So it can be the fact that we can have multicultural Transcarpathian region without lots of ethnic groups. By the way, yesterday, when we had this survey about the national minorities, the Russian national minority was not mentioned. It means that probably the group already does not exist. And the phenomenon that the population here is still watching the Russian TV channels shows that we do not properly evaluate the external factors. And assimilation process means that probably some of Ukrainians or some of the Hungarians will become closer to the Russian culture, or probably there will be some Russians who will be assimilated to Ukrainian culture. The question is what kind of culture will prevail? I probably know about 100 people with Russian surnames who become an inseparable part of Ukrainian culture, and nobody can actually doubt this. But probably there are millions of people who have the same the so-called Russian surnames, who will not be integrated into Ukrainian culture. And there are people with Hungarian surnames who take the decision to go to Hungary and start everything from scratch. Because in Hungary, they are not the top people. They will start from the lowest level of social ladder. And lots of them will try to find some other ways. Probably they won't even stay in Hungary. They will become people without their ethnic origin. They will go to Germany or some other countries.
So I think that the attempt to keep some culture here is their attempt to create and to maintain us as a state with some fragments: Hungarian, Romanian, Bessarabian, depending on the manifestation, ethnic manifestation. But we must understand that these global processes are unavoidable, they are inevitable, and they can make us either Ukrainians or either people who can actually do wrong. Um, there was a survey yesterday, and if the war starts, it said that 20% of people are just ready to flee, to escape from the country. So that is the wrong action. They are ready to take their suitcase and leave because there is going to be war. But the cultural nation will never do it like this. This can be done by the people who don't feel rooted in this culture. Thank you. Here's my question to Petro Madyanka. Recently, we had some communication with Vachtan Kipiani in Facebook, which was related about to the fact that we don't know where our books are read, but we don't know where they are published and where they are bought. And the statistics is that Zakarpattia region is number 5 or number 7 on the list of regions where these books are bought. Petro Medyanko, the most famous Zakarpattia poet, a kind of a leader and patriarch of Zakarpattia literature, and actually it was he who led the ground for all of us, for our development. So if we speak in numbers, then your readers, your audience also lives not in Zakarpattia, because in Zakarpattia we just have 3 or 4 bookstores, and it's impossible to buy a book by Petro Medyanko in Tyachev, in Venradov, or wherever else. So here is the Don Quixote question, the question about the role of an intelligent, of an intellectual, a cultural leader living in the Carpathia. What can we do for the sake of culturalizing and then multiculturalizing of our region? And secondly, what will this have any effect? Well, history shows us that a writer in the Ukrainian society, which was under different empires, didn't have any serious impact. Even the titan of opinion of thought, Ivan Franko, he lost twice at the election to some populist parties, and the trend keeps going. As far as books are concerned, well, the rate of reading in the society has dropped. Only a small percentage of people read books, and you know that Andrukhovich said what he said about the percentage of people who read books and who read poetry. And I think that by inertia, our readers now buy books in bookstores, though we have different internet opportunities for that. But everybody thinks that the author is obliged to present his book to everybody, so, it costs money. But I think that the problem for our writers lies in the fact that they used to participate in the Ukrainian Renaissance process, like Ivan Drach, and I've had a talk with Professor Marianko in Facebook about Drach, because when I wrote to him, he wrote about sunflowers, that was his first book. And I also recalled another book about a sunflower. So there was this very specific discussion. They were all using Народный Ruch and different political parties which we had in Ukraine, and they were trying to get involved in the political life, and thus they actually led to the neglecting of our the role of the writers. And they actually neglected the fact of the people of the 60s, writers of the 60s like Stus, Svitlechny, and other ones. As far as ethnic self-identity of the Carpathian region is concerned, I'm sure that until we have this rural vector, we will have our phonetics. Even the phonetics of Rachiv Hutzul can be differentiated from Marmarosh resident, and some specific dialects, some specific vernaculars can easily be differentiated because we still have this phonetics in the villages. Maybe not the lexical part of the language, but phonetic differences. You will really hear where the person comes from. And I think that this is not a guarantee that we will have this ethnic self-preservation. But anyway, multiculturalism is determined by the overall general culture. And if an ordinary citizen, like the people earning money abroad, probably they don't need such poets as Pluzhnik, Semon, because when they come to me and they have a look at different pictures, they don't ever pay attention to these works. They consider that maybe it's kind of an icon for me, and if that was a real icon, they would probably pray in front of them, but they don't actually know who that is. And we need to change the situation. We need some upbringing. For example, if eighth grade students are not interested in Botticelli in their area where he created his works, of course, our multiculturalism is neglected. And here we may mention some people who, like Bela Bartok, who had something to do with Zakarpattia. He was recording songs for Filaret Kolasa. Kolasa was doing arrangements, musical accompaniments. And there have been a lot of people like this, but nobody is interested in these people. They don't have information. It's not enough to have Wikipedia and Google. We need to have good awareness raising campaign, and we should arrange good education, but not everybody has it. Therefore, we have to involve media processes, internet processes to provide the grounds that will, in the future, determine our multiculturalism, and that will attract foreign and domestic tourists from eastern parts of Ukraine to come to Ukraine. And finally, I would like to read a poet, Kohana. So the dear Elzor, our land is not Elsa's, and our sculptures are cheese-made. Our cathedrals don't have internal ornaments, and our cherry trees are in special decorations. And there comes a prince, and he will arrange a festival here. Dear, my dear, that is not Alsace, though you can see it here. But please come to us. We have our own divine gods, and we have our own icons, but around we have their nature in blossom, and trees covered with silver. And for ordinary people, we now have biocenosis and power. While we should have just green grass, which should have some rainwaters, and otherwise we would have a desert. Dear Elsa, please, you may imagine Alsace, but come to the Zakarpattia region. So that was in poetic form, but in translation, of course, it was unrhymed. Great, it would be a good conclusion, but we need to sum up our discussion. We are pressed for time. It's a perfect poetry, and I was looking at the interpreter who was actually doing simultaneous interpreting in English, and I was thinking about her ordeal. So. So, since we were about to conclude, we have the forum of ideas and solutions. And yesterday, Mr. Hlibovetsky actually told that we need not arrange a large list, but we should develop many tasks and we should set some specific goal and perform it. What do you think we need to do? Just one specific thing for Zakarpattia multiculturalism not to disappear and to become culturalism and to become advantage for Zakarpattia in Ukraine. Please, you're welcome.
Цілком конкретна пропозиція, це цілком осяжно.
This is a specific suggestion. So if in a year's time we will have this forum again, this specific thing would be 3 things in Hungarian: Kurkov, Medyanka, and Lyubka. This would be a real contribution to the popularizing of Ukrainian culture in the Hungarian media. And if here we had 3 Hungarian writers, so if we could have 3 books in Ukrainian. Well, 3 on 1, this is the matter of finance, but I think that if we take this step one by one, then we will come to know that there are such Hungarian writers, and Hungarian people will come to know about Zakarpattia region. Thank you, Andriy. Well, in fact, Hungarian-speaking Ukrainian language literature is very rich, and Tima Ashrek is the leader of this literature, living in Berehovo, and it's a social worker working with Roma people. I think that, in general, for me, the Zakarpattia region stops at La Manche because the world is divided into Transcarpathian and Subcarpathian. I live in Subcarpathia, in Kyiv, and Vienna is Transcarpathian. So when the Carpathian people go abroad, they actually remain Transcarpathians and they bring in their ethnic culture. We may arrange a year of Transcarpathia on Ukrainian TV, and then this provocation from that side of the Carpathian will somehow make Transcarpathian people to have a closer look at themselves and to show themselves in a better way to this Ukrainian world. Thank you, Bogdan. Well, I would speak about more abstract things. You have been talking about books, the number of bookstores in Transcarpathian region, and I've recalled one of the stories that happened to me. I went to a bookstore in Uzhhorod and asked for a book by photographer Valentin Kuzan, who is from Zakarpattia region. He published a book of poetry, and I asked whether it's on sale there. And the lady, the shop assistant, said that, well, it's not exactly poetry, but we have a discount for Dan Brown, so you may better take Dan Brown. And I had to persuade her to actually sell this book, to look for it and to sell it to me. And she finally found this book. I managed to buy it. And it seems to me that this is a rather bright example of how the people of Zakarpattia appreciate their own culture, how they understand it. It would be very good if we could be proud, but we want to be proud, but we don't want to understand things. And it seems to me that the deeper we go, the better the Ukrainian society in general is going to be informed. Olesa? Well, I always advocate individual, tailor-made decisions, non-state ones, because I don't have any effect at that level. After every lecture, I recommend everyone to increase the use of cultural product around them. I mean, to create within a year's time one of two traditions of consuming cultural products. It seems to me that if every year we add up one tradition, like on Sundays we go to museums, on Saturdays we read about our region. Well, there could be lots of examples given. If we go to Europe, you will see that they are distinguished for a set of these traditions because children are crawling in the museums because the tradition is to go to Louvre on Sundays or to some museums. So I think that once a year or once a half year, you should arrange one cultural tradition of consumer consumption of cultural products. A perfect statement. So that has been the discussion entitled Culture and Multiculturalism. How do we transform diversity from a weak point into advantage? We've had Andrei Kurkov, Olesa Drashkaba, Bogdan Kipiani, Bogdan Lozhenenko, Petro Medyanko. Thanks for listening to us. Let's hope that this has been a productive time for you as well. Thanks a lot to our speakers and the facilitator for a perfect discussion. Special thanks to Petro Medyanko for a perfect poetry.
14 годині.
We will get back to our discussion at 2 o'clock, and we will speak about an important topic, environmental challenges. We are on YouTube and on the pages of Varosh Edition, our main partner. Please leave your comments, your reflections. We're looking through it all, and we will really try to respond to all the necessary important questions.
Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останнє десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останнє десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними Карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху.
Welcome, dear guests. Welcome, dear viewers, at the second day of Reopen Zakarpattia Forum, the forum of ideas and solutions. We try to break negative stereotypes about Zakarpattia that has been formed throughout the recent years. We would like to reopen this region for Ukraine and for the world in general, and also to establish its opportunities and prospects. We also would like to set the topical agenda for the region development in the nearest future. The project is implemented by the public organization, the Institute of the Central European Strategy, with the support of USAID agency. It enables us to implement the project on the highest level, keeping to the principles of independence and impartiality. Now, I would like to announce the vital discussion for Ukraine, which is entitled Environmental Challenges of Zakarpattia. The moderator of the panel is Andriy Shaketa. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to invite the speakers of our panel. Some of them will be present here. Some of our speakers will join us online. To invite here to the studio, I would like to invite Oksana Stankevich, the candidate of biological sciences. She is the environmentalist and the head of the organization Ecosphere. I would like to invite here the head of Transcarpathian Regional State Administration, Mr. Alexei Petrov, who has been with us for the second day. Thank you. And the third participant of our discussion here in the studio will be Mr. Rostislav Martinyuk, the participant of the movement Free Svidovets.
А також онлайн
Online with us are Olena Koltik, the director for the Department of Environmental Safety and Waste Treatment at the Ministry of Environmental of Ukraine, and Alexander Shust, who is the head for the Department on Mineral Resources Use and Environmental Renewal. And also we have our foreign guest, the Deputy of the European Parliament, Mr. Mikhail Galer, who is going to join us online. Transcarpathian environment is discussed a lot and in different places. You can hear these talks in the street, in Facebook, where you can see the photos of some garbage, or you can see some photos from a Plant a Tree campaign, which is a positive sign. Now, I want us to start talking, and I want us not to discuss the problems we face and challenges we face here in the Transcarpathian region, but probably we should concentrate on the solutions of what should we do and what we should not do to have the environment here in the Transcarpathian region the one we want it to be. Not to make it better, not to make it worse, but to have it the way we would like it to be. So please, I encourage you not to voice the problems, but to generate solutions or to voice solutions. Or probably you can share the things that have already been implemented. Let's build our discussion in such a way, 5 or 7 minutes for each of the participants here in the studio. Then we shall give time to our participants online. And probably we shall do it like that. Oksana, for many years, is an environmental activist, and probably she has a chance to trace the changes in the environmental situation in the Transcarpathian region. So she will produce her vision. Then the head of the Transcarpathian Regional State Administration, who started working quite recently, but anyway, definitely knows about the problem, and very often makes emphasis on environmental issues. So probably he will state about the actions taken by the local authorities. Rostislav Martinyuk will present the issue of Svidovets, which probably of particular importance for him. And then we would like to give the floor to our online speakers. Oksana, you have the floor. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. When lots of my friends learned that I'm invited to this forum, I got a number of calls with a request to mention very big and large-scale projects which are launched here in the region. For example, we have a large-scale project of making 360 hydroelectric power stations in mountainous rivers and large-scale construction in the mountainous ridges in Borjava, about constructing lots of ski resorts in Borjava and Svidovets, and a number of others. Definitely, I will mention today the project on extracting gas in Zhdenev deposit, gas deposit. And still, I would like to not talk about these issues, but I would like to talk mainly about policies. Currently, the biggest environmental challenge we face is the climate change, and lots of things have been made about it. The European governments spent huge funds on different events on on adaptation to climate change, on renovating the transformed ecosystems. And in this respect, our region has actually much better condition than in Europe, than, for example, the similar areas in the developed countries in Europe. Why is the situation like that? Because in our region, we still have quite large areas which practically have not been transformed or have been little transformed. And these are natural areas which actually have very good response to this climate change. We see the situation when the transformed system start degrading, while the natural ecosystems give us the vital environmental services, such as clean air, high-quality drinking water, climate regulation, regulating weather conditions. We know that the greatest challenges for our region are floods and droughts or dry periods. These natural ecosystems are best adapted to adjusted to this climate change and can really protect us from these disasters. So the best thing we can do is to preserve and protect these ecosystems and use these advantages we have now in comparison with the developed countries of the world, which now have to invest huge funds to renew or renovate or rehabilitate their transformed ecosystems. Nowadays, Europe has adopted the concept, the green concept. And the green concept is about rebuilding the economy of the country, rebuilding the strategy in different areas of life. It includes climate, energy field, transport, biodiversity, agriculture, forestry, etc. And definitely, it concerns Ukraine as well. We have to understand for ourselves what are our starting points when we talk about development of our region. To be environmental, to be green, is not something modern, it's not something popular. It means it is new rules of the game. If we want to be competitive in the market, in particular European markets, we have to remember about this green trend and environmental trend. In case our products and services are not green, are not environmental friendly, they will not be competitive in the European markets. So this is something I would like to address today. This is something I would like us to focus on. And the bulldozer projects I'm talking about, which make a threat for our natural ecosystems, definitely have their alternatives. There are lots of alternative variants to these projects that can be used as incentives for Transcarpathian region development. We can develop alternative energy, we can develop tourism, but this should not be a large-scale project that really affect nature in a negative way. I would like to specify what you have stated. What can you provide examples of products and services that will lose their competitiveness in case they are not environmentally friendly? For example, timber industry, agricultural products. Now, Transcarpathian region has great potential for developing organic farming, but right now we do not even have a lab that is able to identify whether this or that farm producing organic or non-organic products. So this segment is not present. We have lots of craft products. We have lots of firms producing these products, and this is an interesting product and can be competitive in the European market. Let's take forestry. The forest or wood processing technologies do not meet environmental norms at all. The timber quite often is caught with violation of environmental legislation. It is legal here in Ukraine, but for Europe, these products is illegal because it does not meet environmental legislation. Mr. Petrov, what is your opinion about this? And I have actually a general question to our participants here and online participants. Do we face the choice of leaving these natural, non-transformed areas intact but poor? Because we have to understand that there should always be a good balance between environmental component and economic component. And it's quite difficult to measure these elements. It's very difficult to measure how much it will cost us to, for example, transform or to renovate the already ruined area. So where do we have this good balance? How we can strike this good balance? And Mr. Petrov, the question to you, how do you treat or how do you interpret these environmental problems that we already face? I'm talking about waste problem as well as a number of others that can appear due to implementation of these large-scale or high-profile projects. So far, we do not have, but we can assume that they may happen. But definitely, there are a number of problems that the region already faces. Thank you for the question. I see that you have some political experience and you try to make some economic questions. I remember the expression that politics is the concentrated economy. This is my primary task, to find this good balance between development of the economy of the region and preserving and complying with the environmental norms. Unfortunately, we already have some environmental threats here in the region. So all environmental issues mainly are really associated with problems. And Transcarpathian region is mainly associated now with the waste, huge amount of waste. We really have very bad statistics. The so-called KPI of any governor includes a number of points. And for example, we have the largest figures in terms of birth mortality, in terms of labor mortality, when we talk about young women giving birth to children. So these issues should really require strategic and tactical approach. Executive authorities or executive power. The first task is to remove certain problems. For us, we have already identified a number of issues, or problematic issues, and now we try to somehow do something about them. The first environmental issue for us is the amount of waste, and we already have taken some steps about it. Quality of drinking water and the sewage waters, which have not been regulated, systematized, and also pose a threat for the ecosystem of the region. And also, the issue of developing regional economy is another KPI for any regional government. We are talking about attracting investments. We are talking about attracting investments into economic sectors, creating new jobs, etc. Yes, we are supposed to have this balance. But the question is whether we can state that these large-scale, or the way you call them, bulldozer projects or investors ruin the ecosystems of Transcarpathian region, or vice versa. The owner probably will regulate the system and will take a consistent approach to preserving the ecosystem in the distance, in the area or in the locality the owner is planning to have a plant or something. So we have to work on these issues, cooperating with the corresponding bodies, which have been delegated some rights and powers to work in the field. We have to understand how much investments we are going to have from the ski resorts, and at the same time we have to study what kind of influence we are going to face. For example, if we talk about cabled railways, well, they are good, but on the other hand, they at the same time they preserve the mountainous areas because there is no erosion to the ground, to the earth. We do not have some negative influence, and vice versa. When it is not impossible to, when it is impossible to, for example, put a tent, the cabled railways are installed in order to preserve the ecosystem. So this is the biggest challenge we face as a representative of the executive power. I have to identify the balance. I have to measure all pros and cons, the investments and the amount of destruction or negative things caused. I'm thinking about a number of KPI for the region, and I think we can measure and we can determine the good balance. Thank you. Mr. Martiniuk, you have heard the topic, environmental challenges. Can you produce your own vision? What kind of environmental challenges the Transcarpathian region face? What should be done or what should not be done about these challenges? You can talk generally, or you can talk about your movement, which is called Free Svedovets. I represent at the same time the public initiative Free Svedovets, and on the other hand, I'm the member of the public organization, the Union of Entrepreneurs of Ski Resort Drahobrat. So this is the double nature of me. So for the first time when I was in Svedovets, I just did not see it. I remember walking in that region, and I did not see the very village. And when I saw it in the map, very good relief, mountain relief, and I really wanted to go there myself. I was part of the rescue team, and we were trying to identify the area of our responsibility, the areas when we can have avalanches. And I saw the picturesque area, and I understood that I want to come back here again and again. And on the example of Drahobrat, I can exemplify the environmental challenges that are present and probably give examples of some small steps that should be taken. I would like to provide you with some pre-story. The story of Drahobrat started when Ukraine became independent, and it was built as a ski resort by people who had some dreams, who were skiing instructors, who loved nature, and who came to this area in order to develop their hobbies. And probably they didn't even think at that time what kind of scale it would take. Some people came there, they brought some other people, and the picturesque landscapes are really something that attract people there. Why I'm talking about Drahobrat? Drahobrat is located in the probably most dramatic, in the best part of the mountainous ridge. There are lakes, there are mountains, there are lots of plants and trees. There are mountainous pastures. And in 2003, the public organization was established, and it registered the master plan for Drahobrat development. And at that time, we thought it to be a positive side because we understood it was a good plan. And at that time, some small buildings, houses were built with very basic conditions. And it really didn't have any influence on the environment, or even if it had, it was very small one, very little one. But the master plan of Drahabat was not included into plans of district development and regional development. As a result, the land plots were given in a chaotic way. There was mass construction, and right now everybody knows about the problems Dragobrat is facing. And I would like to give a recent example which happened this year. We have one by road, and there was lots of waste there. In the past, nobody responded and reacted to this. This time, all the local enterprises started their own investigation. And the investigation took about 1 month. They managed to investigate who did it, but they didn't have any direct evidence. They did everything possible to get rid of, to clean this artificial landfill or illegal landfill.
And now everybody already knows that this cannot be left unpunished, and I think that this is the turning point. I've been at Drahobrat for 7 years, and nothing was happening, but then there was a response like that. That was a high-profile case, and it's very good that young people joined in the activity. I communicated with one young father, and he told about his son. He told that his little child, his little son, made the whole family do the sorting of waste. And there are a lot of places there, a lot of hotels, which really do the sorting of waste. Last year, we have had an experimental campaign delivered by their NGO Rescue Center, Mountain Rescue Center, and they have one of the projects within which we just collect plastic packaging, and this NGO is going to process them and bring them back in the form of plastic benches that could be installed in public places at Drahobrat Resort. This is a small initiative, but it makes us understand that we have more of such steps. We can gradually change Drahobrat Resort. Here is another point. When we speak about discharges, again, in the context of Drahobrat, they say that several facilities have purification equipment, but in fact, I would say that there are about tens of such people who are responsible businessmen and who can be taken as an example. Another point I would like to tell you is, but just in brief, please. Okay, I try to. Is that Drahobrat has unique tourist products. In particular, the first free riders, which have already been mentioned today, appeared in the Zakarpattia region, and it was close to Drahobrat. And this type of tourism, of active leisure, is extremely popular in Europe because about 30% of skiers are free riders. And what is the environmental advantage or benefit of free riders? They don't need prepared routes and prepared paths. And therefore, there are a lot of directions like ordinary free ride using lifting devices, free ride ski touring, big country. So even snowboards can be now split into 2 skis, and these people can travel at quite a distance and take pleasure, enjoy their landscape. And this sort of leisure is actually the sort of leisure that will not bring any profit. But in fact, this tourist product is of interest for our foreign guests, and many people from Poland, Czechia, Slovakia go to Drahobrat to see it there and try it. Well, thank you. Though you have not voiced any specific term, but you have been speaking a lot about cultural consciousness. And I think that Oksana is going to confirm it, that if we have a look at the situation 15, 10, 5 years ago and the current situation, probably I'm not going to analyze the factors why it is so, but it seems to me, as to the resident of Zakarpattia region, that Now, this topic of environmental consciousness is on the rise. It's in the focus of attention. And even the activities, which are still chaotic, but they keep rising in the villages. There are different campaigns. And in fact, all of them are a thing we should be happy about, because if people are active, even proactive in terms of environmental consciousness, it can already be felt. Probably we don't have as much of it as we would like to have, but at least it's much more than we used to have 10 or 15 years ago. And now I would like us not to be staying in our own juice, so to say, or in our own pot, but I would like people who can compare the situation, compare the Zakarpattia region and Carpathian region and other territories, could express their own opinions concerning the challenges, environmental challenges. They are the key ones for the Carpathian region, and what are probably the recipes of success there is that could be used by us, or what actions we should take. And I would like to invite Olena Koltek, who is online, staying online with us. Please, if you could, through the prism of your vision, voice your opinion. Thank you. No. Well, we live in one country, and we are faced with the same problems. And today I would like to express my gratitude to the participants of the forum, because you're raising a very important issue, the issue of environmental challenges and issues in our country, side by side with economic development. Because in the current world, along with obvious climate changes, in fact, it's impossible to develop if we don't take into account environmental aspects. And in this case, we have a very good strategy of sustainable economic development. When we develop, we're not standing in one place, but we are developing thanks to our future generations. As far as waste is concerned, I will comment upon the situation, the vision, the tendencies in the country, and after that I will ask my colleague Alexander Shost to add a couple of words on timber, on wood industry, and the forest, because these ideas have been voiced by some of our panelists. So as far as waste and landfills is concerned, we all know that after the row, or after the scandalous statement of the Hungarian president and after the address of our president, there was the assignment to create the working group on a cross-border transportation of waste. And you know that they worked like with the neighboring countries, I mean that Ukraine and other countries. And here I think we need to split the problem into several aspects. The first aspect is the national one. Since we are really faced with the problem that for many years there has been no initiative in the development of the waste processing industry in Ukraine. And of course, we need it badly. And this is the reform which was already outdated. I mean, it was to be implemented many, many years ago, but it has not. That's why we have now one of the draft laws which is going to introduce some framework requirements from the EU directive, like their hierarchy of waste treatment. And some of the panelists in the conference have mentioned that the waste with which we can do something before they are buried could be either sorted out, or the first stage of hierarchy is not to create this waste, like to stop using plastic packaging at all. So this is the first stage. So these basic things are going to be laid down in that draft law. But the key thing, things that are going to be brought by that draft law, are the preconditions for investment and processing industry establishment in Ukraine. Because we don't just need to sort out waste and to collect waste. Most of waste is still buried, is still disposed of, and of course we would need special landfills, special waste burial places, and there are no permissions for this. It's difficult to find the site and so on. As far as Zakarpattia is concerned, so I can judge by our negotiations with profile departments, with the state authorities. Uh, we see that there are three key problems. First of all, there is lack of places for waste disposal, for waste burial. As far as we know, modern landfills are overloaded, and even the communities that want to remove their waste not always have the place where they could do this. And another problem is lack of the service of waste disposal. So people often don't have the opportunity to throw out the waste in a civilized way to a specific place and to service these landfills. And that's why they just choose the easiest way, to throw it out somewhere in the forest, in the woods, or to discharge waste into the river. And that's why we get the problem. And the third problem, which also stems out from the two previous ones, is low level of awareness of residents as far as environmental behavior is concerned, and ways that people have to somehow deal with their waste in a civilized way. You know, all these three elements are interrelated because that is always the problem of local self-governing bodies. It is them that need to solve the problem locally, because at the national level, we set the overall rules and requirements, but still the key role, the key responsibility lies on the shoulders of local self-government bodies. Therefore, after the new law is approved, and I know that it's going to happen soon, we will have action plans for waste handling, and there we will envisage the number of landfills which we will have in every region, and the places of processing plants and places of waste removal. And here it is really important to have synergy between the executive authorities and the people who are in the public sector. Because unfortunately, in Europe and in other countries of the world, they just build processing plants, and they have the minimum waste buried after the processing. And that is the only choice which we can make. We must have such places, otherwise all this waste will just get into the environment. Therefore, what we need is synergy between executive authorities and the public, the society, for the executive authorities to be moving in the right direction, looking for the ways and methods of ensuring the necessary infrastructure, and the public on its side should contribute to the effort of the authorities and help the authorities to find the right places. You need to work with the community, but because the most substantial problem is when we have the situation with the availability of investor who wants to build processing plants, but the community says that, okay, that's all good, we do realize that, but let's not do it with us, let's do it in some other place. So we need to avoid this situation. And therefore, no solution is going to be found. I have just one clarifying question. I don't know all the changes, all the amendments that are going to be made in the law, but I've been a member of the Committee on the Environment, and therefore I know about the situation in Zakarpattia. You've confirmed that the situation is similar in other countries, in other regions of Ukraine, that the most substantial problem is with the place, the site for a civilized landfill. Because it seemed to me that some legislative requirements are rising, but the real situation locally is not changing at all. And it seems to me that it is high time that we reconsidered the requirements to the construction of the processing plants, because the technologies are changing. And for example, it was almost impossible to keep to all the requirements in some mountainous conditions, because there is the electricity cable, and here is the river, and here is the road. So it was really difficult to do this. But what we were discussing was the following. What about these public disputes which always block every landfill appearance? Maybe this rule was an extra one in the law. Maybe we need to change this. We even gave the example of the defense lands, which the state is responsible for. So maybe we should have some category of lands for landfills where, again, the state would control the situation, because it's really difficult to pass any public debate. Just in brief. Yes, we know about this range of problems. We're looking for solutions because now nationally there is the overall system of getting permissions and environmental assessment opinion, and we need to have the public dispute. And of course, we should have this public debate because the community is entitled to approve these places. But somehow we need to introduce some changes because such facilities are will be included into critical infrastructure when our regional plan that is approved at the national level will determine, let's say that to service the Zakarpattia region, you need to have, well, let's say 10 landfills that are going to be placed in such and such area. And for correct logistics and infrastructure construction, the Zakarpattia region needs, let's say, 4 processing plants, one burning one, and the other one, well, one with simple technology and the other ones with more complex technology or otherwise. And then at all the approved places, there will be some conditions for the construction of those processing plants, because in fact we understand that the situation is not unique in the Zakarpattia region. The situation is the same throughout the country. Nobody wants this processing plant to appear or the land plant to appear close to his house. Thank you. We've got the idea, thank you. But just we are pressed for time. And the idea is clear. Thank you, Olena. And I would now give the floor to Alexander, but no more than 4 minutes. Please speak about the direction you're responsible for. Nature use, nature conservation, because it's also under discussion in Zakarpattia. So what is your vision from the point of view of your department? Yeah, welcome to all the participants of the forum Reopen Zakarpattia. Thank you for the opportunities provided to me to speak, and I agree with the previous speakers that the largest problem is climate changes, and we think that one of the factors of preventing climate changes is management or natural resources. And Ukraine in general has a very good wood area, almost the same in Germany and Poland. The difference is small, but the culture of managing forestry is absolutely diverse, and the approach is absolutely different. As far as the Zakarpattia region is concerned, so forests constitute the main richness, the main wealth, but they play different functions like climate regulating functions, water supply, water preventing functions, and some other functions. That's why forestry management is a matter of importance in the region. Forestry areas in the Zakarpattia region by the amount of timber actually are #1 in Ukraine. As far as the ministry and its standpoint is concerned, you know, we realized that there is no magic wand that would be a panacea and would come as a solution to all the problems. So our task is to outline primary task priorities that need to be solved both within the context of the whole Ukraine and in the context of the Zakarpattia region. And problem #1 is, of course, reduction of deforestation. We mean to either reduce it to 0 or to introduce other practices of logging. We have got some amendments concerning absolute felling or logging of some areas, and actually the process has become less intensive. But you know, to fulfill the final provisions of this law and also to on communication with some forest managers, we have prepared their draft resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers on amending the procedure of using timber resources in the forests of Ukraine and the rules of natural resources management. And with this resolution, we would like to go over to the selective systems of timber storage. Also, we will deal with some sanitation, lodging, and its rules. It's this process because all these things are important to preserve biodiversity. And also, this resolution will improve the practice related to the improvement of the qualitative composition of forests and creation of better practices of timber storage, timber protection in the Carpathian region, in particular against floods. And now, the resolution has been submitted by the ministry to the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine for approval. So we hope that in the nearest regular session, it is going to be considered and submitted for approval to the Cabinet of Ministers, because it's now staying with one of the committees. The other problem we can see that is not being settled and has not been settled is ensuring the regulatory framework for forestry through development of the necessary regulatory acts that in particular will contribute to the implementation of the system of moving to selective forestry systems, wide application of new approaches based on their economic value principle, introduction of their land plot area approach. Alexander, I'm sorry, but the point is that you have gone so deep into the topic of forest management and you are enumerating all the resolutions and draft resolutions, but probably we don't have time to enumerate all of them. But these are not draft resolutions, these are all the activities that we would like to take. Taking into account the European experience and taking into account the recommendations and comments delivered by our colleagues working in the field of forestry and environmental departments of regional administration, so on and so forth. Well, I mean that these are just drafts, so thank you for your standpoint and generally for being concerned with these problems and overtaking the European experience and the attempts of introducing these norms in Ukraine. I guess that next year, while discussing the topic of ecology, we will already feel some tangible results of these documents. So thanks a lot, but we are pressed for time. Thanks a lot once again, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mikhail Galler, who probably has even a broader prospect and a broader understanding of the problems, in particular environmental challenges available in the Zakarpattia region, in the Carpathians, probably not only in the Ukrainian part of the Carpathians, but in the Carpathians in general. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Michael Gala.
Дякую. Мене звати Міхаель Галер. Я є представником Європейського парламенту. Зараз я чую одночасно переклад.
I'm switching off the recipient mic, or can somebody switch that off for me? Okay. I'm trying to not to listen too much to the. Now I don't hear anything anymore. Good. I'm the standing rapporteur in Ukraine, and just tomorrow we are voting in the Foreign Affairs Committee our progress resolution as far as the implementation of the DCFTA and association agreement is concerned. And in this part we also have several paragraphs addressing the environmental situation. I will just quote two phrases that will be voted tomorrow by a large majority. Urges Ukraine to take action to put an end to the environmental damage caused by the illegal and unsustainable exploitation of natural resources. such as illegal logging in the primeval Carpathian forests, which is also the main reason of the floods in the region. Calls on the EU to contribute to preventing illegal logging in the Carpathian Mountains, especially in connection with the unlawful Svidovets ski resort project. Encourages Ukraine to invest in ecologically and environmentally safe and sustainable touristic infrastructure, and calls on Ukrainian authorities to prevent future projects from harming the environment by improving scrutiny, transparency, and the implementation of environmental impact assessment and due diligence. That is only part of what we say. We have other aspects for the environment that are not directly connected to your region. So what I would like to say is, why do we consider this Svidovets as one example so environmentally harmful? And first of all, illegal, we use the term because according to our knowledge, no environmental impact assessment has been done. I recall that the previous environmental minister and the previous government, Ostap Semarak, he had insisted on that, but it was somehow not implemented. And perhaps I could also be updated, as you are from the region and we cannot travel there at this stage. Our information was that illegal logging is going on. By the way, also on the Romanian side of the Carpathian Mountains, so to say, inside the EU, we have a similar problem which needs to be addressed. And there is wood timber that is coming from Ukraine to Romania and is then relabeled and goes to Germany, to Austria and other countries and is further processed there. But I think in this regard, what is important, and we call it transparency of acts of the relevant authorities. I think it is very important to exercise the pressure on these competent authorities on the ground to hold them to account. And that is the forest administration is in particular, but also those who are responsible for the environment. It is good to have development legislation in Kiev, but if it's not implemented on the ground, it doesn't help. And so far, we are very grateful for all those who are having a close eye on that and are engaging in this regard. And there was also the question, what kind, do we have only the alternative of leaving it all as it is and remaining poor, or we have these huge projects like Svidovets? I think if you look into the Alps in different countries and what we have got there as kind of tourism, most of it is small scale tourism. It's smaller hotels, it's private houses, it's holiday apartments. And I think if you think of such a monstrous project like Svidovets, apart from the fact that you have huge amounts of kilometers cutting through untouched primeval forest till you reach where you want to go. That is one aspect already that is problematic. Then the entire wastewater and waste disposal. There has been mentioned also that the landfill and how that will all be done. But then I'm afraid that the local population will by no means profit so much, because if you have such a huge Svidovets or similar project, those who will run it, they will hire huge companies who can come with 1,000 employees en bloc that they get from wherever, but certainly not from the local people so much, because that is not the way to hire one after the other. And so I'm afraid that if such a project were realized, it will profit, of course, those, or might profit those who invested, although it's also a risk. If you look at the climate change and the height where Svidovets is foreseen, it is not snow safe in winter. I think it is too low for that, to argue it is snow safe during the entire season. So if the season is interrupted because it's thawing, it's raining rather than snowing, if so the people cannot come or won't go there, that is also something that fits into the calculation. And insofar, I think it is very important to insist that the existing laws, including environmental impact assessment, is done and discussed with the local population. The local population must be exposed to alternatives of how to manage sustainable tourism. We can also think of trans-border projects from Romania or Slovakia or Hungary, depending where it is, trans-border projects for sustainable tourism, and learn from practice that we are doing on the European side. I think in the long run that could be a far better sustainable development while preserving the largest part of these untouched forests and thereby keeping it for future generations, to give it a chance for the local population with small-scale tourism to directly profit. And that should be the focus. But what is important, once again, hold the competent authorities to account who do not obey existing law and who follow certain oligarchs who are coming with their money, be it Kolomoisky or others in the region. Keep a close eye on that. You will always have our political support that you preserve this region in a way that is also then good for the next generations to come. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Михайль. Дуже цікаво. І я думаю, що всі...
Thank you very much, Mikhail. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. And I'm sure that those who are here definitely understand that you cannot do anything against the laws, against the current legislation, because if we have certain requirements set in the Ukrainian legislation, definitely you can work complying to this legislation. I liked very much one word that Mr. Geller said: you have to take it into your calculations. Calculations is the key word, which I paid attention to. It's really good if we really do these calculations when we organize such projects. We really should have the calculations and not guess whether it will be good for local population or not, whether it will bring some profits or not. The calculations should be clear and understandable for everybody, including the local population. And if we have these calculations, certain things would probably even not be discussed, because it will be visible that the project should not be implemented, or vice versa. We have to do this in order to achieve certain results. So we have 7 minutes to the end of our panel, and I have a question to 3 panelists who are here in the studio with us. So what are the solutions? What are specific decisions to be taken in order to respond to the current environmental challenges? So what are specific decisions, solutions, or actions, or what kind of laws should be adopted by the government regarding some constructions in order to address the environmental challenges we face? And we can go one by one. Please, 2 minutes. Regarding waste, our representative of the ministry has already mentioned that we are supposed to have the action plan on waste management since 2020 for the next several years. And it means we should follow our national strategy. We should start from what we have now. We have to write this action plan, what we have to do, what kind of facilities we are supposed to have, what kind of facilities this should be, and we should start sorting of waste in the communities. This is step number 1. Talking about the rest, we have to make a pause and we have to determine what should be our starting point when we talk about our development plans. And I would like to reiterate the issue. We have to understand that the key task is to preserve what we have now. This is our starting point. All the other development projects should be based on the idea of preserving what we have now. All our high maintenance ecosystems, all our rivers, all our primeval forests, and all our plans regarding further development should be around the things we have. around using our advantages, around preserving these things. And one more issue I would like to dwell upon for just 1 minute. Currently, we practically do not have the environmental control in our state. We do not have this system. If in Western Europe, any environmental inspector can visit any entity any moment, then in Ukraine we have really outrageous examples when the environmental inspector even is not allowed to come into facility or a company. So until we have this system of environmental control, we cannot even talk about implementation of large-scale projects. Thank you, Mr. Alexei Petrov. Let's start step by step or point by point. Waste will be number one. The projects, we do have some projects. Really, the government should interfere, and the state can assist with providing some framework laws. And let's be honest with each other. Currently, the burning of waste is definitely not profitable. It is not cost-effective. Until the state introduces the compensation mechanism, be it with the help of fund or something like that, we won't be able to attract investors. Practically every week or every month, I have people who would like to do something here in the field of waste management, but still they cannot do it until we have such compensation mechanism. Such plants, I mean, waste management plant won't be established here. We can talk about sorting of waste, management of waste, collection of bottles, plastic, etc. But this is only 10% of what can be made. The idea I would like to promote is support on the part of the state. The second point, water treatment, sewage facilities, sewage waters. Once again, we talk about new reform. We have had reform of decentralization. Now all territorial communities are separate, financially separate, autonomous entities. And the communities themselves will take the decision what are their primary issues, what are their secondary issues. But when we talk about Transcarpathian region, these huge issues and drinking water issues won't be resolved without the state support. We have special fund, and Ukraine should provide assistance to our region in resolving this really very serious problem. Without state support, without budget funding, without special funding, we won't be able to do it ourselves. And the third point, we have mentioned it several times already. We have some controversial views about it, and I would like to come back once again to decentralization reform. Lots of lands, if we are talking about flat lands, according to the law on decentralization, now will be responsibility of territorial communities. This is the principle of direct democracy. They understand what they need. I go on a field visit to the Rachiv region, and they ask me when the law will be implemented, when the law is enforced. We do not want to go to Poland or the Czech Republic. We want to work here. And they will take decisions whether this land or field should be used or not be used. And one more point. We do have the exhaustive list of regulations that regulate the issues of environmental control. If we see that somebody does not comply with the law, we try to respond. Environmental assessment, when it goes about large-scale projects or construction projects, and the influence of such projects on ecosystems. Really, the results of such environmental impact assessment should be open, should be made public. Everybody should be able to read it. And definitely we take into account the opinion of the local communities, whether they want to have this project or not. Thank you very much. Mr. Martiniuk, you have about 20 seconds. It's really a pity I did not have lots of time, but using the opportunity and having the governor of our region here, I would like to state that Drahobrat should exist and should be functioning. In case it does not function, it will be a serious challenge for the Svidovets Ridge. So I really hope for your cooperation. There are people in the very resort who are ready to cooperate and who are ready to resolve those challenges we have faced throughout these years. Thank you very much, dear participants. Our panel is over, but I think we can continue it offline or online. Thank you very much, dear offline and online speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, dear facilitator, because within this short period of time, you have managed to discuss such a topic of mega importance. And I'm sure that the discussion will continue after the panel discussion between its participants. And our next panel is going to be dedicated to cross-border cooperation. How does the Zakarpattia region involve more resources? Of course, in the quarantine conditions, the word more resources sounds a little bit strange, but we will try to find some solutions and to get adjusted to the new reality we're going to be staying in. The facilitator is going to be Doctor of Political Sciences of Uzhhorod National University, Miroslava Lendil. Good afternoon. I'm welcoming panelists of panel number 10, cross-border cooperation. How does Zakarpattia involve more resources? And my colleagues are Alexander Hanushchik, the head of the board of the Association of Local Self-Government Bodies, your region, Karpat, Ukraine. Volodymyr Chubirko, director of the charity fund Visa. Welcome. Mikhailo Dankanich, Director of the Agency of Regional Development and Cross-Border Cooperation of Zakarpattia, and Evgeny Luksha, Director of the Association Management Board of the Association of Managers. I would like to express the gratitude to the host of the forum, because the idea has long been in existence, and this is probably the idea that is a continuous one. But there is a great difference between the plans which we have and the plans that come true. So our today's event is a unique event because this is our first opportunity to have a look at our region from the inside through the prism of and with the eyes of the Transcarpathian people, representatives of other regions of Ukraine, and the foreigners who can tell quite a lot that could be of use and could be rather didactic and of importance to the people living here. Cross-border cooperation. It's both easy and difficult to start this panel because 9 panels were dealing with foreign policy of Ukraine, with cultural identity of Zakarpattia region. They dealt with the issue of investment involvement, cultural codes that are available in the territory of our region, the issue of cooperation in tourism, the issue of infrastructure. And it seems to me that it's high time that we started speaking about cross-border cooperation, since this is a must-be topic for the people living in this region. Whenever we are writing any strategies for community development or regional strategies in Zakarpattia regions, one of the key sections, mandatory sections, is cross-border development. And I guess that both our entrepreneurs, civil society activists, researchers, the authorities, officials cannot imagine our region without this topic. But at the same time, we need to decide whether we can really involve, whether we know how to involve resources in the development of our region, and to discuss what are the resources that we could involve within cross-border cooperation. Why do we have some regions that have no borders, that are located to the inside of Ukraine, like the Dnipropetrovsk region, Vinnytsia region, Ternopil region, and they have a lot of success stories without this tool of regional development. But at the same time, for Zakarpattia region, it is a tool without which our regional organism is not going to be vital. So what are the resources that we could involve thanks to cross-border cooperation? How do we rank them? Which of these resources are most important? So cross-border cooperation is about money, relations, projects, mindset, and know-how. And I think that I will start with my neighbor, Alexander Hanushchin, head of the board of the directors of the Association of Local Self-Government Bodies, Euro-Region Carpathians, Ukraine. Thank you, and thank you for having invited me to this forum. You know, when facilitator mentioned that today at the panel discussion we have some people representing the Zakarpattia region, working for the Zakarpattia region, it became warmer around me. I also represent Zakarpattia, though I'm the head of the regional council. But our Euro region includes the Zakarpattia region. So, what is cross-border cooperation? The topic is very close, like very familiar to me. Cross-border cooperation is willingness of people to work towards solving specific issues, taking the best practices, and of course, you also need to have some time for this, and you need to find the resources for that. To put it simply, as far as alternatives are concerned for the Zakarpattia region to the tools offered by the European Union is concerned, so I think that they don't exist. There is no alternative. That's why I will speak primarily about how we work with this, and on the other hand, what needs to be done is, I guess, since I'm from Rakhiv, so what do we need to do for the Zakarpattia region to involve more resources within cross-border cooperation? You know, leadership is always about figures, and the Association Euro-Region Carpathians Ukraine, if we take the largest resource within their European neighborhood policy or tool, so, you know, it's about partnership even from the Baltic countries, from Belarus, unfortunately Russia, so I think that, I hope it's going to be stopped at some point of time. So we work with 16 projects with 30 partners, where the Ukrainian side, which we represent ourselves as our members, has the budget of 7.8 million euros, and the Polish side is 5.3 million euros. You can see that the figures are high with us. What about Zakarpattia region? Zakarpattia goes about 4 projects and 5 partners, and to tell the truth, if we speak in euros, well, the story is rather sad because it's just 600,000, so it's not that much. Lviv region, let's go a little bit higher. It has only one neighborhood tool, which is the cross-border cooperation Poland-Belarus-Ukraine program, and the statistics have just been provided. While the Zakarpattia region has twice more tools. This is Huiskaro UI. You understand what countries are mentioned, are meant here, then Romania, Ukraine, then Danube regional strategy, which is not that large of the previous basins, but baskets, but it is also in place, and Lviv has no access to it. What about the barriers on our way, on the way of all of us, and Zakarpattia in particular? You know, that is the issue of trust. European institutions mainly stand for cooperation, for trust. You need to speak to your partner, and the partner must be sure that you will perform your commitments. We have bad history in this sense, and I'm trying to explain that their neighborhood tools actually work for 7 years. They launched, and that's quite a period of time. There is the tender, there is the conceptual part, then there is the open part of the tender, then we do it, then 30%, 55, 15, then the conclusion. So, but anyway, the problems with the previous European prospects for the years 2007-2013 are something which is known well to everyone in Ukraine, and this bad history and trust actually weighs a lot. As you know, that I mean that we don't have this level of trust. This is 2 checkpoints, Uzhhorod, Vesha-Nemetska, and Luzhanka, and this is actually minus 7 million euros. Oh, sorry, my colleagues are correcting me. Yeah, it's 2 of them are 7 million, while Zakarpattia is 600,000 euros. So you can see what the difference actually is. Another point is that, well, in Lviv region, we're a little bit better with this aspect, but here probably the situation is bad. It's important that the participants that um, getting down to European neighborhood tools to be financially solvent, because they don't need just the wish, they need some equipment, some technology. That's what we normally say. Zakarpattia really needs to work in this respect, and therefore the third point is the fact that the programs are for 7 years, and if there is no institutional memory, it may so happen that one partner in some Uzhhorod City Council or Khust Ryan, Ukhtyachev Ryan Council, which has generally been liquidated, started working, implemented half of the project, stopped, and there is no institutional memory, and oh, what do we do? And by the way, this bad history is related to the things which does not depend on the people who now work within cross-border cooperation, because it was started being implemented by the State Fiscal Service, and the same service, which has changed the title, has the debt to the European Union, and this is 22 million euros. So in fact, you can see that there are a lot of barriers on our way. But what do we do with all this? Waiting for the new prospects, which are the prospects of the year 2013 are over, but we are going to have the new prospect. I mean, 2020 is over, and we will have a new prospect. So there must be a separate regional budget program for the period of 2021-2028 that is going to be the key basket for those who will try their hand in cross-border cooperation via the European neighborhood tools. As far as Lviv region is concerned, we have this program, and for these 2 years, it was about 100 million hryvnias. But these are mainly the final phases of the implementation of projects. But since you have 4 programs for you, the situation should be better, I would say. Another important point, but probably we're not that much impacting the situation of 2007-2013, but we must take care of the completion of the projects of 2013-2020, because if this doesn't happen, we will never build this bridge in terms of trust, at least not now, because the secretariats in Warsaw, in Hungary, in Slovakia, in Romania will have the same people, and they will have a look at what has been done in Zakarpattia over the previous period, and is it worth for the representative of Zakarpattia to be given an opportunity to win the project? That is really what it works like. And if we don't pay attention to this, well, there will be a problem with this. We are willing to start a new page, but Europe has only sustainable history, and cross-border cooperation goes about trust. So if there is no trust, there is nothing. And I wish you to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Starting with 2004, in Ukraine there has been valid the law saying that all the money coming from the EU are constitute a kind of a preference, a benefit, but and they have been promised that they will be exempt from VAT. But in fact, that is a real problem for all the beneficiaries of European, Euro-Atlantic programs, because seemingly all the projects are being implemented, but, well, at least we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, because last week it was decided to work with their draft law on the so-called Polish credit, which means that there is a separate law which makes a separate large-scale project exempt from the problem, of which we have about 400 in Ukraine, with VAT payment. So at least there is a chance that they have understood that this problem should be settled at the level of the law. Now, a lot of people have been dismissed in the customs service and the fiscal service, and I don't know what is going to happen to us, but we at least hope that in this way the overall situation will improve. And what about the conditions for the growth of institutions of cross-border cooperation? Well, budget baskets. I've told you that in Lviv it is about 100 millions for 2 years, but there must be, first of all, baskets for small projects, because cross-border cooperation is about village council wanted to work with another village council, Ryan, at the Ryan level of Slovak Republic, for example, and they need to actually work with some mechanism in the budget. Well, in the Zakarpattia region, there must be the budget, regional budget, and there might be some cities like Uzhhorod and Mukachev that can afford it. But with us, we have like one full basket, and it's a little bit wider than cross-border cooperation. I would like to wish Zakarpattia to have new quality of project management, because it's not the authorities that should be writing everything. We have got some experience from a different field, because in Lviv region we provide funding to small projects under 500,000. Probably this figure is a little bit smaller than as far as your projects for 600 million are concerned, but in some part it is beneficial, because it doesn't matter to us who is writing projects. The main thing is that we have a qualitative project, and we can now see that actually now it is 50-50 private writers of those projects, and like parents in some parental committees at schools, some associations, condominiums of owners of multi-apartment buildings. So you really need to delegate your functions, and please don't stop it. Because, yeah, I know that in the Zakarpattia region, actually, there is a hierarchy, and the state authorities are dealing with this, but we should try to somehow change the practice. And I would also advise you to change your approach to infrastructure. The point is that it's not all about infrastructure. You need to take into account the issues of cultural field, social field. Please pay attention to this. These projects are easier to implement, and I don't know, I've forgotten somehow to mention this in the presentation, but don't be afraid of becoming the main partner within the cross-border cooperation project, because then you will not be assessed according to the residential principle. And in the European studies, you will not be perceived as the people who joined in the project just to have some partnership tick in your biography, in your CV, and for the future. It's more difficult to do projects independently. It requires more effort, but he needs to assess the partner from Hungary or Slovak whether they will manage to do something they need to within 7 years. So you should be the key partner. Don't be afraid of this. And in Lviv, we got the strength that we were not afraid of doing this. And at some point of time, we thought that the Polish side should be the key one, but now we have stopped working this practice, and it started working for us. The procedure is the same for number one, for number two, so it's just seemingly. So I wish Zakarpattia, my native Zakarpattia, it's actually a bad phrase because it's used by some officials, but I wish you to really work within all the 4 available neighborhood tools. And you know, you have 1 year to get ready for the initiative 2021-2028. So I hope that it is going to be a success. Thank you, Alexander, for looking through your prism at us, but you have provided us with the new perspective. You know, within these 2 days, I've been hearing the word institution and culture. Investment is going to come when it is in demand, when there is the environment which is attractive for investors. We have mentioned a lot about the fact that Ukraine needs to be present more in Zakarpattia via cultural samples, cultural patterns, and there must be certain competition for Zakarpattia. So when we were preparing this panel, we could discuss what does cross-border cooperation bring in for our region. It can bring, and it does bring, a lot of financial resources, but this is not the key thing. That was the leitmotif statement voiced in the previous discussion, the previous panel. And in particular, that was stressed by the person who has great experience of implementing cross-border cooperation projects in different capacities, like a person representing regional council, a businessman, a person heading a very interesting institution, which is the Charity Visa Fund. Volodymyr, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, dear organizers, and thank you very much for organizing this Zakarpattia and Davos in this difficult time. And we would like to thank our representative of the Zakarpattia in Lviv, who contributes to the development of our region. It's really good that we now cooperate. I mean, we talk about cooperation of our two regions, and I'm really following the aspects of our cooperation. Actually, trans-border cooperation is not a system of rules, it's the system of personal relationships. Now Ukraine is in the part of Central Europe, and we really have to sustain this trans-border cooperation. But at the same time, we do not have enough attention addressed to it on the part of central authorities in Kiev. Apart from trans-border cooperation, we can also talk about ethnic, religious, and even family relations with the European country. Every resident of Transcarpathian region has relatives in some European countries. And I think it's a good opportunity for us to extend this trans-border cooperation. I would like to provide two examples which are related to classical European programs on trans-border cooperation. This is a functioning program with good results and good outcomes. The first is our cooperation with the Czechs. We have been part of the big state. We have some joint history, and we remember the first Czech Republic, and the Soviet system divided us, and now we extend our hands towards each other. We have established our own cooperation program, which is separate from the European Union, but is still based on the values and rules of the European Union. In 2008, I met the delegation from the Czech Republic, and they were traveling around the Transcarpathian region, and they stated that we would like to make some repairs in one of the villages. We are the people's deputies. We really are willing to help you. And from that repairs, we started our cooperation with the Czechs. And at that time, the head of one of the local councils now is the deputy of the parliament. So really, these people made progress in terms of career ladder. So what we have now, lots of buildings repaired from their funds. The principle is 50-50. 50% is paid by Ukrainian side and 50% by the Czech side. What is the Czech funding? These are the donations of the government and the residents of the Czech Republic given to us for some purposes. The question is why they donate to us? Because we started renovating our joint elements of history. We started teaching, for example, the Czech language as the foreign language, and the Ministry of Education of the Czech Republic assisted the opening of the department of the Czech language in one of the universities. They invested a lot into repairs of schools. They established special audio room for studying the Czech language. Now the university has graduates of the Czech language. We have joint actions of police, of customs officers. We have a number of agreements signed between Ukraine and the Czech Republic regarding cooperation of law enforcement bodies. Imagine that we already have cooperation between the fire brigades. They organize joint trainings, joint competitions, both here in Ukraine and in the Czech Republic. We signed the agreement between the Emergency Service of Ukraine and the Ministry for Fire Rescue in the Czech Republic. So more than 70 million hryvnias was invested into our region. They managed to renovate up to 200 facilities. We really learn a lot from our Czech partners. They have the old people's houses. Special attention is paid to the needs of people with special abilities. And we should not reinvent the wheel. We should learn the best practices. So apart from funding, the most important thing is personal relationship, is communication of separate people. Just imagine, for more than 10 years, 10 of our administrative territorial units have established this cooperation between themselves. Host Janet Sazo, these partners exchange students, exchange pupils. When we talk about the university, we signed agreements between universities in the Czech Republic. So the fund, which was actually called Visa, is actually deciphered as Vysočina and Zakarpattia. So now we have about 100 cities and villages involved. For example, Rachiv cooperates with Trebic. For 5 years, Rachiv got technical aid amounting to 4 million hryvnias from just the city of Trebic. Right now, we are talking about it. It is the crisis period now, but right now, the square in Rachiv is repaired, funded from their partner in the Czech Republic. When there was a flood, they got 1 million hryvnias from their Czech partners to repair the square after the flood. I'm not talking about the framework cooperation. I'm talking about personal relationship, how we assist our Czech partners. We have joint history. We have joint people, famous people working here in the Transcarpathian region. We preserved Kolochava for the Czech people. They go there. We create conditions there. We try to preserve and protect their historical coverage. The Czech language is taught as a foreign language only here. They value work of our labor migrants who work in the Czech Republic and work for the benefit of the Czech Republic. And when the question was given to them, why do you help Transcarpathian region, they answered, because Transcarpathians work in the Czech Republic. And we really want the children of these people to go to good schools, to be treated in good hospitals. And this cooperation is getting more and more extensive. And it really depends on the heads of the amalgamated territorial communities. The second project is European Territorial Union TISA. Just imagine Ukraine ratifies Madrid Convention, gets some financial aid from the European Union. It gives us huge opportunities to establish territorial unions to jointly resolve a number of problems. Now, the Hungarians are our closest neighbors. Do we have joint problems? A number of them. This is the water or waste problem. This is Solotvino, the so-called salt volcano, the untreated sewage waters that are dumped into the rivers. These are migration problems. These are border crossing points. These are healthcare facilities in Ukraine, because really lots of Hungarian people live here in Transcarpathian region. How the problems can be established, can be resolved. Ukraine ratified Madrid Agreement, Madrid Treaties, and according to that treaties, the transborder states can establish joint stock companies that will probably resolve some joint issues, and they can be funded from the European funds. Definitely, Ukraine is not part of the European Union. We really got support from the president of one of the European committees. We got support from our representatives in the EU, and we established this enterprise. It is registered in Brussels, and in order to get some grant funding, we had to become part of the Danube strategy, and we became part of the strategy. I remember that period, and now we chair the Desnyansky part of this Danube strategy. So the previous panel stated that we did not have a concept. We do have a concept. We prepared a concept of waste problem in treatment of waste, in management of waste in the Zakarpattian region, and there were certain solutions offered. And now the European Territorial Union was funded, got some funds to build a waste sorting plant in the Zakarpattian region. There should be 3 plants like that. There should be technical aid to collect waste in mountainous areas. There should be funding given to recultivation of the old landfills. So certain steps are already written. There is a special program on researching Solodvino and the consequences that might happen happened due to neglect of Ukrainian power and the disaster that happened in Solodvino. The most important thing is that central authorities should definitely address the forms of such cooperation. Transborder cooperation is unlimited. It is based on our willingness to become part of Europe. This panel is really very interesting one. Lviv City Council has a special fund supporting small villages. Let it be 10%, but it is enough. The Regional Council of Transcarpathian region doesn't have this. Since 2015, the small villages do not have any support. So now we have to learn from the experience of Lviv region and to give the rights to small amalgamated territorial communities to do something on their way to European integration. European integration is not only about funding, it is about changing our mentality and our morale. I think that Transcarpathian region should become a platform of changes at the local level and at the national level. And we really would be able to answer any questions about the ways the reforms go. And once again, transborder cooperation is one of the best tools to transform the state in general. Thank you. Transborder cooperation, this is the tool that can be used to attract investments and to learn from best experiences. Yesterday, we heard that there are not enough innovations in Transcarpathian region. I would partially agree with it when we talk about technological things. But when we raise the point of the tools of transborder cooperation, when we talk about ideas, Transcarpathian region will be the first region that implemented a number of tools, ideas that were later replicated in some other regions. Let's remember 1993 Carpathian Euro region, which was promoted by the political elite of the Transcarpathian region. Let's talk about Union TISA, so far the only example of participation of the region of Ukraine in transborder cooperation, which is mentioned in the 3rd additional protocol to the European Convention on Transborder Cooperation. We also have one more innovation that was born here in our region and was replicated later by the other regions of Ukraine, and now it is the component of the state policy. Here we have our colleague Mikhailo Dankanich who is chairing the Agency for Regional Development and Transborder Cooperation of Zakarpattia. The agency operates since 2011-2012. Another colleague of mine, Evgeny Luksha, is a person who was involved in writing the charter of this agency. And I can definitely state that it was the first agency for regional development that was set up in Ukraine, that is still operating in Ukraine, and that is successful. My question is to Mikhailo, and probably Evgeny Luksha will add something to his ideas. And could you please mention the examples of transborder cooperation that can be borrowed by our colleagues from Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Chernivtsi, and many other regions of Ukraine? What kind of innovations we can share with our colleagues? And a question: why some innovations that are born here in our region are not supported at the national level?
Дякую за запрошення, дякую за питання.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. Just in Facebook, there was a post about the Agency for Regional Development, and I commented on the post. Do you mean Orthodox or Catholic ones? It was a joke. The agency I am chairing for the recent 4 years really was the first agency established here in Ukraine, and it's really very positive that the experience was extrapolated on the other regions of Ukraine, and they are supported on the part of the state. We continue our activity trying to focus more on transborder cooperation. Alexander was talking about the programs interesting for Transcarpathian region, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, Romania, Ukraine, the Danube strategy, and a number of others. And I'm really happy that I achieved the goal I set for myself. We have our projects in each of the programs mentioned. In 2 programs, we are key partners, and we are the only organization that currently has 2 projects for the Danube strategy. This is a complicated strategy and complicated program where you can be part of, but we have this possibility. And one aspect, in one of the projects, we have 16 partners from the European countries, so you can see how large-scale the projects are. We try to work on the issues of intellectual property rights, and I'm talking about the platform that will enable Ukrainian entrepreneurs and universities and other stakeholders to easily navigate in the Ukrainian legislation and in the latest achievements in the field of intellectual property right related to the Danube region. The second project started last year, and it is related to waste management. Unfortunately, waste through the Danube goes to the European countries. It is also the project within the Danube program. We have to research the issue, and we have to find a number of solutions. What can be done here at our level? So should it further go down the river, or should we install some water equipment, water installations to prevent the rivers being stuffed with waste? In my opinion, we have a great project called Virtual Reality Brings the Carpathian Together. It is about interactive school labs. It is part of the Romania-Ukraine program. We, for example, organize trainings for a Scratch program in Tyachev district, and the IT teachers have a chance to go to participate in the training and to teach the pupils some basics of programming. We signed a cooperation agreement with the Post-Diploma Education Institute, and the institute was really friendly to us, because owing to the diploma, given to teachers. The diploma is considered to be the advancement course for such teachers. And the final point, have a look at this virtual reality helmet. 2 schools in the Transcarpathian region soon will get this equipment, and this will be the first schools in Ukraine having such equipment that will enable children to perceive information in much efficient and much more interesting way. It will be much more interesting than reading a book or even searching something in the net. There will be a special presentation, a special event, but this is a good example of something that can be replicated all over Ukraine. We started from the point that Transcarpathian region is the last one when we talk about independent school testing, and we understood that something should be done about it. As an agency that is mainly involved in transborder cooperation projects, we cannot resolve all the issues in the region, and even the grants won't enable us to do it. But we can bring best practices here, we can illustrate these best practices, and in case these are working practices, we can encourage the other regions to use them. The projects we have elaborated throughout this period amount to about 4 million euros. We still expect some solutions from decisions from a couple of projects, and we shall share our experience with one of the regional companies. We share our achievements, we share our programs, and we want the projects to be used by others. Generally, transborder projects are a great tool to bring technology here. And at our trainings, I all the time state that this is something that is paid by the European taxpayers, and we have to be honest about it. This is the policy of the European Union to assist the neighboring areas. So, with having our respect to the Czech Republic, it's really positive that they assist us, but this is general policy of the European Union to provide assistance to the neighboring areas. We have cooperation projects with USAID. Last year, we organized startup projects. The fund was up to 200,000 hryvnias. This year, the fund is about 500,000 hryvnias plus 300,000 from USAID in order to provide more incentives to startup owners. And actually, this week, I think we are going to publish the results of this competition. We have about 60 applications. We managed to consider all of them. And it shows that people are interested in this thing, and such things can be multiplied in some other regions. I'm really envious of Lviv region having 100 million hryvnias for 2 years. When we talk about co-funding some projects on transborder cooperation, but we also take steps in this direction. If 2 years ago we didn't have a single program here in the Transcarpathian region, then we initiated these steps. We addressed the regional council with a request to co-fund our projects, which are made here at the regional level and which are important for the region. Now we shall have new deputies at the regional council, and we shall address them with a similar request, probably to support at least half or even all organizations that submit the regional projects, because it brings money, it brings technologies, and as a result, it shows good cooperation experience between our region and our European neighbors. I can dwell upon some other projects, but I will give the floor to my colleague.
Thank you, Mikhailo. I'm just going to tell one remark. Really, co-funding is really important since I represent Uzhhorod National University. And this year we have involved about 900,000 euros, but it means that we allocated 90 for this co-funding. So without understanding this mathematics, it's difficult to involve the resources for the development of our region. But you know, in fact, I'm going to advertise Johan because he has a very good statement. Currently, Zakarpattia is not capable of absorbing all the money that allocated or that could be allocated to us by the EU programs mentioned by Alexander, by Volodymyr, and by Mikhailo. That's why we got the idea of establishing the Association of Project Managers, Yadro, or the nuclear, the core, to help newly established ADCs to be potential recipients of the project that could be done at the low level of our region, at communities. Yevgen has a great experience of project implementation in many organizations, but now he has a very clear idea as to what the levels at which projects should be delivered are, how we can transform competition into synergy, because synergy should exist, and well, luckily it exists in the Carpathian regions, and our short discussion with Alexander actually confirms this. It should be also available at the level of the region. Business, authorities, civil society, all together. And I know that Ivan wants to tell about this. Thanks a lot for invitation. And I'm really happy to have a speech at this forum. Thanks a lot for the questions asked. What do I start with? You know, that is a very broad topic, cross-border cooperation. How do we involve more resources? To start, let us define what kind of resources these are. What resources do we mean? On the one hand, these are resources in a very broad sense. These are relations between people. These are relations between the authorities, between institutions, organizations, business relations. And if we speak about financial resources, this is just a tool thanks to which problems are solved. If we speak about cross-border cooperation, these problems are of cross-border nature, which means that these problems are felt both in Ukraine and in the neighboring countries. And solving those problems, the donor, and a lot has been mentioned as such tools as programs of the European Neighborhood Tool. So these financial tools should be aimed at overcoming not just Ukrainian problems, but majorly the problems of our neighbors. If we mean that a waste is flowing in the river from Ukraine, so that's not just our problem, and that's what our understanding of the financial resources should be. I mean, the resources allocated to us by the EU for us to overcome our joint problem.
Оце вузький сенс.
That is the narrow sense. There is still a narrower sense. What I mean is that if we speak about the use of such resources, since resources, money is used both in the territory of the Zakarpattia region, if it participates in a specific project, and in the territory of other countries by our colleagues, partners in those projects. And in this case, the capacity, the ability to consume those resources constitutes the key factor determining whether this project will be approved or not. If we develop this topic a little bit further, since I'm going to the level of specific projects, so if we continue developing this topic, we need to first make calculations. How much money is available to us within the program period? The program with the Polish factor, 170 million euros, so 5 years. Program with factor to Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, 66 million euros. Program with factor to Romania, 60 million euros. These are the money. Well, it's not for the Zakarpattia region. This is the money of the shared basket that could be used for overcoming joint problems, shared problems. So if we distribute this money on a parity basis, and you can see that In these programs, not only the Zakarpattia region is involved, but Belarus is involved, Volyn region, Lviv region, a considerable part of Poland, Eastern Hungary, Eastern Slovakia, Romania. The regions like Ivano-Frankivsk region, Odessa region, Chernivtsi region, even Ternopil region. So there is tough competition, and if we speak about the volume of financial resources that gets to the Zakarpattia region, so as compared to the overall resources which we consume via the budget redistribution, this is just a small share. This is a small amount of money, but it's important because, as my colleagues have already mentioned, this money helps us to share our experience, to communicate, to see some benchmarks, some samples to follow, to analyze the problems and to solve the problems and make decisions concerning their directions in which we need to invest. To develop the topic even further, I would like to mention some problems which exist. Of course, we have problems. We always have problems. And currently, me and my colleagues from the association managers have come to the conclusion that the Carpattia region is on the border of its capacities as far as consumption of money is concerned. Quite often, there are cases when no application is submitted by the Carpattia region because the money that could be accessible is not given to us a priori as a budget. Please have this budget, use it. We need to ask them, we need to provide some arguments for the expedience of our action, and we need to consume it correctly, which is called institutional capacity. So, if we take the direction of large infrastructural projects of the Romania-Ukraine program has been left without any projects for the Zakarpattia region. And this happened only because prospective beneficiaries didn't want and didn't compile high-quality projects within this program. Though we do have the longest border on Romania, and there are a lot of problems there, so we need these projects badly. Yeah, it doesn't mean that we are not solving any problems at all, but we are not ready to be more active and to be more actively involved in this direction. Since we can see there are 3 programs of the EU neighborhood program that are in existence, which means that in order to take and consume this money, we need to generate a lot of projects to be competitive, to meet their tender requirements. I'm not prone to think that our projects are of poor quality. Our projects are of good quality, but if we have a look at the large number of these projects, what we lack is specialists, experts to produce this high-quality product, more of such high-quality projects. Let's go down, a level down in the analysis of our problems. That is the bottom, the field level. I wouldn't like to call it the battlefield, just the field, the ground on which we're actually plowing and sowing. It should be mentioned in this context that new players appear in the market, rules keep changing, and if we speak about those complex neighborhood tools, we cannot just tell that these rules are complex and difficult. They are extremely difficult. You need to be a well-educated professional to really cope with them and to be free in handling these requirements and rules. And the rules are becoming more and more complicated, and they address more and more those prospective beneficiaries who have got good resources, which constitute a complementation for the projects financed out of the grant. What does this mean? This means that every beneficiary who is a partner in the project is a part of his resources. That's why, if over the latest 15 years the leadership in this field has been kept not by the authorities, not by local self-government bodies, but by civil society organizations or NGOs, and they keep holding the leadership in project management by now. So they now lack resources to cover the gaps for their own contributions. And here of importance is the tool, which in particular functions in Lviv region. This is the co-funding fund, which we lack in Zakarpattia region. And this is, we have an urgent need for this. In 2021, we definitely need to introduce it. Why does it happen so? Why do we need it badly? Here is another factor. New players appear in the form of newly established ATCs, amalgamated territorial communities. And these are the communities that are legitimate actors. They are actively involved in the process of cross-border cooperation. They may get funding and they have some own budgets and resources to have them as a complement to the resources of the project. But what they lack is analytical data and experts. They need to be helped and supported. That's why over the last year we have been actively cooperating with communities as experts. We cooperate with agencies like the agency of the regional council, with the Ustanova, which is the agency of Zakarpattia region. And we do have a clear idea how we should develop this policy of internal cooperation further on. We understand it in the following way. The triangle of cooperation between the authorities, agencies, and experts should function together in a well-coordinated way, and each of them should act not as a competitor of each other, but act at its own level, which means that they really need to distribute the duties in their work to achieve the best results possible within the area of cross-border cooperation. Again, what it means? In my sense, it means that an agency, if it really wants to be an agency of regional importance, should not go down to the level of the problems and programs which focus on the local level, because in this way they try to compete with the local organizations that also compete for this resource. And it is in them that the problems are, and it is them who are going to be potential beneficiaries, ensuring the sustainability of the results. That's why for agencies, as far as such local civil society organizations, local self-government bodies are concerned, it would be more beneficial to be the agency for the agency. That's what I call it.
Але це складно зробити
But it's difficult to arrange this in the environment in which agencies are now staying, since quite often the source of existence of agencies is grant money. I mean, it's one of the sources. And without having any other sources of funding, the agencies just need to address the donors they may have access to. And, here no arguments will ever work. We have to compete for resources the way we used to compete before. That's why I think that the agencies need some institutional reinforcement, differentiation of the funding sources, diversification of the tools for their activity. I mean, the instruments, thanks to that, which they are going to be of interest for their colleagues, for their partners. Well, I cannot but stress the problem faced by every project working within the program Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, Ukraine, and Ukraine, Romania. Because this is the problem of poor quality planning of the very program. I mean that there are some problems related to reporting within projects because we work with currency, and all the projects currently under implementation run very high exchange rate risks related to devaluation of hryvnia. What I mean, that is that the program period is about to be over, and we're developing the conditions for the new program period. And I'm now addressing the organizations, competent organizations that do participate in the development of new rules, for them to listen to their things mentioned in the analytical data we send to them almost every month, for them to avoid the mistake which we now have and which cannot be corrected at the moment. For example, per every 10,000 euros, direct losses are from 1.5 up to 2.5 million euros. And that is the problem which you are not faced with the Polish vector programs, Alexander, because the developing group avoided these risks.
Probably I will finalize my speech, though I have lots of things to say. I will address all the participants of the forum, and I would like to wish all of us also successes in their respective areas of work. And I think that we can accumulate more resources together, and only in the case if we organize our activities in a more efficient way, because the key to attract more resources in the area of transborder cooperation is not in the very transborder cooperation itself, but in us, in our internal issues. Thank you, Mr. Luksha, for your contribution. Synergy is something that is really needed in our region. Probably I would like to add to what Evgeny has just said. I think that when we talk about transborder cooperation, our region can become a good example of synergy. Volodymyr has mentioned this example. We have good examples of cooperation with both agencies for regional development, the one by the one chaired by Denise, and we applied for the funds of the European Union. We are talking about two projects that is aimed at establishing the startup center. We are talking about innovations, and another center is the one to support sustainable tourism. This is about renovation of the building, historic building of our university that can become the center for creative industry development in our region. We started cooperating and we understand that the amount of resources we can attract, be they financial or be they human capital resources, we won't be able to consume them alone. So we can get united around the strategic goal in our region, which does not depend on political colors of the parties. We have several minutes to conclude our panel, and I would like to give a question to all the panelists. What should we get rid of in the 2021, and what should we preserve in 2021? In 2021, we have new territorial communities, we have new program period for the European Union, we hope for the end of lockdown, and what are the things we should refuse in 2021 and what we should preserve in 2021. Try to be brief. Probably it sounds as a joke, but we have to forget about holidays, about days off, and we have to work. We have more than 47, if I'm not mistaken, amalgamated territorial communities where we have lots of things to do. I'm also a consultant of the Association of Ukrainian Cities. I'm the economic consultant, and my activity in Association of Ukrainian Cities will be my primary job. And I think that we should concentrate on amalgamated territorial communities. The communities are the units which, in their majority, will be beneficiaries of different programs, of different programs and projects, including cross-border ones. I have a follow-up question. How we can increase the project potential of the communities? We mentioned the key problematic areas: lack of resources, lack of knowledge, lack of staff. Really, the document issues are really important. We need experts who know foreign languages. We need experts in taxation. We need procurement experts according to our legislation, but also people should be well aware of the rules in the European Union. How are you going to respond to these problems? Financial resources is a bit at the background. What is a top problem for us is good analytics, identifying the problems, identifying the ways of resolving the problems, and identifying the consequences. The second point is human skills, and the third level is the institutional capacity. Who is the final beneficiary of something? When we talk about economic development, the village council, the city council are not entrepreneurs. They just create conditions for entrepreneurs to be active. Thank you. The same question into Evgeny and Mikhailo. What things we should forget in 2021 and what we should preserve? Talking about the projects, I think the projects will be implemented. There will be more and more of them. We should probably forget about public events. I think COVID-19 will still be with us, and we have somehow to adapt to new realia in the world. Talking about the organizations, I think transborder cooperations program come to the end. The new ones probably won't be launched, and we shall have this window for a couple of years. So probably we should forget about individual approaches, and we should think about joint activities. And this is something we do, and something you do together with the Agency for Regional Development in the Zakarpattian region. We talk about internal programs. They are big. We have to coordinate our efforts together with the agencies and to apply for the projects in this way. Thank you. Volodymyr, what is your opinion? We should forget about laziness, being lazy, finding somebody to blame. But what we should do is creating institutions, establishing institutions. I like the example of Poland, where they teach at school how you can become the winner of a grant. So I think that the local authorities and the regional council should establish such conditions, such system of relationships, that the administrative units we already have now understand that they should apply for the European programs. It means we have to create conditions to attract funds to our country. The second part is about sharing experience, exchange programs, via communication, via establishing relationship between different areas, different structures. This should be our routine task, because every person who has been to Europe, who has seen the experience of a European doctor, a European teacher, a European officer, police officer, comes back and is already a different person. And the key task for us is to have support of the central authorities, not to have such failures as reconstruction of the customs office in Transcarpathian region. We really want to have the criminals in jails, I mean the criminals who were trying to appropriate the money of the European Union. And somebody should go to jail for not having modern customs officers in Transcarpathian region. I saw that you were nodding your head and shaking your head, so it means you have your own ideas about what you have just heard. From what I heard, It means that you probably should not apply for some programs. Well, it cannot be the case. You should become more active. You should forget your laziness or your caution. Really, colleagues were right by stating what should be preserved. Just a very short piece of advice to amalgamated territorial communities. I will probably disappoint them. You won't become full-fledged entities, particularly when you are newly elected. Probably irrespective of the fact whether you are Orthodox or you are Greek Catholics, just divide the communities between yourselves and manage them, help them. Neither territorial community won't be able to tackle the document package for this or that grant. You can just work in a very easy way with your partner city or village in Hungary, Romania, or the Czech Republic. The scheme will be 50-50. It's logical, it's okay. So people want to resolve certain issues, they have to agree about the contribution. The European neighborhood policy or neighborhood tool gives you some other opportunities. And these opportunities were like that. You have to find 10% to implement the project. You have to find a reliable partner with whom you're doing it, and you will share 90%, which will be funded from Europe. But at the same time, you also have to remember the following point, that what you are going to have should be probably paid by you. Be ready for the audit in 7 years. Probably you are already not the head of the amalgamated territorial community, you are not the head of the hospital, but you have to be ready that you might be audited in 7 years. So probably you should ensure your support of your Lviv colleagues or some other colleagues. For these 3 years to come, we have 4 programs. It's really good, and we do hope that they will be launched. You still have lots of things to offer. Probably you somehow divide all the things you have and all the communities you have. If you do something for 1 million, it requires the same efforts, the same time, and the same procedures as the project for 100 million. So if you talk about transborder cooperation, if you did something small up to 30,000 euros, it means you have done something. You have launched the project of transborder cooperation. So the moment you've done it, your institutions, your amalgamated territorial community, your organization, or your union will really be welcomed everywhere. And sometimes you really have to have some patience. So you should not think about big projects. You should follow the examples of more experienced colleagues. You probably should forget about the things you cannot influence. The state doesn't want to give 28 million euros. We have to give them back, because if we do not do it, the other customs projects won't be implemented. For example, the Polish unit was reprimanded and was sanctioned because Ukrainian side hasn't performed its obligations and commitments. Transborder cooperation projects are based on trust. Trust doesn't appear from anywhere. Trust is born on the basis of something. So what we should definitely get rid of is ruining the trust. When people work for several years and all of a sudden certain things happen, the exchange rate or the manager in Kiev is different, who doesn't know what the Transcarpathian region is and what kind of projects are implemented there. It means you should start from something small and have your vision about something big. I understand why probably you have not submitted your application. Probably you didn't have enough resources. I cannot understand why you have not submitted for a certain program. I cannot grasp how it happened. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We still have 5 minutes, so please, 1 minute for each of you. We talk about projects, we talk about taxes. So it means we have very practical panel. Yesterday, we started from the statement that Transcarpathian region is a frontier of Ukraine, but somewhere in the middle of the day, we stated that the Transcarpathian region is the gate for Europe to Ukraine or vice versa, gate for Ukraine to Europe. So you have two statements and you have 1 minute to think about it. Whatever is done for people. It is about people and is done by people. So all areas of cooperation or transborder cooperation should focus on a person, should be person-centric. And these are people who identify whether the Transcarpathian region is a gate, is the airport, or is the dock, or whatever. So I want us to be person-centric, whatever project we are talking about. Thank you, Mikhailo. We have already heard the answer to this question because the first agency was established in Transcarpathian region, Euro region was established here, and the Union of Transborder Cooperation was established here as well. So we started in a very good way. There may be some philosophical thinking about it, but lots of things were born here in Transcarpathian region. The first two schools with virtual reality equipment will be here. We have to go ahead, and transborder cooperation projects will assist us on our way. Thank you, Volodymyr. Yes, we have to state that all people living here are participants of transborder cooperation, be they deputies or just residents of villages and towns or employees of Transborder Cooperation Agency. We want Transcarpathian region to be the bridge that will bring Ukraine to the European mentality, to the European system of coordinates. And finally, we are going to have our state. And I think the transborder cooperation and the projects are the good tools to achieve this goal. It's really good that we have already support from Lviv colleagues, and I'll be happy if Ivano-Frankivsk does something together with the Romanian side or Chernivtsi. It will be really great. Together we have to change our mentality to kill Homo Sovieticus in our people, and we have to become Europeans. Something I wish all of us, I want all of us to be part of the European states. So, Alexander, what do you think about Transcarpathian region? Is it the gate of Ukraine to Europe or vice versa? The most important thing is for the gate to be open. And there should be lots of such gates. And for us, this should be really big, wide gate and not small entrances. Transcarpathian region has 4 times more tools. We talk about 4 borders, we talk about 4 countries in this region. And Transcarpathian region really has to work with it, has to turn it to your advantage. 7 years with global European tools, what has already been functioning in Ukraine, in my opinion, is a very good illustrative example. How, what, how many. And this relationship, these family connections, no visa-free regime. But I think in Transcarpathian region, everything will be speeded up. I'm an optimist. We have to remember the mistakes we've made in the past. We have to work. We have to take lots of efforts in order to improve the situation here in Transcarpathian region. Thank you very much. So let's hope it was not a political advertisement. I would like to express our gratitude to all the participants of our panel. Alexander, who is the head of the board of Association of Local Self-Governance Body, Euroregion Carpathy, Ukraine. Vladimir Chubirka, who is the director of charitable fund Visa, Mikhailo Denkanich, who represents the Agency for Regional Development and Transborder Cooperation Zakarpattia, the Greek Catholic part, and Evgeny Luksha, who is the head of the board of Association of Project Managers Yadro. I hope our panel was interesting and useful to you. We are also very grateful to our speakers. Thank you very much, dear moderator, for this informative discussion. And we get to our next topic. We understand that we are all tired of hearing this coronavirus news. We are all tired of COVID restrictions. But we understand that probably for some time we still have to accept this unpleasant reality. Our next panel is not only how we could survive, but how we can become stronger. And we are talking about Zakarpattia in general and the Ukraine in general in this coronavirus reality. Our panelists will be the doctors, hoteliers, psychologists, representatives of tourism industry. And I invite the moderator of this discussion, Vitaly Glagola, who is the journalist and blogger. I would like to start this discussion with you, because you have been a leader of volunteer movement when it comes about providing the necessary things for doctors. Tell us about your experience, how you have become stronger, and how you assisted all the others to be stronger. Thank you very much for evaluating my modest contribution. Actually, it was by accident. I have become a volunteer, and I saw how, at the peak of deficit and human hysterics, when people were buying the masks and antiseptics, some of acquaintances of mine started selling these things at very high prices, and we bought these things at our own money, for our own money, and we just were distributing these protective means free of charge. And the doctors started pointing out that they, as doctors, do not have enough protective equipment. So we started working in this area. We encouraged others to follow our example. And it happened so that we collected aid up to 500,000 hryvnias. It included masks, antiseptics, other protective stuff. So what we managed to do is to become united around the problem. It was similar to 2014, when we had lots of volunteers. But in 2020, we had this coronavirus war, and we managed to mobilize our efforts and involve lots of people into our activities until the state was ready to take it over from us. And we are happy that we managed to teach people to value the efforts of doctors who save our lives every day. And people who made some donations take a different look at the activities of doctors who were neglected, whose efforts were neglected for some time. I think we never thought how the infection hospital works, whether it has all the necessary things. And I see how this problem really brought this issue to our attention. And now the hospital has all the means it is supposed to have. And I think they have lots of things that they will be using even in post-pandemic time. So in this crisis situation, we managed to turn minus into plus, and we provided the hospital with the elements it would never get during the good times.
Therefore, I would like to continue this panel not just with my monologue, but to invite the speakers who are going to be involved in this panel in the forum. Reopen Zakarpattia. This is the doctor infectionist who exactly works in Zakarpattia Regional Infection Hospital. And since the first day, he has been not just receiving patients and treating them, but has been actively volunteering in his free time. This is Stepan Karabynysh. You're welcome. Also, we're going to speak about how COVID has influenced their restaurant and hotel business with a person who works in this field and can tell us about the pre-COVID, COVID, and I hope post-COVID trends in this field. This is Tamara Hotra. Also, we will speak about tourism, about where people from Zakarpattia go and how they replace their closed Europe and whether they are ready to exchange it to replace it with the local tourist market. So here is our third speaker, Melita Ryzhko, the founder of the tourist agency. So good afternoon, dear speakers. My first question would be to Stepan. So can you tell us what is the difference you have seen in terms of the attitude of people at the beginning of the pandemic and what has changed now? Because I've got the impression that people have become different. I mean, when there were now that there are 10,000 people in Ukraine, they are less careful and cautious than when we had 5 patients per day. So have the people got tired, or how do you explain this? You know, it seems to me that that is this social fear available with a lot of people and lack of knowledge of the fact of what I personally can do and what I should do. I can not tell you that the moods have not changed. They have. And now we have more panicky rules, panicky moods. That is like the association with the panic fear. The treatment of HCPs has changed. Well, I would argue about this because it seems to me that in social media people have become more aggressive in relation to HCPs and they have distrust in medical professionals, and we have been witnesses of this situation. Rather recently, when our citizens were shouting, shame on you, to our chief physician who is directly involved in overcoming of the consequences of the pandemic. What is it connected with? This is primarily connected with the fact that we don't have the necessary communication with the civil society as to what needs to be done, what happens later, and what each of us can do about the situation. So what are the consequences of lack of action of a specific person right now, right? That is what we should speak with them about. What is the result that they will get in half a year, in a month? Yeah, you know, it's enough to have respiratory masks, not to protect you, but to protect other people who don't want to fall ill. They have the right to be healthy. That is the right enshrined in the Constitution. And what about the following argument? Sorry to interrupt, but if people appeal to the following, well, I'm healthy, why should I wear a mask? As far as wearing a mask is concerned, Ukraine is a unique country in the sense that we have a lot of laws and we have a lot of resolutions, guidances, documents we are not following. And even when we're going here, asked the mother, why do you stop at the red light? And she said, because that is the rule of traffic. And that was the right introduced by the Ministry of Health, which was passed not just in Ukraine but throughout the world. Why? Because this way protects other people from possibly infected people. That's why the people who don't wear masks actually take away my constitutional right to health and to being not infected. And what is your attitude to the situation which we now have with the treatment of COVID, prevention of COVID, and well, Uzhhorod is now in the red zone concerning restrictions, but due to some social indignation about their opening of some institutions. I mean, they were closed and they were opened, and many people are indignant about the fact that, well, you would only go to cafes. So why do we need the orange zone then if in the red zone we have artificial restrictions and actually that's the same level as in the orange zone? So do we have any balance between business and economy and survival of people in the sense of food, economic welfare, and the balance of restrictions for hospitals not to be overcrowded and for us not to have tens of thousands of patients falling ill per day? Can we find this compromise in the Zakarpattia region or not? Well, if we speak directly about division into zones, so my personal opinion here as that of the infectionist is, I guess it's inexpedient. If we speak about the lockdown, we may take as a sample South Africa, let it be also China, let it be some countries of Europe, which introduced complete lockdown for 2 weeks with the ban for the functioning of any institution but for drugstores. Even food shops were closed, and the public was warned that they need to buy some store for 2 weeks. And that's it. So this sort of lockdown is well argumented. Why? Because over this period, the people who are probably infected will either show the symptoms of the disease and will be hospitalized, isolated from the public, or those who are already ill will recover and there will be no spread of infection further on. So we speak about closure of the borders, both to the inside of the country and to the outside. But if we speak about those zones, well, these are migration movements from one region to the other, and I personally think that it has no sense, it has no ground, and there is no point in doing this. And if we arrange today the red zone, then right again, we increase the number of beds in hospitals, and it's no longer the red zone. Well, it doesn't have any special effect on their treatment, on overcoming of disease and on spread of infection. Or the red zone, which has no restrictions, and in fact it is the orange zone. Right. We have the example not that far from Uzhhorod, from the Zakarpattia region, we have Slovakia, where the decision was to have mass protests, and over the last weekend, out of 5 million residents, 3.6 million went to have a protest. And this weekend they continue protesting, I mean, of the people who were not tested, which is about 50% of people over 2 days, and 1% of patients has been identified and isolated. And actually, the person after this test gets a certificate with which, for a certain period, everything is open for him or her. I mean, catering institutions, gyms, sports clubs. So do you consider that this methodology is efficient or not? And probably in Zakarpattia region, which it should have taken the same path. Maybe not throughout Ukraine, but just throughout the Zakarpattia region. Would it have been efficient? Well, I will probably deviate a little bit from the key question of yours, and I will tell the following. In the Zakarpattia region, until now, we haven't had any adequate audit of the medical field in general. Currently, neither our ministry nor the Department of Healthcare know how our doctors treat, how tests are performed, because if you have passed the test, then the polymerase chain reaction test, well, you know that in some laboratories they do it from your mouth, from your tongue, from your throat. So there are certain requirements, and they should be unique. There are some requirements as to the compliance with a certain regime. And when we don't have one common protocol, we cannot claim that if Uzhhorod it is this way and in Mukachevo it is that way. We will not get to one figure. We will not have unified approach and unified indicator. If you speak about complete mass screening, this is inexpedient because, first of all, we are not ready in terms of our capacity. We cannot actually afford this. We do not have so many laboratories to arrange such testing and to process so many samples. And even if we do this, a person with this certificate, well, let it be me. I have certificates for today, but you don't have this certificate, and we are in one queue to buy some bread, and you cough to your fingers somehow, and you take the money and you give it to the shop assistant. The shop assistant gives the money back to me. No, I mean that there is complete lockdown, but it is not valid for the people who don't have this certificate, who have this certificate. Well, now, as far as the negative results of tests are concerned, no, we have a lot of people who don't have any symptoms but have a positive test, and vice versa. There are people who have some manifestations, show some symptoms, but they are no longer infectious. They cannot carry this infection. So it's like the sample which was taken too early. Tomorrow, this patient is going to have high temperature, to have all the clinical symptoms, but today the PCR test is not efficient. So this model is not inefficient. It's not efficient. I mean, the model of Slovakia is not efficient. And it's also expensive. You know, from the economic point of view, it's really expensive because it's all about people, about time, about resources. So the model suggested by the WHO, according to which if there is a need, then the family doctor, family practitioner sends you to the PCR test. Well, that is effective, but there is another side of the problem. The family practitioner actually sends you to the test. We have 60 people standing in the queue sharing everything they have, which means that there is no full-fledged mechanism of enforcing this procedure, though the model has been correct. On the other hand, family doctors sometimes don't pick up their receivers. We have thousands of cases when they don't pick up the receiver, or they pick up the receiver and tell the patient that I'm on my leave or on a sick leave or something else. So the Ministry of Health says it clearly that if the doctor is going on a leave, he must leave some person instead of him or her. Yeah, but let's not go into the procedure because we are digressing a little bit. I agree, I know about cases like this. But then it seems to me people should have been informed as to how they have to act if the doctor doesn't pick up the receiver. So this is item A. You choose another family doctor, or you give your complaints to someplace. We will get back to this topic, but if we consider the situation you have described from the medical point of view, and we realize that there is a need to minimize the range of our contacts, but how does the economy survive in this situation? And the people who have closed their businesses, who still need to pay salaries and taxes, and how do they generally survive? And in the context of this, there are people who are trying to leave for abroad because the situation there is a little bit better in terms of epidemiology. And I know that the prices are lower and you can really afford it. So that's the question to Melita Rishko. You are the owner of the tourist agency, so please do tell us how have the trends changed? Where do people from Zakarpattia go? Do they go to the places where they can, or there are specific directions which are kind of must-have for them and which they choose according to their tastes? And what about inbound tourism in Ukraine and in the Zakarpattia region is in demand, and are you addressed? I understand that you don't actually sell the tourists of the Carpathian region of Ukraine, but still, do you see some demand for that? How many people address you with such a question? Could you send me to Odessa or some tour of Kherson region? So how does it happen? And what about Kyiv tourist agents? Do they address you to send people to the Carpathian region? Well, as far as tourism is concerned, people from Zakarpattia go to the places where they can, but that is a limited choice, we don't have a wide choice, wide selection. Besides that choice, we have to somehow reach those places. And if these are countries in some other continents, we don't have air flights because, there is the optimization in the whole system of airports and air flights from Ukraine. We normally went from Budapest, and now we can fly from Budapest as a transit flight, but not everybody wants to do this because it's rather difficult, even for us as for agents. Because you are a citizen of Ukraine, you're flying from Hungary, you fly to, let's say, Montenegro, and you get back, and here is the red zone, here is quarantine. It's very difficult to trace, although thanks, that's why now everyone tries to fly from Ukraine. And of course, when it all started, when the epidemic started, we didn't function for 4 months at all because nobody was flying anywhere. And as far as inbound tourism is concerned, we had to show something on our online resources, social media, and so on. But we decided that since the border is closed, we will try to popularize step by step the things which we have now, Zakarpattia, Kherson, Odessa region, and over the whole period of the quarantine, we were just telling where you could go without any prices or things like that, for us not to disappear from the whole picture and for people to know that they have a chance like this, an opportunity like this, because Uzhhorod, Ukraine. I remember that when I went to Hust for the first time, I was so happy. I mean, not the border, not the air flights were open, but some borders within Ukraine were opened gradually. And then, when there was already kind of a season, we started showing people that there are some inbound tours. And by the way, me together with my colleagues and my parents had a chance to go on such tours. The paying capacity of people has really fallen down, and we have to understand that there are many people who have some chronic diseases, and they cannot now really face this risk. They need to care for themselves more. And if you whether you risk going on trip or not. But there are people who have some money and they would go somewhere at least now. So we have the places to offer them. But the point is that there is no advertising. Not many people deal with this. But if we set it as our goal, we would find the sites. And as a solution to the problem, I would actually advise the people who are creating those tours. I'm not creating, I'm just selling them. I would advise them to speak more, to advertise more. But if you speak as the tourist business on its behalf per month, what is the turnover in your agency as compared to the pre-COVID October 2019 or pre-COVID November 2019? And the second part of the question is as follows.
От якщо сьогодні зупиняється коронавірус,
And in your opinion, how much time would you need to get back to that level? Well, I've had a look at my system at this difference, and the data was from the 1st of January to the 9th of November last year and this year in terms of the number of tourists whom we sent on their trips. Well, the ratio is approximately the same, but the difference is actually 75% what we had in 2019, 2020. And we closed one office, we had to do this. I guess that it's not only about my business. We need to optimize our costs. Every business must realize that it's not just tourism that has been affected. All the others have to understand that now every kopeck is important for people to survive. I think that 2021 is going to be even better, even worse than 2020. So now people don't have the opportunity to travel in 2021. They won't have the money. Is it the case or what? Yeah, we will be faced with both problems, lack of opportunity and lack of money. Tamara's business has been affected. The business of a lot of my friends has been affected, and there are only few businesses that can say that they have not been affected. They have not lost, but they have not grown in their normal economic sense. Because in theory, in good economic growth, every year you must get about 20-25% of growth. And if somebody tells me that they have got richer, I think it would be wrong, because some of them have just kept to the level 2020. It's already great. Because, we are closed, then when we opened, or we are open, but people are afraid of going anywhere. So it goes in a wave-like process. But it's a tough time for business. Okay, that was the first part. And what about the second part of the question? How much time do you need to get back to the level of at least the turnover which you had in October 2019? Well, now the International Association, IATA, says it has changed the estimations, because at the beginning of the coronavirus, they said that everything is going to be all right in 2023. And then in summer, they said 2024. But now there is already a forecast, like three: pessimistic, worst case scenario, best case scenario, and neutral. And according to these forecasts, the worst case scenario says that this is 2026, that we will get to 2019. That is in general about the world tourism. And if we speak about your business, to be more specific, your tourist agency, is there the demand and no places to go, or has the demand gone down? The demand has gone down, but you know what's most difficult now? We work with the people who are used to traveling. I can work with you because you know how to travel, but as far as new clients is concerned, it's much more difficult. In Ukraine, the culture of going abroad has only started growing. We live in Zakarpattia region, so we are rather flexible in this respect. But central Ukraine, well, they didn't know what traveling is like. They have just started going into that, and here is coronavirus, which means that I cannot affect the people who were not traveling before. What kind of advertising I must write for them? That you will go for 1 hryvnia? No. The people who are used to traveling, for whom is like a drug, they need traveling. But again, the demand is lower. Well, thank you. Now I would like to go over to Tamara Hotri. And here is the next question. Again, you have been working for a couple of months in a wave-like approach. You were just giving products to go. But what about now? You have, in summer, I understand you had some summer grounds, and it was more difficult to have people in the premises. But now, weather is already not that good, and You don't have open areas. So from the point of view of the business, you get opened and you are closed. Then you work till 10 o'clock, then you work till 8 o'clock, or you work round the clock. So what is the effect of those waves on the business, on your business? And do you manage to somehow reach a compromise, a consensus with the authorities, and find the balance between the regime of working, not losing clients, and the quarantine restrictions, which are sad for us not to have the situation Italy had in April and May?
In my opinion, well, before I answer certain questions, I usually try to put myself in the place of my opponent. I do not state that the authorities are our opponents, but I have clear understanding of the complexity of the situation our authorities are in now. Because when we were trying to understand some pluses of this new reality, we understood that this is real. This is unity. This is getting together. We are trying to protect each other. We started communicating. We become a united force, which in the past didn't exist at all. So you're not only competitors but also partners. Yes, this is unprecedented case for our region. Unfortunately, we do not have this association culture. I remember being to America and attending the training on association. It was 2016, and I came back with a new idea, with great willingness, what should be done and how it should be done, because I saw how it works. I was trying to do it, but all my attempts failed. Melita knows what I'm talking about, because we tried to be active, we tried to work together. The first meeting always was very good, and the third one actually didn't produce any results. It was very difficult to unite the representatives of our field when everything was good. When crisis happened, really we managed to do it. So it's enough for you to have a Viber chat. Well, we are not that low, but we have our own Telegram channel. No, we do have meetings. I know that there is such a chat, and when you organize a meeting with the authorities, you communicate in a chat. In Uzhgorod, there are more than 1,000 entrepreneurs. If I'm not mistaken, there is one chat for hotel and restaurant representatives, and it has about 280 participants. I'm a moderator, I'm administrator there, and it is very specialized one. Hotels, cafes, and restaurant, HoReCa industry. And there is a chat for entrepreneurs. They have their own Viber group, and it's a bit chaotic. And there are about 3,000 people. They are not constructive. This is the people who were just shouting to one of the doctors, shame on you. And I'm really sorry for the situation. I want to state that our chat is actually more constructive. So the positive thing about COVID for you is that you managed to bring all the participants of the industry together. So what did you manage to achieve owing to this? And can this be called the compromise between business and conscience, or business and health? When we talk about your inner state, inner condition, when we talk about the spread of coronavirus infection. So what did you manage to achieve? Do you think it can be a compromise variant, or actually this is something you wanted to have, but done by the local authorities? I would like to come back to my previous statement. We were not demanding anything from the state. When we united for the first time, it happened due to the fact that we were forbidden to work till certain hours. At that time, it was summer period, and we still managed to survive. People wanted to introduce, the authorities wanted to introduce time limit till 8 o'clock in the evening, if I'm not sure, if I'm not mistaken. But you have to understand, it is summertime. People go out for a walk in the evening, and our working time was reduced by 3 hours. And this is actually the time period which makes up 30 or 50% of our profit. So taking into account that we mostly were not operating in spring, not everybody was working on the takeaway principle. Mind that, well, takeaway principle in Uzhgorod is good for nothing. So it was the time for us when we united, we addressed the mayor and then the governor of the region. And it was that time when I understood the whole complexity of the situation. We see a person who understands us, but how he can balance between the highest value of the state, the health of people, and business reasons. And every day I understand the complexity and the depth of the conflict. Really, we have to find a balance between life and health and economy. Transcarpathian has never been an industrial region. This is the services area, tourism area. And due to coronavirus issues, we actually, it's not like we do not have it at all, but this is very close to zero. We see some first attempts in June. There were some attempts in September, then in October. If I take the position of observer, I could state that apart from the fact that you addressed the regional administration and you were talking to the governor regarding protection of your interests, then now the city mayor has supported you. And the city mayor states that he is chairing this movement. At least this is the way it looks for me. So how do representatives of the restaurant business evaluate these efforts, and what do you expect in November? Do you really believe that these attempts are sincere and true? Did support of the city mayor help you ensure the schedule, working schedule, which is good for you? I do not want to go into politics. I do not want to politicize our conversation. To be honest, how it is accepted inside the business. The business wants to survive. We are not talking about making any profits. We are not talking about extending our business, as Melita stated. We are talking about survival. Not everybody managed to pay off the lockdown debts. I'm talking about the insides of our community. Probably it will be a bit rude, but it doesn't matter who helps us. We want to be heard. We understand what is happening. We can make adequate evaluation of the situation. And we really were hit, and our key pain was in injustice that is accompanying us. I do not want to talk about epicenter shop being open, but it's really not fair when Kharkiv was for 3 weeks in the red zone, and then these 3 weeks were over. We communicate to our colleagues from abroad. So we just ask why they also have very tough situation, but they still work, and we are closed. Could you please establish some clear rules? Okay, you can be closed, but you should not. You can be exempt from taxes or from VAT. We are not going to get advance payments for utility bills. Now it's November, but we have already to pay for January. I understand the current situation. Now I would like to see your vision of the future situation. If the situation is like that, will the businesses be able to survive winter in case the situation with the number of COVID cases does not change? And the community that was born as an advantage of COVID-19. You stated that it appeared due to COVID-19, so it's a plus of COVID-19. So whether the same community will remain when this topic of COVID-19 disappear. I do hope that this community will be transformed into something the Levites have, why they can get united and create a unique product, and we here not. Zakarpattia region is a tourist region. Everybody repeats it. It is in our DNA. But again, Melita will probably support me. We stopped tracing the moment when Uzhhorod has stopped being part of tourist routes. Uzhhorod has just general excursion. People live in Mukachevo, people go to Berehovo, so step by step, but Uzhhorod loses its interesting issues, and I will actually try to bring it back. I want our community to understand it, and I really want us to bring back the pre-quarantine indicators. You cannot just sit and wait for tourists. We have to create new tourist products. We have to increase the level of service industry, and we have to bring back our old tourists, and we have to bring back our new tourists. In your opinion, can we talk about certain development in HoReCa business, hotels, restaurants, and cafes? Is our primary goal to just survive, to keep our head above the ground, above water, and really act already in order to bring tourists in future? Yes, now we are talking about survival. It's November now. It means it will be quite difficult to fully freeze and stop all activities. You have to at least have heating inside the building. We are talking about different types of heating, gas, coal, wood, etc. So in summer or in winter, you have to heat your buildings. So we only talk about survival. And I actually see some threatening signs. When I see the neighboring restaurant being closed, I really feel uncomfortable. But in the past, probably you were happy about it from the viewpoint of competition. Actually, not. We have our neighbors, our competitors who are our neighbors. We have our own clients. We are never glad about failures of each other. I do have respect to all entrepreneurs, to all people who try to keep their business. I'm talking about Miroslav Bahanich. For example, I do respect this person, and when I feel some pessimistic mood from him, I definitely am not happy about it, because the people like him are supporters of our business. Talking about this development since spring, so what else you can get for yourself apart from schedule? I'm talking about some compromises. For example, in some European countries, we have good examples. At the beginning of pandemic, when these summer grounds were allowed to be opened, people in Uzhhorod were talking about exempting the business people from paying for these areas, for these lots. Are certain steps taken in this respect to make life of businesses easier? We want only two things. Please do not interfere with our activities and do not kill us. Talking about exemption from rent payment for summer grounds, yes, this step was taken. I'm not sure how they are going to measure it. Probably they will ask us to pay some bills. For example, recently I got a bill with some fine for March. So if we had support on the part of the state, you would never hear anything from business people. We would be paid our compensation, and we would be happy to comply with all the norms. We would be happy to do it and to keep up with the requirements. But we have our own commitments and responsibilities. We have our responsibilities to our staff. Just imagine a big mountainous river, and now it's not a river but just a tiny stream. So if you block the stream, everybody will be deprived of water. Stepan, the question is to you. You have heard what Tamara said. Do you think, from medical point of view, as infection doctor, that these particular measures imposed by the authorities are efficient and effective towards tourism and restaurants and hotels? And the same is about the borders and restrictions on movement of people. So are these measures effective? And how we may ensure the balance between health and economy, particularly in Transcarpathian region where we have really very quick spread of COVID infection. I was listening to my co-panelists, and I had just one idea in my head. We all have to understand that it won't be the way it was yesterday. When I turned on TV in the morning and I heard some American voice, they were for people, and the audience was in the Zoom. So the past, we won't have the same conditions we had in the past. So whatever we are talking about right now, the schedules, restrictions, opened areas, closed areas, probably we won't be able to restrict the spread of the infection. The only thing we should do is to make every citizen aware of the contribution of the way they spread the infection. And the same should be done about the entrepreneurs, cafes, restaurants, hotels, etc. Yes, you have these stickers on the doors. Please put on your masks. You have these disinfecting substances. People measure temperature. Well, where our temperature is measured. But please, you all are grown-up people. You know where we have to measure our temperature. So if such measures are taken, they are good for nothing. So the best actor in 2020 is the security guard who is measuring the temperature in supermarkets and all other issues. So it's more about personal responsibility, right? Yes, but personal responsibility is responsible for the general epidemiological situation. So what do we do? So now we have the growing number of cases, but the hotels and restaurants are working in the way they were working before. So what should we do from an epidemiological point of view in order to minimize the risks for the clients, for example, who go to cafes, restaurants, and hotels? Who is supposed to control the measures? Because if we appeal only to our personal responsibility, I do not think we are going to have great results. In your opinion, how we can expand these COVID hospital units? What is the most pessimistic situation which probably we should be prepared for? Why I'm talking about it? There were 100 beds allocated in the city hospital. Now 30 more beds were added. But these beds are not equipped with oxygenator. We have, for example, a new unit where we have 2 oxygenators and 20 patients who are in need of this equipment. And the doctor who is working in this department, in this unit, states that due to the fact that we didn't plan our actions well enough, I mean, we didn't plan well enough ahead, so instead of these, instead of treating the patients, he is just moving the oxygenator from one patient to another because there is no other way to support the patient. So it's like 3 minutes, 30 minutes for one patient, then 30 minutes to another patient, etc. What should be done? How many oxygenators we're supposed to have? So there are two sections in my question.
These are very exotic questions, yes, but I just wanted you to answer for 5 minutes. As far as what businesses should do or business owners should do, well, if you endorse Star by bread and you can see somebody with the mask off, you just make a remark to this person because wearing a mask protects you. And that is the only thing we can do. Each of us can make remarks to those who make such violations. Who should control this? Well, there are attempts made by the municipal police to make fines for business owners, but whether taxes will be paid for that by them, whether it will really help. First of all, that is about audit, and that is about understanding what we do and what we do wrong, because at the moment, well, the situations look so good. We generate ideas on a daily basis. We arrange lockdowns. We introduce restrictions. But nobody analyzes the previous actions which have already been made. And that goes that way in business. First, we analyze what we have done, and then we can plan what we will do in the future. That is logical. That is that way in medicine. There is no analysis of how doctors, family doctors work. They just prescribe something when actually there are counterindications. Why? Because there is no analysis. There are no recommendations as to what they shouldn't do this, but should do that. And that is the problem. The other point is the point of departments, which you have mentioned, the point of units. This is the political aspect, I guess, because in Facebook, some of the candidates are trying to tell that we should have more beds. And who's going to maintain, to service those beds? I've been asking this up till now, and I cannot get the answer. You know, we have about 4 or 5 people working not full-time, and that is because of the fact that our chief physician is trying to motivate us and pays bonuses to us. We work. Otherwise, we would get some 2,000 hryvnias. I mean, that there is no motivation for HCPs, and then somebody shouts, shame on you. When you have said that, please, you need to increase the number of wards in the hospital 4 times, well, what do they have to do? And that's only about doctors. We don't have nurses, we don't have equipment, that's clear.
То взагалі стосовно госпіталізації цікава штука.
And here is another interesting thing. Even on the side of the Ministry of Health, there is a clear standard for COVID treatment with the criteria as to when you need to refer a patient to the hospital. If the patient doesn't have respiratory insufficiency, doesn't require oxygen, he should be treated not in the hospital. But he's not treated because the family doctor doesn't pick up the receiver. So what is the question? The question is about audit and about correction of actions locally. We need to realize why azithromycin is given to a patient with heart insufficiency in the anamnesis, and this may lead to fatal consequences. So we don't know what happens within this primary care unit, but who should be interested? The top authorities should be interested in the primary level, or what way? No, it's actually we are subordinated to the Department of Healthcare. And in Ukraine, we went through the stage of decentralization, which means that now not the ministry is controlling the situation locally. We have local departments of health which passes decisions because their national authorities are paying money. At the moment, contracting takes place for resuscitologists and for artificial ventilation equipment, which we don't use, because you know it from practice that those who were on those equipment, artificial ventilation, only 1 out of 10 survived. That's why we're not doing this intubation while contracting takes place. Why so? Because there is no analysis, there is no audit. If this is wrong, so why does the hospital get money for this only? But what do you think? Can this problem be settled in Zakarpattia by the Department of Health of Zakarpattia Regional Administration? Yes, they can make a request to the National Healthcare Service of Ukraine saying that, okay, our institutions get finance following this principle. Why so if the reality is different? Specifically in your hospital, your chief physician has conveyed this information to get some specific decisions to the management of the Department of Health. I'm going to give an example. It was the 1st of April, and in our hospital, within our staff, we had 2 or 3 doctors, because some doctors left. And when he asked, the chief physician asked, so what do we do with those who are employed at their university? They said, we don't know, which means that the National Healthcare Service of Ukraine just got self-liquidated in this respect. I mean, we had to settle this problem on our own. And of course, I will not leave the university just to give services in the medical institution. That must be done not by the chief physician, by the way. The request should be submitted to the national service, and then correction should be introduced. But I meant whether the Department of Health has been informed about these problems and this procedure. Okay, clear. That is as far as improvement in the situation is concerned. And as far as the department is concerned, probably it's also increased number of beds and lack of maintenance, of servicing, lack of equipment, and including doctors, including nurses. So do we have some personnel store or personnel reserve in Zakarpattia region? Or maybe that is the balance. For this limited number of doctors, we make the lockdown, the red zone for the doctors to be able to cope with this patient flow, because it's impossible to add beds, right? And to maintain them. So what should be the balance? You know about triage. Triage is splitting of patients by the degree of severity, who requires hospitalization, who doesn't. And this is what family doctors should deal with, general practitioner. And what about oxygen generators, which you mentioned that there are none in the city hospital? You know, they are not produced in such quantities. You don't have any place where you can buy them. So far, we do have money in hospital for this, but we cannot acquire them because there is no place where we could do this. The same goes about drugs, because currently one of the Ukrainian companies producing drugs don't have raw materials to produce mironen because all the drugs throughout Ukraine have been bought out. You probably remember we had a point of time when paracetamol disappeared from drug stores. And therefore, I have the question to the public: why do you buy this? Why do you keep buying this if it's not expedient? We don't have any place to buy drugs, oxygen generators. Some drugs cannot be bought because they are not available on the national list. Why patients require Ophelin, insulin, but we cannot buy them because they are not on the list, on the nationally approved list. But what about the nearest future, the nearest months? How should Zakarpattia develop in this field? If there are no oxygen generators or some other medications, what should be done? Should it actually restrict movement of people for fewer people to go to hospitals, or should the business work while people who get to hospitals should be provided with poor quality medical services? What should be the trend? I guess that it's too late to have lockdown. Complete lockdown will not yield any result. At least the beds we have in the hospital, well, maybe the number of patients will become 3% less, but not more. We need to analyze the work of family laboratories, so the work of general practitioners. We need to introduce the changes into the outpatient treatment, and if necessary, patients should be hospitalized for oxygen support. What is the percentage, as you think, of people in hospitals who would have to be treated on the inpatient basis? I mean, that was the mistake of the general practitioner who sends them to hospitals of outpatients who should be treated on an outpatient basis, but they are in the hospital. Well, I think it's about 3 or 5%, but there is also a great number of people who were treated in the wrong way in the outpatient basis, and due to that, they went to hospital. They were hospitalized. Clear. Unfortunately, we're pressed of time. Our time is almost over, so I would like to briefly summarize what you have said. The key message from you was more than exhaustive. From Tamara, how are you going to work in the future, in the nearest month? Just very briefly about the trend. You hope that in the format in which you can now work, it will last for several months or no? And would this system be in existence till spring, and will you manage to survive in this format? I mean, not only you, but hotels and restaurants. Well, 2019, 2020 has taught us how not to plan. Of course, we are panicking about every new day, and that's not a metaphor because every new day brings some changes, and it starts for all of us with statistics, the statistics of COVID patients. And we are not sure that we will survive. Everybody is not sure. We cannot forecast. I cannot forecast because I'm not an HLP. I'm not an expert in the pandemic, and I understand that real experts also cannot make any forecasts. Whether we will survive till spring, well, that is the question to the authorities, because the authorities should make this balance, strike this balance, and understand when they should relieve the situation and when they need to mobilize and probably pass some unpopular decisions and at least maintain what we otherwise will fail to maintain. It was like in Czechia, it was 2 weeks of lockdown, but that is for the sake of further work. So you're ready to support this 2-week lockdown. Everybody is ready. The question is just about controlling. Like you talked about control over a general practitioner, so that should be an agreement. I mean, the epicenter is not selling some spaghetti, the way it has. So the rule should be the same for everyone. Melita, concerning tourism. How should tourism be developing in Zakarpattia region and for the residents of those who used to reside in Zakarpattia and who are now staying abroad, Zakarpattia or in other parts of Ukraine? Well, it also depends on the situation. But if the situation is approximately the same as now, well, no good things are going to happen because it's impossible. That is red zone, so people will never come here. People will not come to the place where there are many patients. As far as outbound tourism is concerned, I think that we just need to introduce a negative test and you may cross the border. But there are states where you pass the test both in your country and then when you arrive in this country. So that is total control and it works because you pass the test in your native country, then in 3 days you pass this test in the neighboring country, and that's okay. So the people who really want to travel, they have the money for this, so they can do this, and they feel rather safe about the whole situation. They can travel. I dislike the situation when we have countries who receive tourists without tests, because, well, you know, that's the question more to Stepan, but in this way they are contributing to the infection spread. But what about Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and the people from which we had tourists? So in case we have such negative tests, they should be allowed to Ukraine, right? Why not? Thank you, dear colleagues, for watching this panel. I hope that it has provided you with answers to most questions about the development and the situation at present. And probably there have been more answers than questions left after this panel. Thanks a lot to the speakers for a very complicated discussion, a complicated topic, which is absolutely urgent because it's necessary for the reality in which we live, and it's not like pathos, elevated speech, but this was about the problems faced by local business and the business community and doctors. The final discussion is going to be about what unites Ukraine. It's important always, but all the more it's important now in the COVID times, and it has shaped up together with Ben Club and the leading Ukrainian writers. And I'm inviting the vice president of Ways Club to be the facilitator of the panel. Tatiana Taran, you're welcome. Welcome to everyone staying with the Reopen Zakarpattia Forum till now, and it's my pleasure to be the facilitator of the final speech without a final discussion within this forum, and I would like to invite my colleagues who are the speakers at this panel. First of all, it's the president of PEN Ukraine, Andrei Kurkov, also a publicist, the honorary president of PEN Ukraine, Mykola Repchuk, writer Taras Prochasko, and together with us online we will also have for an hour and 10 minutes writer Olena Styashkina, a historian as well. I hope that she is already online, and we will all participate in our discussion. So we have already informed you that our final discussion is entitled What Unites Ukraine? What Unites Ukrainians? And this is the topic suggested by the host of the forum, and it's related to the publication by Stary Lev Publishing House, and PEN Ukraine has something to do with this. I'm going to show it to you. Maybe our viewers will see this book. It's called Walls Instead of Barriers. Walls instead of murals, or bridges instead of murals, sorry. And it consists of the essays of Ukrainian writers, Ukrainian intellectuals. It so happens that every year PEN Ukraine announces a focus topic, and this topic, Bridges Instead of Walls, was the topic with which we worked in 2018, 2019, and in fact it was so much in demand in different regions of Ukraine that we went with this topic and with this sort of discussions to almost all the cities of Ukraine, and we are really happy that we are here with this book already and that we are in Zakarpattia region. But our talk is definitely not going to be limited to this topic. We will definitely speak about bridges and walls. And finally, during the conclusions, I will ask all our authors, all our speakers, to ask the key question of our discussion. But in the meantime, we will also speak about the Zakarpattia region, about the region which is really important for all of us. So for a start, I'd like us to start not with conclusions, not with some global opinions and views on this of the situation, but with personal stories. I would like to ask all the speakers who participate in our today's discussion, what does Zakarpattia region mean for you? From your personal history, or as Taras Prochaska has said, in your personal geography, what is this land for you? And first, I would like to give the floor to Andrei and to ask you for your opinion. What is the critical feature of this Zakarpattia region, of Uzhhorod in particular? Zakarpattia region is the most western region of Ukraine, which means that that is the frontier area, staying in close proximity with Europe. And therefore, in itself, it carries some elements, most important elements of the European history and culture. That's why, for me, Zakarpattia region is the example of multicultural and multi-ethnic region, which is richer in the diversity of traditions of ethnic groups living here than other regions. On the other hand, that is also an example of tolerance, interethnic tolerance, because groups living here differ a lot from each other. Here are Roma, Ukrainian Hungarians, Romanians, Russians, who are in fact Ukrainians. And as far as I remember, if I remember it right, and I've kept coming here for about 30 years, I have not heard any single time any stories about interethnic conflicts. So I hope that Zakarpattia region will remain the sample of coexistence and cultural, both cultural and democratic coexistence of many groups um, which belong to the Ukrainian community. Thank you, Andrei. For each of our speakers, I have prepared several questions, which means that we will ask similar questions, but they are also with some specificity. And within our next circle of talks, we will go over to some personal questions.
В цьому першому колі доєднати до нашої розмови.
Now I would like to ask Olena join in the discussion. So Olena, welcome. Unfortunately, you are only online with us, but within our first circle of communication, we are talking about what Zakarpattia region means for you in your personal history.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me. Unfortunately, I do not have my personal story of Transcarpathian region. This trip could be the first one, but unfortunately we have this COVID situation. But I have a story. In the museum about the Second World War, I saw the stalls or the stand where there were notification letter that the Soviet soldier died, perished in the battlefield. And in those notifications regarding the Transcarpathian region, it was written like that: the place of death, the Uzhhorod. In another notification letter, it was written Transcarpathian Ukraine. In the fourth, it was written the Czech Republic, and the fourth place, the fourth was again Uzhhorod. And it was 1944, 1945, and it was for the first time when it occurred to me what kind of history this area has, and how complicated this history is. And probably the Soviet authorities did not grasp it at the time, how it would develop. And when I was writing a book, on the events of the Second World War, I wrote this story in a slightly different way, taking into account the stories of people who died, who perished. And on the one hand, I saw the history that took place and didn't take place, the story about the walls built by the Soviet authorities, and the story of walls and bridges made by people who lived here, and about the courage of people who considered themselves to be Ukrainians in that very period of the Second World War. And I felt as if they were part of my family, because that strong feeling of being Ukrainian in the region, one, you seem to belong to some different structure among people who do not speak Ukrainian language means something. And I thought that probably I'm part of this feeling. And since that time, I'm willing to come to Transcarpathian region. Well, let's hope that this forum will be an annual one, and let's hope that Elena will be able to come to us next year. I have noticed that when you talk to the writers, to the intellectuals, you should be ready that during the conversation, probably you will come across some notions and metaphors that you probably would like to come back to. Olena has mentioned the point of hot history, and I think it's really one of such metaphors or notions, because each of the Ukrainian regions can be referred to as the place with hot history. And now let's come back to our physical circle. And now I would like to give the mic, to give the floor to Mykola Rybchuk. It's definitely not your first visit to Uzhhorod or to the Transcarpathian region. So what do you have your personal story related to this region? Tatiana really was optimistic that probably in a year, Olena will be able to go to Zakarpattia. I am even more optimistic that probably we shall go to Olena, to Donetsk, or probably we even have a similar forum in Bakhchisarai, which is the center for Crimean Tatar Republic. Well, a cautious but still optimism. My story related to the Transcarpathian region is probably not typical one. I am from Lviv region, and since my childhood, I knew this region very well because I had my personal contacts here. I had friends here, young people who wrote the text different from social realism. So we did something which Andrei Kurkov did in Kiev. So we were, so to say, mental friends. We are thinking about finding some life in Mars, so we found this life here in Uzhhorod. We visited each other, we communicated a lot, and I knew a lot about this region. I knew culture, I knew the alternative one, which was different from social realism dominating at that time. So I'm deeply convinced that interstate, interethnical, international relations should be based on personal contacts. Definitely, personal contacts cannot resolve all the conflicts, but without the personal relationship, we cannot have effective economic relationship, effective political decisions, effective cultural and artistic relationship. Therefore, I am a great supporter and fan of the region. It's a pity that for some recent years, I probably was not very much attentive about the contacts because I was trying to go global, let's say. So I'm really blaming myself for this, and I promise that I will make up for it. I really like the fact that we are optimistic about our future, and I do hope that whatever conclusions we make, they will be optimistic. Taras Prohaska can always be introduced as a writer, but at the same time, he is a biologist as far as his education is concerned. Therefore, he has these two natures. And in this first round of questions, I would like to ask you about your Transcarpathian region. I'm sure that as a person who is closely related to the Carpathian region, you are from Ivano-Frankivsk. And as a biologist who, well, works with trees, with plants, with mountains, I'm sure you will be able to say something unique about your own Transcarpathian region. Well, you really just made this ground. For me, my biological background is really important. Transcarpathian region, Zakarpattia, is a small part of Ukraine which biologically, geographically belongs to the Central European and Northern Eastern Europe, and the mountains that protect the region from the so-called Russian winds. By the way, there are even areas where the wind is called Moskalik, particularly the northern winds, but the cold winds. Or some other winds are given such names as Madar, the Hungarian, and so on. So this climate component is really important for this foreignness of the Transcarpathian region. First of all, we have to state that it is in the Carpathian Mountains when we do not have the type of forest which are peculiar for Europe. So these trees is the part of our Central European belonging. I'm talking about beech forests. What is also peculiar about this region that it has always had good crops, and unlike pre-Carpathian lands, people have a quite different attitude to land, to the soil, because they feel higher effects from their own work on the land, on the soil. I think the region is really a phenomenon, a unique one, because for about 900 years of coexisting with Hungarian people, the state of Hungary was quite powerful and strong, I would state. Still, it turned out that the assimilation percentage in Transcarpathian region was quite low in comparison with the whole Ukraine. For example, if we compare the similar situation with Poles or the Russians in other regions of Ukraine. And the language definitely is the Ukrainian language, and it preserved lots of archaic forms. It's not incomprehensible or non-understandable language. It is a Ukrainian language, expressive one. And I think that we understand this language, all of us, in the same way as people living here understand the Ukrainian language from the so-called big Ukraine. And this is one of the most important features, that this is just the part of area which belongs to Ukraine and which brings us all together. Nobody can doubt it. And these peculiarities we are talking about now should be cherished, should be understood, and not annihilated or neglected. Thank you very much, Taras. I actually prepared a number of questions to all of you, but taking into account our restrictions in terms of time, I will probably choose the most interesting ones. Mr. Korkov, I would like to start from you. I remember that 2 days ago, when we were in Uzhgorod TV, and we discussed a similar topic, similar challenges, You mentioned the fact that Transcarpathian region has a really very interesting culture. And also it was one of the topics of our forum, one of the panels, one of the panels was entitled Cultural Breakthrough in the Transcarpathian region. And you stated that unfortunately this is not the problem only of this region. Very often our region are closed and not noticed. If we compare these regions with the central part of Ukraine, with the capital of Ukraine. When you were going from Kiev to Uzhhorod, it took you 16 hours to come here, to get here. Taking into account the era we live in, when we try to be quick, we can state that probably this is our internal road, internal problem, the roads, that may be the reason for this region to remain unnoticed. So are the roads the only factor to blame? Or why are our regions not understandable and not noticed by the other part of Ukraine? Here we are talking about two problems. Lack of integration of all the regions into the unified state, social and cultural space. This is a big problem, and a lesser problem is a lack of integration inside the region. And probably it is most noticed here in Transcarpathian region, because really, if you go to those Hungarian villages, they invite you, or they tell you what they can do, but if you do not go to them, they will not go and talk about themselves, and they are not invited. And similar thing can be said about some other ethnical groups. So you did not come to me, I do not come to you. We coexist in the same region, but we have our own story and history of Transcarpathian region. The different angles of the same story is a great topic for communication, which can be used as puzzle elements to build the same picture. Yes, the roads become better, that's a fact. And for 2 weeks, I have traveled to this region twice. The first time I traveled by car, the second time by train. Really, the distances became shorter. But whether it brought people together, well, it's still a question. It seems to me that the culture as a tool for internal socialization of the region is not used, though it should be used. I think that all regional authorities understand that the cultural elements of the region is something they can operate with in Kiev in order to attract attention to the region, in order to try and gain something for the region at the national level. Probably what we lack here is active people, proactive people, or culture triggers or moderators between these ethnic groups. But I definitely feel that we could have done much better, and we could do much better, and for Zakarpattia not to use its solo voice, but for this region to sing as if it were a choir with different voices. And the Transcarpathian region can operate the pronoun we and not I. Probably it can be used as a reminder for any region of Ukraine. Right. When we discuss how a certain region can be opened for the rest of Ukraine, we are talking about two elements. The state policy on the one hand, and on the other hand, the bottom initiative. The initiatives that comes from people themselves, and they have the same weight. I would like to come back to Olena Styashkina. As it has already been mentioned today, Olena is from Donetsk, and we have heard the point that Transcarpathian region is the western frontier of Ukraine, so Donetsk can be called an eastern frontier of Ukraine. I would probably address Olena as a person who works with history. What can you mention as a distinguishing point for transborder region? I don't know whether you use the word frontier because not all historians use the term, but can we identify a number of common features typical of the regions which are situated on the border? All the time, I'm thinking that the Soviet Carthagen should be destroyed. And our way of thinking very often focuses on verbal reservoir related to the Soviet Empire. And this invisibility of other regions, regional artists, regional writers, is not only related to the fact that we do not want or we cannot see them, but also in the language we use when we talk about writers, artists, performing artists. Nobody thinks about Stephen King as the writer from the state of man. But we describe him as an American writer. But when we describe ourselves, very often we use this geographical location, and sometimes it is even used as a determinant factor who this writer is. I think we should take this thing into account. We can be from Uzhhorod, we can be from Donetsk, we can be from man state, but we are Ukrainian writers. This is number one. And coming back to your question, it's actually a large-scale question, and I'm not sure whether I'll be able to name these common features and distinguishing features, but probably I would like to approach it from a different angle. The whole Ukraine is the border between non-civilization and civilization, between the crowd and Europe. And it seems to me this understanding should be just rethought, talking about the context where our border starts and where it ends. When we talk about transborder territories, the central Ukraine, we once again get back to the empire or colonial trap. We should think about our regions as something which is very specific. Really, they had different population, they had different migration process, they have different potential, they were close to different state unions. But what we definitely should stop doing is thinking about us as the boundary. We should talk about our integrity, our whole, about something that unites us. Thank you, Olena. And actually, your answer allows me to give a question to Mykola. Yesterday, we had a very important talk where we had participants of politicians and diplomats, and Hanna Hubko stated that very often Ukraine is mentioned as a country bordering two civilizations, and Ukraine is called a between country. And she voiced the opinion that probably it's our own weakness to describe ourselves that as something that is situated between something and not as something integral, as something whole, as something inseparable. So what is your opinion? Whether this boundary issue, is it our strong point, or probably it's our weakness? Here we cannot give you a definite answer. It depends how we articulate this boundary, this border, and what kind of political situations accompany this description. On the one hand, we can talk about cultural boundary, which is really productive and effective. And on the other hand, we can talk about political boundary, one which is really uncomfortable. There are lots of text about it, starting from Milan Kundera and the school of Central European dissidents, who all the time stressed upon the threats to the Central European peoples. These are small nations, closed or that stuck between great empires, be it Austro-Hungarian or German Empire or the Soviet Empire. And these small peoples were under threat of assimilation or disappearance. Therefore, this boundary or border issues were really threatening for them. But at the same time, we can talk about productive cultural boundaries. If there are no threats of assimilation, elimination of cultures, then in general, when we talk about healthy, robust interaction of different cultures and tradition, it's really positive. I think it's known on the level of genetics. Mix of different peoples and nations will probably produce very good results. But in culture, this boundary element really is productive. Let's remember Habsburg Empire and the city of Vienna, which was polyethnic and which produced the highest examples of European art in literature, in music, in art. I think this boundary issue, this border issue, is not threatening in case it presupposes the domination of some nation over the other ones. Actually, Mykola has built a bridge to Taras Prohaska because Taras Prohaska does not talk about biology, but often also about genetics. Instead of a question, I prepared a quotation from Neprosti novel, and in case our listeners and viewers have not read the novel, I do recommend the novel. Neprosti is a Ukrainian modern novel, which, in my opinion, gives, describes the atmosphere of the Ukrainian Carpathians. And I have the following quotation from the novel. Ukrainian state is possible only when pre-Carpathian vector will become the basis of its geopolitics. The Carpathian space idea, general idea, its basis, and the Carpathian Mountains natural reserve. This is your own quotation, your own phrase. It was written a long time ago. And now I would like to ask you, when lots of time has passed since you wrote it, what does it mean for you now? What is the distinguishing element of the Carpathians for the state of Ukraine?
So first of all, it should be noted that this has been told by one of the characters of the novel. So what he really meant by this is not something I know. Sometimes it happens, with the authors. But again, I keep being the supporter of the idea. One more thing that is to be noticed. We spoke about the years 1938, 1939, which was the problem of the chance of creating the so-called initial platform, initial playground for independent Ukraine. How the nationalist movement thought it would happen. But anyway, I still keep advocating the idea that Ukraine, when it is really focusing on entering this southeastern region of Europe, would be the most clear, the most understandable there, and it could find the greatest support from its friends there. And in general, the very idea, Central European idea, seemed to be very important for me back then. not to focus only on these two powers, like extreme east and extreme west, but we should rather build the policy of having a community with those small people from the sea to the sea, starting with Lithuania and up to the Balkans or the Black Sea countries. And the realization of the fact that Ukraine belongs to this large area, large community, back then seemed to be very important for me and very promising and effective. Well, I'm going to clarify it since we now speak about bridges and walls. So the Carpathians, is this the bridge or this the wall? The Carpathians used to be both. And for quite a period of time, the Carpathians used to be the wall between different parts of Ukraine. Though thanks to smugglers who carried out the activity for several centuries, that wall somehow transformed into the bridge, but not in the direction which we have now, but it was east-oriented. And generally, I think that such mountains as the Carpathians or at the Alps, which in fact are outstanding and which seem to be kind of a border barrier in contacts, constitute a magnet. They have this attractive power around them. There is a magnetic field around them, and this could be visible in the Zakarpattia region, since there is this closeness, proximity to the countries of the European region, which means that these mountains, these walls, are at the same time a crossing point, the point where you can actually go across their mountain, the barrier, the fence.
Дякую, Тарасе. В нас
Thank you, Taras. So we still have some time to contemplate on the issue which is in the title of our discussion. And I would like to start here with Andriy. And I would ask you to think aloud about what unites Ukraine. Of course, that is a very broad topic, and we could speak for hours in different dimensions, in different contexts. But I think that if each of the speakers voices his or her opinion, we will be able to develop some integral vision and suggest different views of the topic. So, Andriy, let's start with you. What is your answer to the question, what unites Ukraine? Well, you know, it's a pity that the Carpathians are not inside the country, or are not going as the Dnieper is flowing from the south to the north, vice versa, because then the Carpathians would be a uniting point for all Ukrainians, and everybody would actually direct their look at the Carpathians to the inside. But in fact, what unites us is the future of our state and responsibility for this future. On the one hand, it sounds a little bit abstract, but I guess that is the most specific thing that may unite us, because it is it on which the life of our future generations and their culture, their minorities, their future depend. Also, we have a historical point of unity, but this requires kind of restoration or updating. That is their European individualistic mindset. It was pressurized by the Soviet collective mindset, which was in existence for some 40 or 70 years. But were it not for the war in Donbass, were it not for the annexation of the Crimea, this mindset would have actually conquered this territory. And probably in some 15 years, it would move to the border on Russia, and there would be no opportunity for Russia to separate a part of Donbass and to make the annexation of the Crimea. So I guess that it is this progress, it is this return of Ukrainian non-collective mindset was considered to be a barrier for Putin, and he was afraid of the future of the empire, and that's why he's launched a war on us. Anyway, the mentality, the mindset is still in progress. It is expanding its territory because that is the mindset of the middle class or small businessmen who become the middle class. This is their mindset of hosts, of owners of their land, of their business, of their territory. And in the future, it will anyway reach its historical maximum in terms of geographic territory, and it will also unite the Ukrainian society. It will keep it united, and it will become an overall value. Please clarify it. You mentioned the word the future. Could it be that the vision of this future is the same for Ukraine? It will become the same when Ukrainian mindset will expand throughout the whole territory of Ukraine, when Ukrainian culture does it, when the Ukrainian language and culture are full owners of their territory, and with this umbrella of the information and cultural space will cover the whole physical territory of Ukraine. That is when we will be able to speak about united future in the imagination of, in the minds of all Ukrainians. Yeah, it's really important that you have now mentioned not only culture but the information field, because yesterday at the forum, the results of a very important survey were presented, and we saw in this survey that in Zakarpattia region there is quite a large percent of Russian media from which information is taken, which means that shared information space is the part of the state policy, and that is one more important tool developing united present and united future. Olana, now the floor is yours. What is going to be your answer to the question, what unites Ukraine?
Я тут погоджуюсь з паном Андрієм.
I would agree with Andriy. It's how does it happen that Ukraine is united by the idea of Ukraine? I think that this is the key statement. It's really united by the idea. And I think that we need to say that now the army is the guarantee and the language is the guarantee for Ukraine's unity. It doesn't mean that other languages, languages of ethnic minorities are bad, are not in existence, but the guarantee for our future is the army and the language. And I have a sad joke which says that sometimes Ukraine can be united by some stupid things, by stupidity. On the one hand, this is bad, but on the other hand, realization of the absurdity of the stupidity gives you a chance to ask for forgiveness. There is a story about making Donetsk and Donbass fall in love with the idea, with the Russian idea, with the miracle that is going to happen. And I think that this is the idea of the same sort as making a good guy in love with the idea of coming to power and correcting everything. In this case, this is the same sort of mistake, a silly mistake with different factors.
Коли ці глупства і помилки
And when these absurdities, stupidities, and mistakes are well realized, then your apology would be conscious and would be realized, and that is the next step to your freedom. Thank you, Alana. And now I'll give the floor to Mykola. So, Mykola, you have more time because two of the speakers have already, you had more time to think while they were answering. So what would you answer to this question? What unites Ukraine now? Well, first of all, I do not trust in their uniting function of the mountains, like Taras Prochasko voiced the idea, at least not with our technical means. That's why I wouldn't move the mountains to the center of the city like Andriy suggests, but I would move it to the east, starting with the Mikhailivsky hamlet to Rostov. There we need high walls, and we need as many bridges to the west as only possible. So walls in the east and bridges in the west. That is our chance for survival in this century. I agree with what Andrei said about the vision of the future as the uniting factor, because all nations are primarily united by the future, not the past. The past can be different, and the understanding of the past could be different. But the future and the vision of the future must be shared. It's only then that the nation gets consolidated, which is really important. Also, I agree with a very good statement voiced by Andrei. That was a statement about the role of the middle class as the creator, builder of the nation, as a uniting factor. It's definitely so. Formally, we almost don't have middle class in Ukraine if we speak all these social and economic indicators through which middle class is determined. We have about 5% of such people. But the people who include themselves to the middle class constitute about 1/3 of the population. It means that psychologically, even they are poor for some reason, they still consider that they belong to the middle class. They want to be the representatives of the middle class. And that's important because it is this middle class, something that in the 18th century was called bourgeoisie. It's the group creating nation, democracy, the constitution, because they need all those things. They are not necessary for ordinary people. I mean, very poor people and to the feudals, like in the 18th century. And now oligarchs don't need it and lumpen doesn't need it. And these are the counterparts of these two groups. Who needs them is the middle class, the constitution, democracy. And for this vision of the future to be effective and productive, we definitely need to have this national self-consciousness, which presupposes equality of everyone to the law. Because only when people are equal to the law, we have nation. Only then we may have respect for all people, and we may have the feeling that it's not only common government which cares or doesn't care about us, but we all have equal rights in this country. That is the precondition, and all the other things are just a complement. Language has been mentioned as an important uniting factor. I do agree with this, and it's a pleasure for me to hear this from Olena Styashkin, who actually at the beginning was a Russian writer, and now she writes in Ukrainian, or Andriy, who also tries to write Ukrainian texts rather successfully, as I think. But I guess that the main thing is symbolic importance. A person probably doesn't want, but needs to speak Ukrainian, needs to have a command of the Ukrainian language. But of importance is respect, because language is not just a tool, it's a symbolic factor, a symbol like the flag, the anthem, and a lot of other things. We should have a kind of a citizen religion, because that is the basis for all the ideas in the community. For the community of people to stay together and to become a nation, they must have self-realization of the existence, availability of this nation. And for this, of course, these people need to have some points in common, some shared markers, read the same newspapers, follow the same information. And here I would like to draw your attention to one very important book, which unfortunately has not been yet translated into Ukrainian, but which must be translated into Ukrainian. This is Nationalism by Michael Billig, an American political scientist. A book which shows you clearly that there exists the notion of trivial nationalism, which consolidates the nation, which creates the nation. By trivial nationalism, he means daily practices, daily reminders to people who they are. We switch on TV, we listen to the weather forecast in this country. It always starts with this country, right? Our team has won, our sportsmen have won. Even if we don't like our politicians, these are our politicians. And you know, I was a witness of very anecdotic results of one survey in Belarus, when it was several years ago, when the respondents were asked whom out of the presidents you consider to be the most successful. Of course, they mentioned Putin. But when the same people were asked in a different question, whom would you like to have as a president, they said Lukashenko. Well, probably today they wouldn't mention either Putin or Lukashenko, but the point that they opted for their own president is of interest. These are the things that lie on the micro level. That is the flag, which we don't notice, but it's hanging there, and we feel the impact of it. We need to write another book about trivial nationalism because we have the consequences of colonial activities, and it affects our subconsciousness. And those Russian TV programs and Moscow Church, these are all the factors of this colonial reality, and they also have some impact to the opposite. They ruin consolidation and destroy the nation. And we also need to speak about this. But anyway, there is a good capacity available. And I think that today, in particular in the conditions of decentralization, every region can actually show its own initiative, create its own brands, and build its own image. And we can see things like that. We can see perfect things done in some regions which didn't have cultural events, important cultural events before. We are accustomed to having festivals in Lviv, Odessa, but now they happen in smaller cities, and I have no doubts that Zakarpattia region will also arrange some festivals because that is a culturally rich region which has something to show to the world. Thank you, Mikola. We will have a chance within our third concluding round, to speak about achievements, about progress, and to get back to this inscription, which we can see at the stage about the new history, a new success story of Ukraine. But it's going to be a final concluding remark because that is the final panel of the forum. But now we'll speak about what unites Ukraine, about the key issue of our discussion. And Taras, you have not yet given your answer to the question. So what is your standpoint? You know, something has been mentioned about the Carpathians as a uniting factor, but I know that you are a versatile person, and you will probably point out some other factors, important factors that unite us, who are so diverse and but at the same time so similar. Well, personally for me, I feel this unity, Ukrainian unity, in a small component, though very important. That is, united country. This is the only country in the world where, as I saw it by my own experience, you can do with their knowledge of one language, Ukrainian. And really, Ukrainian language is understood throughout the territory of Ukraine.
Мені здається, що оце
And it seems to me that this is the recognition of the fact that we have the language that can function only here is good because it could exist throughout the world as the language of international communication, which is an important factor. But I do agree with Mykola that their basis for uniting and for shared life, common life, and coexistence and cooperation, well, this base should be some metaphysical, moral, religious thing. There must be understanding of their being, simple literacy, cultural literacy, culture, daily political culture. We should realize that we are in this country, and that's so happened that this is Ukraine. So we need to live here. So the less harm we do to each other, the better we all live. We need to recognize the rights of the state. We should follow the rules. We should recognize our dependence on this country, a certain agreement with this specific country. And if we have this agreement, that doesn't mean that you need to be unambiguous in your opinions, and we all should be as humble. But even this dialogue with your country is still the manifestation of the fact that you recognize your belonging to this process, to this country, because if you don't belong to anyone, so you don't need to discuss with this person. So this daily life literacy is the foundation which allows us to see this diversity throughout the country and not be afraid of these elements of diversity, not to see any threat in this, but vice versa, use it for their overall well-being. And here is another interesting point, and this is possible, by the way. So here is a paradoxical comparison. There is the country of Paraguay, and for a half a century, there are two parties there, and they have different rebellions all the time. But one party wants Paraguay to join Uruguay. But the other party wanted Paraguay to join Argentina. So these are two neighbors, and the whole political life is based on quarreling about where they should go. So they are not going anywhere. They have not been going anywhere for almost 2 centuries, and they somehow live with this. And they feel, in spite of such seemingly conflict situation, that they still have this unity in the country. And it appears that even with such a situation, you can still feel yourself belonging to Paraguay, and that is for certain. Mykola wants to add something. So one short comment.
Уругвай, Аргентину, я думаю, що не
I think that there is an anecdote about this Paraguay. They are not joining Uruguay and Argentina because these are rich countries, while Paraguay is not, and that's why they don't want Paraguay to join them. But nevertheless, I would like to make one statement here. In conclusion, the nation gets consolidated through the joint shared vision of the future, which presupposes realization of the fact that our rights are protected in this country as nowhere in the world. We cannot have such rights in any other country. And we don't have any conditions for the exercising of those rights as we have in this country. When we have this realization of these two facts, the nation will keep being in existence. But until we reach this realization, for many reasons, definitely we feel under the threat, and the country feels poor.
Well, these threats we're talking about have been revealed by the research that has stated that some respondents, though there were not many of them, feel unprotected, feel under threat. They stated that their rights in this region were not protected. And I think we could have similar answer in some other regions of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, each of you probably will have 2 minutes to finish this round, and as it is probably the conclusion of all the discussions within this forum, Reopen Zakarpattia, I would like to remind you the slogan of the forum, New Success Story of Ukraine. So I want us probably in this last round to concentrate more on the changes. For these 2 days that we have spent here in Transcarpathian region, here in Uzhhorod, I have actually haven't been here for 4 years, so I have noticed lots of great changes. I have opened for myself lots of manufacturers that I would like probably to popularize in the other regions of Ukraine. We see a number of products made at the international level. So probably I want us to address not only for the people who are listening to us, but also for all the people in Ukraine to think about changes which probably are not noticed. The success story is new, but we have to remember it. But what kind of changes you would like to address? Andrei, the question is to you. But, well, I didn't want to interrupt the previous speaker. I also consider the state to be a joint stock company, and people who do not do anything are the shares, while those who do something become the shareholders of the state. And what I noticed this time that in Transcarpathian region, we do have lots of shareholders. And one thing that has changed in my life, I believe now in Transcarpathian wine. I saw this wine in some supermarkets in Kyiv and Chizai. This time I was successful enough. I had this wine tasting. I tasted 8 kinds of wine, and probably I'm going to buy 2 or 3 kinds of wine. And this is not only about wine. I see that here we see more and more crafts. Definitely, we have some big plants and enterprises, but actually, you have the products to be presented at the national market of Ukraine, and definitely some products can go to the European or international market, which is really close. I'm really for economic future of the Transcarpathian region. I'm happy for the region, and it means that here we also have the elements of the economic future of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Andriy. I hope Olena Stashkina is with us, and I do hope she will have some concluding words. Our question is about the success story of Ukraine and about the changes that we would like to notice and would like to emphasize. Regarding Transcarpathian region and Uzhhorod, I have a friend, Sergei Vahanov. I think he's a great photographer. Recently, he has published a book, the Chronicle of the Russian-Ukrainian War, and I think we are going to see this book in the bookshops. Well, coming to Uzhhorod, Uzhhorod is probably has some respiratory. This photographer has some respiratory problems, and every year he goes to Uzhhorod. He spends a month here in one of the healthcare institutions, and comes back to Mariupol, his native city, as a healthy man. And I'm really grateful to Uzhhorod, to the doctors working here, for being able for treating this genius photographer. Talking about some changes, I think we should talk about the fact that we have lots of high-quality, great books of our Ukrainian authors, and lots of good translations. And it seems to me now, without even knowing the foreign language, we can read our own books without any censorship that existed in the Russian Empire, and to read truly Ukrainian novels. It seems to me it's a real breakthrough, and it seems to me this is this particular change that will be trendy for a long period of time. I would call it invariable change. Practically each answer we give is about what brings Ukraine together: the books, the translations, the shareholders, the manufacturers and producers. Mr. Repchuk, what is your answer to our question about success story of Ukraine and the changes which may leave unnoticed? I'm not going to give here some paternalistic pieces of advice or recommendations. I think that Transcarpathian region has a number of its own advantages. It has proactive people. It has great potential. Just because geographic location is unprecedented, this is the region that is destined to be integrated into European structures. And if we take a look at the post-Soviet communist countries, the most successful ones are the Czech Republic and Slovenia, which are part of the European Union. they are part of German. They were part of German or Austrian economy. Transcarpathian region really has good prospects here. We have to advertise it. We have lots of good things here, but they are little known all over Ukraine. So really, branding is something we have to work on. Trademarks of Transcarpathian region. And as a former representative of Halachina region, I would like to praise my colleagues because they already do it. They already try to expand to some other region of Ukraine. They have identified a number of products that they try to sell in the other regions of Ukraine. They already know that they can sell themselves as part of Europe in Kharkiv, in Zaporizhia, Dnipro, and many other cities of Ukraine. I think Transcarpathian region has its own niche. For example, its wine can be sold all over Ukraine because it's high-quality wine, or cheeses. Cheese. I have never thought that such great kinds of cheese are manufactured here. It's really positive that you do not have here big industrial facilities, which were closed in some other regions of the country. You do not have it here. It means you can develop some small enterprises, small companies. It will be easier for you to work together with European companies. The region is less vulnerable to some social things, so you have to use these advantages. Thank you, Mykola. Taras probably will finalize this round of success stories and stories of changes, which sometimes are left unnoticed at the background of some negative things. When we talk about Ukraine in general, what success stories or what important change has not been mentioned so far, which you particularly would like to bring to our attention? As a person who became a father 25 years ago, I see how the children have changed, how the small kids have changed for this time. And I think this is due to the changes in their parents. It is due to the changes in general climate in the country, general atmosphere in the country. And I see that the level of freedom is really high. People feel themselves free, and this level of freedom is felt much better and much higher than it was 25 years ago. And this freedom is in everything. People are more courageous, more independent, more open, more mobile, more initiative. They have different attitude to what they make with their own hands, to the handmade thing, how people treat the things they make. For example, we remember how these things were treated in post-Soviet period and how it is treated right now. These kinds of wines and cheeses, all these is a sign of freedom, self-expression, attitude to one's own things. And it seems to me that for these 30 years of Ukrainian independence, it's really a good ratio of freedom, of becoming free. It seems to me it's a good direction that we are talking about. What will be our final destination is not known to us, but so far we have something that we would like to even increase in terms of volume. Thank you very much, dear speakers. We discussed what brings Ukraine together. Throughout these 2 days, we discussed the role of culture, the role of intellectuals. Lots of things have been said how Transcarpathian region and Uzhhorod can be an example for the rest of the country. And the forum we have had throughout these 2 days can also be used as an example for similar forums all around the country. We do hope that similar forums will be conducted in the other regions of Ukraine. And at the end of our conversation today, I really wish all of us to have similar forums in Donetsk and in Bakhchisarai. We are very grateful to the panelists, not only of this final intellectual, highly informative and positive discussion, but also to all the speakers and to moderators of all the panels throughout these 2 days, as well as our viewers and listeners who were following our discussions. We are really grateful to the team of this project who took lots of efforts to make this forum come true. The whole project, Reopen Zakarpattia, is implemented by the public organization, the Institute of Central European Strategy, with the support of USA agency. And it enables us to implement this process on the highest level, following the principles of impartiality and independence. And we would like to summarize these 2 days, the 2 days of this forum and the project Reopen Zakarpattia in general. And I would like to give the floor to the director of the Institute of Central European Strategy, Mr. Dmytro Tozhansky.
На Закарпатті можна часто
In Transcarpathian region, you can very often hear the word dotrichi. And if you hear this word, it means something is done in a good way, it is done in a qualitative way, and also with some element of success. We planned this forum to be conducted in April, when we have some sakura trees in bloom. Later, we planned it for the second half of September, but due to COVID-19, we had to postpone it again. And finally, in November, we did it. We invited lots of people here. Not many people were present offline, but still we had huge audience online. We have these discussions about Transcarpathian region. We were trying to generate ideas and solutions for the region. We were trying to rethink the role of the region for Ukraine and for Europe. And I understand that it's very difficult to discuss development today, to plan something for the long term. It's really very complicated. Sometimes it's even next to impossible. But on the other hand, to discuss, to talk about, to deal with development issues under such conditions is really a challenge, is really a great deed. And generally, to mobilize the resources, to concentrate on something, to generate energy and synergy is really great. And for us, Reopen Zakarpattia is not just a 2-day forum. It's not just about 2-day discussion. It's a long-term process of thinking, rethinking, substantiating development, generating ideas. We had 12 panels, and each of the panels ended with a clear articulation and voicing of ideas which later can be part of projects and successful solutions, successful stories of success. Therefore, we have established our Institute of Central European Strategy, and it is our ambition to become the institution, to become the organization that will substantiate development, will explain development, will implement development. I'm very much grateful to all who were involved in this project. I would like to separately express our gratitude to the USAID agency because they are not supported our project, but they allowed us to organize it on the principles of independence, transparency, and impartiality. And concluding this forum, I would like to state that it's not the end of the forum, it's just the beginning. It's not our dream, it's not our illusion, it's our action plan. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again. Goodbye.